he took us a more roundabout way because what it says here, the war. People fighting, the Philistines were big, and he didn't want us to not dealing with him as, let's say, while we're in Egypt, we weren't dealing with him the same way. We weren't as closely connected as with him as we did while we were in the promised land. But saying that he wanted to prove us and build our faith. So right now we're just like kind of just timid, just now coming out. But the Most High wanted to build our faith, and in building our faith, that's what the whole wilderness was about. Testing us, proving us, seeing what's like the scriptures say, proving a friend. The Most High was proving us, and He wanted us to prove Him, so that we can learn to rely on Him and to trust in Him. But at this moment, He knew that our faith was like less than nothing. We had just enough faith to believe what Moses was talking about and bring us out of Egypt. But if we had seen all the breakouts of war, they'd have been like, oh, you already see how much we complain while we're in the wilderness. If we would have seen this, they would have went straight back to Egypt. No questions. Even with all the destruction. So the Most High knew. So He says, you know what? I'm not going to take them that way because I don't want their hearts to faint because of the wars.
That in case the Egyptians should repent.
Yeah. And did anyone have any questions on that portion of the reading? That chapter?
That was it?
Yeah, it was just, no. Just that chapter 13.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was only from 17 to the end.
Thought we was going home already.
Nah. Kind. So, go ahead.
Oh, this is verse 22?
No,
Go
14 to 1.
14. 14, Exodus chapter 14, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel that they turn and encamp before Pi-Haroth, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal Zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say to the children of Israel, They are entangled in the land, and wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he shall follow after them. And I will be honored upon Pharaoh and upon all his hosts, that the Egyptians may know that I am the Lord. And they did so. And it was told the king of Egypt that the people fled. And the heart of Pharaoh and his servants was turned against the people. And they said, Why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? And he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Egypt, and captains over every one of them. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and he pursued after the children of Israel. And the children of Israel went out with a high hand, but the Egyptians pursued after them. All the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea, beside Pi-Haroth, before Baal Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them. And they were sore afraid, and the children of Israel cried out unto the Lord. And they said unto Moses, Because there was no graves in Egypt, hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness?
Right, so you gotta, the Most High, when He said He wasn't going to take us to the land of the Philistines, so we wouldn't, get nervous due to the war. Think about it. Think about how it would have been if we would have been running from the Egyptians, but then running towards the Philistines. You see that? We would have been just how we are now. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. You guys running from these Egyptians, ain't no graves in Egypt? Like, yeah, there's graves in Egypt. I'm trying to prevent you from being buried in one. I'm trying to prevent you from being buried in one, but, it's like what we were talking about. Man, if y'all ain't in these Friday classes, y'all gotta be in these Friday classes.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like what we were talking about last night in class about, about being watchmen and watching for our brother and sister. And you know, if I'm looking at you directly, right? If we looking face to face, you can't see behind you, but neither can I.
Right.
Right? So I'm able to look behind you to tell you about the danger that's coming. Now, the Most High was the watchman for the nation. He was watching over us. He was watching for us. But our puny brains were like, well, no, you trying to get us killed. You see that? No faith. But I'm not going to let you go through the land of the Philistines. I don't want you to get into that mind that I'm trying to hurt y'all. You see that? But we still somehow, think about it. We somehow ushered ourselves into that same mind. Like read it again. Read what they say. Read it one more time. What verse you at?
Verse 11, sir.
Right.
Go to verse 10. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes,
right.
And behold, the Egyptians marched after them, and they were sore afraid.
Right.
And the children of Israel cried out unto the Lord, and they said unto Moses, because there was no graves in Egypt, hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness?
Now, there was plenty of graves in Egypt. Plenty of us died under that bondage. Plenty of us perished building those pyramids and stomping out. Come on, you ever imagine how they stomp bricks into straw with their bare feet?
Yeah.
Come on, man. That wasn't an easy feat. That wasn't easy. So that hard bondage killed a lot of us. So there were graves in Egypt. Most High was definitely trying to preserve us from those graves, but it's our outlook sometimes is not always the best outlook, and we miss what the Most High is trying to do for us. Well, he takes things away from us. What was he doing? What was he doing for Israel here? He was taking something from them, right?
Gone.
Right?
Gone.
What was he taking?
Bondage away from him.
But to us, he was taking away freedom. The freedom to eat leeks and honey. Not honey, leeks and onions.
That's how people think now.
And the flesh pots, right? But that's my point. That's the point that I'm trying to make, is that the things that the Most High removes from us is not always bad. Right?
Gone.
But you think it's a bad thing. You pulled us out of Egypt to die? No, I pulled you out so you wouldn't die. Oh, you took us out of Egypt to be in the wilderness, to be torn apart by beasts? No, I took you so you wouldn't be torn apart by beasts. I got y'all. But our outlook is not the same mind as the Most High. That's why it asks. Go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick. Go to the Wisdom of Solomon. I want you to go to chapter... Wisdom of Solomon. Go to 3. Is it 3? I don't know. It's it was right there in my brain. It was right there in my brain. But it says something along the lines of who knoweth the mind of the Most High. Ah, man, I gotta get this one out. Wisdom of Solomon. No. Dang. I'll find it. But the point was, we're not in the same mind as the Most High.
So, you want that one in Isaiah? Isaiah 55 and 8?
Read it.
Isaiah chapter 55 verse 8. For my thoughts are not your thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Neither are your ways my ways.
Right, so, it's basically saying the same thing. But, yeah, my thoughts are not your thoughts. My ways are not your ways. Go ahead.
Saith the Most High.
Right, where you at?
I'm going to verse 9.
Isaiah 58?
Isaiah 55.
55. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 55, verse 9.
Right?
For as the heavens are higher than the earth,
Right?
so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts.
Right. And I mean, that's the truth. The Most High's thought process on what he wants to do concerning our well-being, he got a higher thought process than we have for our own selves. I know the thoughts that I have towards you, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to bring you to an expected end. He has a higher, it's almost like the Most High has our well-being more in the forefront than we have for our own selves. And it just goes to show you, what do you really know? What do we really know? We can't even take into account our own well-beings. But when the Most High makes a move, he's always doing things for who?
Israel.
Right. I parted the Red Sea for you. I took you out of Egypt for you. I destroyed the Egyptians for you, for your sakes. He always has our well-being at the forefront. Right. I think this is it right here. Yep. Go to Wisdom of Solomon 9. My bad. It's 9. You can read verse 16.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 16. And hardly do we guess aright at things that are upon earth.
Right? You said hardly, barely, barely. How often are you right? Barely. Barely. How often do you know what's good for you? Not that often. How often is your well-being taken into account when you make a move? Hardly. Because we substitute our well-being for comfort. I mean, ain't that true, or am I making it up?
Okay.
Ain't nobody messing with you right now. Ain't messing with you. Everybody's stuck it down. Right? But okay, I'll put myself on the shopping block. I've sacrificed well-being for comfort. Martha and I, do me a favor. Take that, the camera gotta move over just a slight bit, here. So you can see the microphones in there. Yeah, I'm guilty. Oh, we're not using the mic, huh?
Nah, it's the phone mic.
Oh, yeah. True. Not even using the mic. See? Creature of habit. Still, do me a favor though. You see how those are off?
You don't want that to show.
That or just move it over a little bit. It just looks weird. But we do sacrifice well-being for comfort. Thinking that, well, this makes me feel good, so this is what it should be. And the Most High is like, nah, it makes you feel good, but in 5 years it's going to destroy you. In 6 years it's going to destroy you. In the long run it's going to hurt you. She ain't good for you.
Right.
He ain't good for you. That ain't good for you. And we're like, no, but it feels good. I need that. Then when it's taken, what do? You cry like a big baby that just got his bottle taken. You cry like that baby that got the pacifier taken out of your mouth.
Yeah.
And you've been spoiled. So, these are prime examples, just this, where we are so spoiled that all the good the Most High was doing for us, we couldn't even see it. To the pure, all things are pure. But to the defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. We couldn't see the purity in what the Most High was trying to do for us. Y'all with me? Read that Wisdom of Solomon. Read that.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 16.
Go ahead.
And hardly do we guess aright
Right.
at things that are upon earth.
Go ahead.
And with labor do we find the things that are before us.
Right.
But the things that are in heaven,
Right.
who have searched out.
Right. Go ahead.
And thy counsel.
And I what?
Counsel.
He said the things that are in heaven, what?
Who have searched out.
Right. Who's looking at those, the heavenly things? We're so caught up on the earthly things, but who's searching out the heavenly? Go ahead.
And thy counsel.
Right.
Who have known.
Right. And the counsel of the Most High, who is known? Well, only the ones that search out. What is the Most High's plan? You know, you got people like, you know, what should I be doing? You know, what's my purpose? Well, you got to search it out. The Most High know He gives us the purpose, but then you got to search out what is the purpose. You got to search out what is the will. You got to search out what the plan is. The vision is laid out. The plan is laid out, but now each individual has to go and say, well, how do I assimilate into the plan, into the vision, into the purpose? Well, the purpose is not going to make you comfortable. You're going to get real uncomfortable. But too many of us want to be comfy. And then when you start feeling a little bit of that little fire, it's you like, right? You start to pull away slowly because it gets uncomfortable. We get it. I get it. But you got to settle your mind and know that there's going to be a little bit of discomfort. There's going to be a little bit of, I don't like this feeling, but what is it going to bring? Well, when you read Hebrews 12, it says, no chastisement for the present seemeth joyous but grievous. But afterwards, see, after you feel that discomfort, after you go through the discomfort, it yieldeth the peaceable fruit. Not only till you go through the discomfort, how does a diamond get made?
Through fire.
Through pressure. Right? It got to get pressed. You don't get diamonds just because. Coal is pressed down with thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of pressure. And then you have diamonds. But so what is it showing you? To get something beautiful, it got to be a little bit of pain. There has to be a little bit of discomfort. You think you think them coal mines are comfortable? Nah, they ain't comfortable. There has to be a little bit of that. Do me a favor, Mother and I, just pull the desk back a little bit.
That's what, I was trying to.
Yeah, just pull it back just a bit. There you go. But adjust your glass so it don't fall off. Read on. Read on.
Except thou give wisdom,
Right?
and send thy Holy Spirit from above.
And do what?
Send thy Holy Spirit from above.
Right, the Spirit. What does the Spirit do? Brings all things to your remembrance and teach you all things. Whatsoever I have said unto thee, right? So you got to get into the Spirit to understand the spiritual things. You got to study. You got to read. You got to inform yourself, educate yourself. What is the will of the Most High? What does He want? Y'all get this?
Now
do me a favor. Oh no, you're good. Actually, you're good. You're good. Right. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
Could this go with what you're saying? Actually have Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 14 and 15.
Wisdom of Solomon 2. No. Let's go. This is talking about an actual person.
Okay.
Yeah, when you read the whole chapter, right. This is talking about what the ungodly is saying about the righteous.
Okay.
Yeah. Where we at?
Exodus chapter 14, verse 11.
Right.
Read from the top. And they said unto Moses, because there was no graves in Egypt, hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore thou hast dealt with us to carry us forth out of Egypt. Is not this the word that we did tell thee in Egypt, saying, let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? For it had been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness.
See, this right here moves.
And Moses said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still,
Move it.
and see the salvation of the Most High, which He will show to you today. For the Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them no more forever. For the Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And the Lord said unto Moses, wherefore criest thou unto me? Speak unto the children of Israel, that they go forward. But lift thou up thy rod, and stretch out thine hand over the sea, and divide it, And the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I, behold, I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, and they shall follow them. And I will get me honor upon Pharaoh, upon all his host, upon his chariots, upon his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the angel of God, which went before the camp of Israel, removed and went behind them. And the pillar of the cloud went from before their face and stood behind them.
And then, you gotta picture this. You gotta picture the scene, like the chariot. Like they were being led by this chariot. Even just thinking about the chariot leading them. And then them crying out, saying, "Oh, you bring us out here to kill us." It's like, what do you think this thing right here is? You think this thing that the Most High put that's leading us won't defend us? It's like a light bulb for the day, and a shadow, or it's like a shadow for the day and then a light bulb at night. Nah, that thing was, the Most High sent the chariot to lead you and to protect. It wasn't just y'all like we were out on a rogue mission. You don't know if you're gonna live or die. Nah, you were secure. That's why, like in verse 14, it says, "The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace." It's like, chill, hold your peace, be good within yourself, knowing that the Most High is taking care of this for you. A lot of times in our situations, the Most High brings us to something new, brings us to an uncomfortable circumstance where you've never been through it before, and you don't know how you're gonna get through it. But the scriptures say, "Be still, hold your peace. Know that the Most High got you." You gotta know that he brought you to it. I'm gonna, forgive me. I was in the church. He just said, if you bring you to it, he'll bring you through it.
He gonna hit you with that TD Jakes. He gonna hit you with that TD Jakes.
So not the TD Jakes, none of them.
He gonna hit you with the Christian sayings.
Well, but that's true. If the Most High bring you to a situation, He's not bringing you to it so that you can fail.
So if you bring you to it, you bring you through it.
If you bring you to it, bring you through it. God.
And let me say one thing. Even at this point, it was understandable that there was going to be some fear, there was going to be some doubt, there was going to be some. Okay, I take that back. It's not understandable because they just went through 10 plagues and didn't even get touched.
Well, we're at the point right here where they got the chariot that's in front of them, that's now going behind them to cover their backs.
Right. So basically, we had 12 signs, 10, 11 signs that the Most High was with us.
Mm-hmm.
The plagues in Egypt didn't touch us. Then we got these chariots moving with us. So, well, I would have not been scared. I don't get it. How could they be not? How could they be faithless and they seen all that? Well, like the scriptures say, many things have been shown to us that we don't get and comprehend. And guess what? You being feared, you faithless, you scared. Many things have been shown to us. And instead of looking at the things that have been shown, what do? You get nervous, you get faithless, you get scared. So we're in the same boat as in this time.
So true.
We're in the same boat. Most High shows you what you need to see for that to motivate you either which way.
Based on experience?
Let me say, I do take back, well, we shouldn't have been nervous, or we should have been, or it's understandable. It's not understandable. He gave us enough, He gives you enough throughout your day to know that He is. Each individual can attest and say, man, Most High, He was showing me such and such, He was showing me this, He was showing me that. He is. Right? You gotta put the, you gotta do that.
Yeah, I was just going to
Supposed to do that. Yeah, you're supposed to do that when you're up there. Yeah. Anyhow, read. Yeah, the other one there, read verse 13. read verse 13 and 14 again, and you know, these are two of my favorites. These are sometimes, you know, they say, no one does. What was I gonna say?
You said these are your favorite two scriptures?
Yeah, sometimes less is more. You ever heard that expression? That you can, hey, tell me you can leave that in here. It didn't even burn. Hey, you can
He
leave
said
that
you
in
can leave it in here.
You can leave it right here.
He said you can
Bring
leave it
that
in.
back and leave it right in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sometimes less is more. Right? That's what it's telling us here. Sometimes you just gotta stand back and let the Most High fight the war. He's already fighting. A lot of the times when we start making our ill-advised moves, that's what messes things up. You actually start taking the blows. You ever watch those movies where the person is being protected and they try to jump in and they getting hit? It's like little comedies and things like that. That's usually us though, where the protection is there. He said it. You'll have the angels guard us, right? But then you see like, oh, something's gonna happen, and you try to interject. And what happens? Remember, who was it that touched the Ark of the Covenant? When the Most High said, don't touch the Ark of the Covenant. Uzzah. It was Uzzah. Right? Now think about it. If the Ark was gonna fall, the Most High didn't have a way for that to be preserved other than a man interjecting. That's why he died. It wasn't his business. It wasn't his business. Right? The Most High said don't touch it. He should have just let it be. Have faith that if it's about to slip, it wouldn't really slip. That the Most High got that. But we interject and what happens? That's usually the destruction. So he's saying it here. Listen. Read verse 13.
Verse 13, Exodus chapter 14, verse 13.
Right?
And Moses said unto the people, fear ye not,
Right?
stand still.
Right, he said, fear not. So have faith, stand still. Don't cause a ruckus. Don't get all frantic. Don't start hyperventilating. Don't start losing your mind. Go ahead.
And see the salvation of the Lord.
He said, say what?
And see the salvation of the Lord.
See it because it's already there. Look, the chariots. Look, 10 plagues. 10 plagues just wiped out the Egyptians. Watch what I'm gonna do next. For my next act.
For my next act.
Right? For my next act. But sometimes it's just about standing still and looking at what's already there. Watch. Where we at?
Back to where we were, or?
No, just read on.
Verse 20. And he came between the camp of the Egyptians and the camp of Israel. And it was a cloud and darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all the night. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all the night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea upon dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left.
You know, on that, the only time I seen that, to me, that looked right was when in that the cartoon movie of Exodus with the cartoon Moses and everything, when they were crossing, when they went through the Red Sea.
Prince of Egypt.
Yeah, the Prince of Egypt. And the Prince of Egypt. They made them.
When they had them all black?
But they actually had them brown. They had them all brown.
All brown?
Yep. They literally had walls, and they had them passing through the walls of the water. And as they were passing through the water, they didn't have the chariot, but as they were passing through the water, it was dry ground, and then you see the walls of water, and you can see like the fishes kind of still swimming around and not jumping out of the water. But it was just a wall of water, and I thought that was pretty dope the way they did it, because it was like the scriptures. It was literal walls of water.
What verse are we at?
Verse 23, sir.
Yeah, go to Joshua 4:23. Somebody else get Psalms 106:9, because don't be fooled to think like this wasn't what the Bible says it is. You got people out there teaching that there was no sea parted. Like the Most High didn't have the Red Sea parted for us, that the sea was people. That Moses parted people and we walked in between people. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Now, in certain instances, the scriptures do represent, when it says the sea, it does represent people. You know, you go to Revelations, Daniel, but every single scripture doesn't mean the sea. The Bible is written three ways. Every single time you see the word sea doesn't mean it's symbolic. So when Yahweh Shai walked on water, or the sea, that doesn't mean he walked on top of people. You see how that don't make sense? Right.
So like he did what they do at the concerts, dive
Yeah,
onto the crowd.
He was crowd surfing. Yeah, Yahweh Shai wasn't crowd surfing through people when he walked on the waters. So read the first one I called.
Joshua chapter 4 verse 23.
Go ahead.
For the Lord your God dried up the waters of Jordan from before you.
Right, so he dried up because this happened more than once. Remember when he had Moses, was it Moses or Joshua? But he had one of them dry up the Jordan River. It was the same thing. They rebuked the river and it parted. Go ahead.
It was in Joshua.
It was Joshua. Right, go ahead.
Until you were passed over,
Go ahead.
as the Lord your God did to the Red Sea,
Right.
which he dried up from before
You
us.
see the word is used, which he dried up. So they were walking on dry land. You wouldn't have to say that if it was actual people. He dried up the people. What does that mean? No, he dried up the sea. We walked through dry land. Go ahead.
Until we were gone over.
Right. Go ahead and go to the next one.
Psalm chapter 106 and verse 9.
Right.
He rebuked the Red Sea also, and it was dried up.
You see that? He rebuked the Red Sea. It was dried up. Go ahead.
So he led them through the depths as through the wilderness, and he saved them from the hand of him that hated them, and redeemed them from the hand of the enemy. And the waters covered their enemies.
See, the waters covered the enemy. This is talking about literal agua. Literal water. Okay, this is it literally happened. And then, you can go through, all you gotta do, we did a good class on like biblical events that you still have the evidence of.
Oh, okay.
And one of those things, or I said, yeah, he did the class. One of those things was the Red Sea, where they found chariot wheels. Egyptian chariot wheels and weaponry and skeletons.
Chariots, the actual chariots
Actual chariot.
that they were riding.
Right? They found them at the bottom of the Red Sea. So, how did they get there? You mean to tell me somebody was crazy enough to just ride his chariot into the water? Like, oh, let me go for a swim with me, my chariot, my full armor,
Right.
my horse, right? Let's all go for a swim.
But and the thing about that, it's not like, because if someone just up and decided to do that, they wouldn't make it that far into the Red Sea.
Nope.
This was like more center Red Sea.
Yeah, by the time they even did all that, remember the Red Sea, the Red Sea is a huge, it's like a huge ocean, but it's not the ocean.
Right.
And it's just beaches that go right around. So you beach on one side, beach on the other, beach on one side, beach on the other. So things will wash up. Well, how come these chariots and things ended up in the middle of the Red Sea, smack dab? The Most High let the Egyptians get far enough to where it's a point of no return.
Right.
I mean, and then when you watch, the only other thing that depicts it the right way is when you watch Exodus, Gods, and Kings.
Oh,
They did that right.
Yeah, they did that right.
They did that right, where they had the sea, right? And then, old boy was riding his chariot, and he looked over like, they're trying to steer. Oh, it was a wrap. It was around for him. They got swallowed up. So
Yeah.
it was literal water. I'm talking about it because you do got people out there talking about Yahweh Shai didn't walk on water. He didn't do miracles, and the Red Sea wasn't parted. So y'all understand that, right? It was literal agua, water.
The Wisdom of Solomon.
Which one?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 19.
Okay, go ahead. Go. I think that's what I was looking for.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 19, verse 7.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 19 and verse 7.
Right.
As namely a cloud shadowing the camp, and where water stood before dry land appeared, and out of the Red Sea a way without impediment, and out of the violent stream of green field.
So when the Red Sea, like what is was saying, literal water was pulled aside, and it said that it was a grassy field. So we just walked. It wasn't like it was all, because that was one thing in the movie that I was talking about, the Prince of Egypt. They made it seem like they was like climbing over stones and boulders, and it was some kind of hard passage. No, it was
Muddy waters?
Yeah, it was like muddy waters.
No.
Scriptures say it was dry ground. It was a field. Why it just says
Like a green field.
a green
Like you
field.
walked over seaweed.
No.
Green grass. That's what it's saying. You
Uh-uh.
walked over like you were walking through a football field. Or the park.
It says out of the violent stream, a green field.
Yeah.
So it was plush. You can walk barefooted on it if you wanted to. It was nice. You know, the Most High made it a safe passage for us.
Yep.
It wasn't a treacherous trip to go through the Red Sea is what I'm trying to get at.
Nope. Go ahead, read on.
Where though all the people went that were defended with thy hand, seeing thy marvelous strange wonders, for they went a large like horses, and leaped like lambs, praising thee, O Lord, who hadst delivered them. For they were yet mindful of the things that were done while the sojourned in the strange land, how the ground brought forth flies instead of cattle, and of the river cast up a multitude of frogs instead of fishes.
Right, that's it on that. So he was going back into the strange wonders, the 10 plagues. Right? So where we at?
Exodus chapter 14 and verse 23. And the Egyptians pursued and went after them in the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch, the Lord looked unto the host of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Egyptians, and took off their chariot wheels, and they drave them heavily. So that the Egyptians said, Let us flee from the face of Israel, for the Lord fighteth for them against the Egyptians. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians, upon the chariots, and upon their horsemen. And Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its strength when the morning appeared. And the Egyptians fled against it, and the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea.
Where you at? What verse?
Uh,
27.
Okay. Was that it?
Yeah, that was it.
Next reader.
Elijah, Shabashah, Issachar, Banyashala.
Elijah, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yashala. Men of Israel, I'm mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Shema Shabarakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua. Oh, that's right.
Right, now do we not have the signs of the curses? God, well, you know. We've been getting no signs. We've been getting no signs. Our people, they're a stiff people. Right. So the clouds were chariots. Come. The clouds are chariots. Behold, I come with clouds. He was taken up into a whirlwind. When you read in Ezekiel, it was that 3rd chapter, and it goes into the chariots, and it talks about them folding in on each other, and it's like a whirlwind. Yeah, the clouds, the pillar and the cloud. Those were chariots. Those were chariots. And so was this the first time the nation seen the chariots? I think this was the first time it was mentioned. I'd have to check to make sure, but I believe this is the first time it's mentioned. You'd have to check to make sure. Let's see, the deliverance ready, and they shall be upon you for a sign. Yep. That was me. Hold on. Oh, was it another question? I'm just looking to see it. If we really have such signs today. Yeah, I mean, we do have signs today. They are, listen, they are blatant. You just have to see them. You gotta take off the blinders. It says, check this out. Go to 2 Corinthians. 2 Corinthians 4:4. There are blatant signs. Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 4. In whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not.
That's the problem. The minds have been blinded by the God of this world. So think about it. What blinds our people? What prevents our people from? Because you see the signs, but the acknowledgement, that's the problem. It's not that we don't see it. It's, do we acknowledge things as a sign from the Most High? Well, it's hard to acknowledge the signs when you find ways to combat the signs, right? Like poverty. Poverty is a sign that the Most High ain't messing with you.
Yeah, like that.
Right? Yeah, it's the curses, right? But then how do we combat poverty? With obedience and humility? Or do we become drug dealers?
Wow, man.
You see my point? Like the sign is there, like the whole nation is getting whooped from generation to generation. But how do we combat it? Well, I'm gonna go out and slang drugs. I'm gonna become famous. I'm gonna circumvent what the Most High is dealing with me on, and I'm gonna use my own devices. You see that? So all the signs are there. Everything you do, the air you breathe is smoggy. It got a brown tint to it. Can you see it? Well, all you gotta do is just breathe in and look up. That's all you gotta do is just look up. And I'm breathing that in. All you gotta do, hold it, right? And then you start coughing afterwards.
All right, don't start holding your breath now. You already been breathing it.
Yeah, but the point is, all you have to do is look. The signs are there. The dirty air, the dirty water, the filthy food, the chastisement we've been catching. That's on a mass scale. And all you gotta do is just go back into your day-to-day. Say that the Most High was trying to show me something here when I went through this situation with this person. What was he working on me with? Oh, well, damn, my pride. Oh, well, my long suffering. Oh, my patience. Oh, my diligence. Oh, my this, my that. What was he trying to show me? But you gotta go back through the instances and really not be blinded by what the world says. What does the world say? Well, overlook everything. Don't take anything serious. Don't worry about it. It'll blow over. Brush it under the rug, right? Be be passive aggressive. Don't confront. Be non-confrontational. Don't deal with things when they need to be dealt with, because it'll blow over. It'll be okay. Be peaceable. All these things the world teaches you how to deal with just situations, right?
Yep.
But the situation was meant to show you something about you. Whatever situation it may be, whatever you deal with one-on-one with a person, the Most High is working on something with them, working on something with you. He's in the middle of it. You see that? But then what happens, the way you deal, you move the Most High out the way and put Satan in it. So if something turns into an argument, that ain't the Most High, that's confusion. That's Satan. So it's showing, wait a minute, I gotta work on my contentious spirit. I gotta work on my pride. I gotta work on my humility. So the signs are there. Are we acknowledging them? Go ahead. Another one.
Lest the light of the glorious gospel of Yahweh Shai Mashiach, who is the image of the Most High, should shine unto them.
Right. You see that? There was another one, man. It's gonna hurt me. It's gonna hurt my brain. Man, why can't I? Right, let's see here. Right. Yeah, that was yeah, that's a good one. We're looking for like the chariot to hover over your house. That's what is that? I hope that's not what we're looking for. The chariot to hover over your house, and a voice comes from the chariot to tell you to get right, and then you're like, "God, the sign me, Lord." Nah, that ain't gonna happen. That is not happening. What's happening is this: you sitting here listening.
Okay.
That's what's happening. The sign that you woke up to be here in class, be online in class. That's a sign. You in the right place. Take the information and use it. But a chariot ain't gonna hover over your house and lead you about. The people needed that because of the circumstance. What else was gonna protect them? What else was gonna lead them? To let them know which way to go. You see that? So the signs are there. You find it? You know what I'm talking about?
I do, but I feel like I'm mixing scripture with it.
Probably, and I think that's what I'm doing too. The signs are there, but again, is there a recognition? Is your mind clear enough to see? Well, the Most High is dealing with me. It says it in Titus, right? It says it in Titus 1, to the pure all things are pure.
Okay.
But to the defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. So is my outlook pure enough to see what I need to see pertaining to myself and what I should be doing? And that's for each and every individual. I mean, some people battle with being able to see what it is they should be doing. You see that? Because if it wasn't an issue, we'd all be sitting in class, all getting right. The whole world would be here on Saturday getting right. But why ain't the world here on Saturday getting right, or Monday, or Wednesday, or Friday, or whatever class it is? Because there's a battle. There's an obscurity there, and the things of the world do it. Right? The bewitching of naughtiness doeth obscure the things that are honest. All the things that are in the world that the world presents, what do? They obscure my vision. So yeah, I know I'm broke as hell. I know I'm in poverty. I know I'm in the ghettos and the slums. But, bro, I got a pocket full of cash. I just slung these rocks, right? So y'all niggas is broke, but guess what? I ain't. So my vision is obscure because my circumstance in my own eyes has changed. But what about everybody else?
Right.
See, even that has to change. The vision of me and them, and then it has to become us. You see that? So there's a lot of things that have to take place, and the mind just has to change. What's that? That's not it. No. I'm gonna find it. Jump back.
Exodus chapter 14 and verse 28.
Right.
And the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them, but the children of Israel walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left.
Right, so there was a wall of water. There was a wall of water on the right and on the left. We walked on dry land. It's describing it like this so you wouldn't misinterpret and think like, wait a minute, that's symbolic. That's symbolism for people. Dry land, what's that symbolism for? See my point? It's written the way it's written, so you wouldn't misinterpret what the Most High is trying to show us here. Read on.
Verse 30. Thus the Lord saved Israel that day out of the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the seashore. Verse 31. And Israel saw that great work which the Lord did upon the Egyptians, and the people feared the Lord and believed the Lord and his servant Moses. Exodus chapter 15 and verse 1.
Right, any questions on chapter 14? No? Okay, go ahead.
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord, and spake, saying, I will sing unto the Lord, for he had
Triumphed gloriously.
gloriously the horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. The Lord is my strength and song, and he is become my salvation. He is my power, and I will prepare him and habitation, my father's God power, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a man of war.
The Lord is what?
A man of war.
Go ahead.
The Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariot and his host hath he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The deepest have covered them.
Right, the depths have covered them. Go ahead.
They sank into the bottom of as a stone.
Right, so if you misinterpreted that the Red Sea was people and it was parted and it wasn't water, what is this talking about? This is describing what happened to Pharaoh and his chariots. They sunk like a stone. You know when you throw water into a stone? What does that stone do? You ever skip rocks as a kid? Go to the lake and skip rocks?
Sinks.
And they
Right.
right? That was Pharaoh. He wasn't skipping though. Yeah, he just right into that water, covered up. So it's describing it the way it's describing it so we can understand. Read on.
Thy right hand, verse 6, thy right hand, O Lord, is become glorious in the power. Thy right hand, O Lord, hath dashed in pieces the enemy. And in the greatness of thy excellency, thou hast overthrown them that rose up against thee. Thou sentest forth thy wrath, which consumed them as stubble, and with the blast of thy nostrils the waters were gathered together, the flood stood upright as an heap, and the depths were calmly in the heart of the sea. The enemy said,
What verse are you at?
Verse 9.
Right.
The enemy.
So in verse 8, and with the blast of thy nostrils the waters were gathered together, and the flood stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. You see that? So what is he saying here? Everything was pushed together. Congealed. You know, like gelatin is a congealed substance.
Like mesh.
You see that? So
It's heavy, man.
It is.
can't
blast
misinterpret
to
this.
your
That's why
heart.
it's wild when I watch people talk about this was symbolic.
Hold on, the one got me the blast of your nostril.
Yeah.
Wow, bro.
Yeah. You breathe on that water.
Lord.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Part away. But
It already hurts when you're in the pool and you're so with that one,
wait, say that one more time?
I said it already hurts when you're in the pool and you go
You suck up some water.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like the blast of your nostrils, like we having blast from our own nostrils right now, just breathing when you got your mouth closed. It's casual, it's normal, but so just that little bit of effort from the Most High parts the Red Sea. Like it ain't nothing.
Right.
So it's nothing for
And
you.
that was a terrible death too, because drowning is a terrible death, man.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, look, I ain't never drowned, but I'm knowing him. I just struck some water before, and bro,
Yeah.
if you drunk and sleep, you feeling sober.
It's
Whatever
like,
you under coming up.
you ever get hit with that undertow? When you know, oh y'all probably I don't know. I was in California and we used to go in the ocean.
Oh.
And yeah, that like there'll be like it's almost like a tide that goes underneath the water, and so you'll be underneath the water, and it'll hit you, and then you'll get like a little vertigo.
Whoa.
And you don't know which way is. You feel like you don't know which way is up, which way it's like that could be up, that could be up, that could be up, that could be up, and you don't. You're like discombobulated.
Like a washing machine?
Yeah, and you're like what's going on? You gotta like try to calm yourself and see where the bubbles are going, but then the bubbles are kind of doing a lot of stuff too. So you get stuck in that undertow, and you can even imagine like it could have a lot of that happened when the walls closed and the chariots were in the middle of the Red Sea. All that water swooshing around, they just start.
It's true.
Wow, just spinning around like a wow.
They don't know which way to go to even try to save their lives.
Yeah, how did I not find this one? It's right here the whole time. Ecclesiastes 3.
Oh.
Right.
I didn't think he was talking about that.
I was thinking about it. Jump back real quick. Just on these,
Look.
the whole thing with the signs, you did right. See, the whole thing is with the signs, and I've been looking for this scripture. I don't know why it took me so long to find it. Dang, I was miswording it. Read verse 23.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 23.
Right.
Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
Right. So, just talking about, the signs, like, I think the sister said, I wish the signs were more apparent. Well, what did she say? She said, if we only could have such signs today. Well, we do have the signs today. Watch, read it one more time.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 23.
Uh-huh.
Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
Why don't you see the signs that the Most High wants you to see? Read it again.
Be not curious in unnecessary
I
matters.
mean, we're too curious in unnecessary matters. We're too busy dipping and diving over here on the left, but you should be on the right. It's like a kid that's failing school, and it's like, well, why you failing school? You sit in front of the computer the whole time, right? But what is he doing the whole time? His mind is swaying off. You know, especially in these days when the kids are all at home and all the distractions are there, like it happens with my son. He'll be sitting there with the headphones down, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? He's like, I'm like, huh? Like, aren't you in school? Yeah, but the teacher's just talking. Okay, so how come you have the headphones on? Listening to what she's telling you. He's like, well, because I don't know what she's talking about. I'm like, bro, if you left the headphones on, you'd understand what she's talking about. Put the headphones on and get caught up.
That's true.
But what is he doing? He's trying to look and see who's doing this and who's moving around and who's saying this and who's doing this. And every minute, bro, turn around, pay attention. He's too curious in the wrong things. So he's missing the lesson, right? But that's even with us. We're so curious in the wrong things. Man, how I'm gonna pay my bills, how I'm gonna get this money, how I'm gonna this, how I'm gonna that, how I'm gonna this. But then the more apparent lesson or the signs in front of you are being missed. You're missing out. Go ahead.
For more things are showed unto
And
thee.
this is the point. He said, for what?
For more things are showed unto thee
There is more that has been shown to you. Go ahead.
than men understand.
Yeah. Not because the Most High don't want you to understand. It's because you don't give yourself the chance to understand. We don't give ourselves a chance because this is going on here and this is going on here. Well, this looks more appealing. Right? TV or study. Right?
Come,
What's more appealing for some?
come.
Not to sitting back and reading, because as soon as you crack that book open, like, damn, man, I'm so tired. As soon as you bust that book open, you so tired. All of a sudden, you got sleep demons galore. You can watch TV for hours upon hours. It's like a kid. Put a kid in front of a tablet and say, listen, here you go. And you hand them that tablet, they'll sit on the tablet till their eyes bleed all the way out, right? 8 or 9 hours, they'll charge it, it'll run through the battery, they'll put it on the charger, sit with it, eyes just be bloodshot red, like, are you getting high? Right? Hand them that same tablet and say, hey, you're gonna read, or do math, or you're gonna do schoolwork on that tablet.
True.
I'm so tired.
That's so true.
But you can play Fortnite for 9 hours straight.
You can play Fortnite all night.
On the same, right? You can play on the Fortnite if you be on there.
That's
You can
deep.
play for 8, 9, 10 hours, but on the same tablet.
That's
When it
deep.
comes to something that is going to actually do something for your brain, it's, oh, I'm so weary. But we're the same way. It ain't just children. We're the same way because that's
Come.
we we tend to avoid what's good for us. But the signs are in what's good. They're in what's bad also. But the video games, who's looking at like, oh man, damn, they put that in there? Huh? That's against the scriptures. You're like, oh, shoot a few people, rob a few people, Grand Theft Auto, right? You live in that Grand Theft Auto life, right? All the music, all the just weird stuff they got in there. The signs are there because it's telling you how the world is. Rape, rob, and pillage, right? But then the signs are here too, but you miss the lesson here.
That's true.
Because this is educational,
Yeah.
it's gonna be good for me, it's gonna check my spirit, it's gonna make me feel bad, uncomfortable, I'm gonna have to do more. Many things, read it one more time.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 23.
Right?
Be not curious in unnecessary matters,
Right?
for more things are showed unto thee
Right?
than men understand.
Yeah. Get the understanding of what's important. That's all it's saying. If you wanna see the signs that are in front of you, then we gotta take off the blinders. That's it. And look at things for what they really are. They tell you. They tell you what things are. Esau ain't lying, man. These nations, they ain't lying to you when they put certain things on like, who in here watches Netflix? Action, drama, suspense, mystery thrillers, right? Little crime drama, documentaries.
Documentaries.
See, the hands ain't go up as much. The hands didn't go up as much. When I said action, everybody's hand was up. Like, oh yeah, I love me an action flick. I love all that, but guess what? Check out some documentaries. Check out a few documentaries just on, you know, they got a lot of food documentaries. They got one called, a real good one, it's called Rotten. And it goes through it pinpoints like one of the shows was on avocados, and it gives you like the avocado trade, and it tells you like what's going on in the world with avocados and the injustices that happen, in Mexico with the whole avocado trade.
Yep.
They got another one with the honey. They got another one with what was it, raw milk?
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, they got raw milk. They got another one that goes into the chicken industry, like Tyson's, all the farms. You know, educate yourself with things like that time to time. I'm not saying you gotta just become a documentary whore, but if you're gonna do Netflix, at least throw something that's educational to get your mind. Yeah, balance it out. I mean, how much action can you watch? You already know what's gonna happen. The superhero wins all the time.
Yep.
All the time. They never get shot. They never get killed. They always get the girl. They always get the bad guy. Right? In every one of the movies. So, now that we got that out the way, let's move on to something different. A couple of documentaries, just to see how different things work in the world.
Look where sugar comes from.
Yeah, they have the one on sugar.
Con.
Yeah, and that goes in, you know what's wild about that? When you look at that one, that almost goes into what they were doing in the Tuskegee Project.
Con.
Where they had these people living in Jamaica. They had these people living, they were coming from Jamaica. It was the Dominican Republic, I believe, or one of the islands, but they were experimenting on them. They built up a community, let them live in these poor conditions to see how they were going to be able to do that and work. And it's crazy. And you're like, well, it's just about sugar. No, it goes way deeper. But guess what it's giving you? The signs. It's giving you Deuteronomy 28. You're like, damn. This is Deuteronomy 28 for the one of all things, for nakedness and hunger and thirst. You're going to go to your enemy. And guess what? The dude that started, Domino? The sugar brand, Domino, you heard that?
Oh, con.
He's a bazillionaire.
Yep.
Bazillion, I added a Z. It's not a real thing, but he's a billionaire. He got so many billions, but he had people living in
Water.
literal, like, I don't even know how to describe it, shacks, and they were going and dealing with his sugar cane.
Yep.
Now, I could take that back and say, dang, Deuteronomy 28, right there. That's the sign that our people are in poverty. Think that it was Dominican Republic?
It was Dominican Republic, Argentina, all South America.
Yeah, Jamaicans coming from Jamaica up to America. It was all types of weird stuff going on, and they just had them living poor as hell, even in America. Underpaying them, not paying them, they were dying. These dudes were dying in sugar fields, cutting down sugar, because if you know anything about getting sugar cane, you gotta burn the sugar cane, you gotta start a fire so you can cut it down. There's all this stuff you gotta do, but it's a dangerous, dangerous job.
You know, when you look at the sugar cane, you compare it to like tobacco, how they grow tobacco, it kills the land like another 5 or 6 years straight. It'll kill the land.
It kills the land.
So you gotta think about sugar does the same thing. It kills the land for like 5 or 6 years straight. That's why we shouldn't have it in our bodies. Although we do it, I do it myself, we shouldn't have it in our bodies.
Yeah, well, y'all see, check it out. It's a good documentary. Rotten is real good. It's a good documentary. It goes into all the things that, and you see how nations are built off of these things are called commodities, like sugar, poultry. It goes into how down in South America, I forget what country it was, where you had these two brothers that started a meat packing, right? That's the same one with the chicken, and it goes into the ones in South America.
Man, I don't remember. It's been a minute.
Yeah, but they start talking about these brothers in South America that start a meat packing company. And basically, to get everything going, what did they start doing? They treated it like it was a damn mob. They start killing people. They turned into like the biggest killers in their country over being able to take over all the meat packing because the industry was so big. But genocide of their own people. Like, again, the signs are there. If you're going to give yourself to one part, balance it out with the other part, is all I'm saying. And you'll be able to see. Y'all get what I'm saying, right? Let's jump back.
Stick to chapter 15 at verse 9.
Right?
The enemy said, I will pierce, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My love shall be satisfied upon them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. Thou didst blow with thy wind, the sea covered them. They sank as meat in the mighty waters. Who is like unto thee, O Lord, among the gods? Who is like thee, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? Thou stretchest out thy right hand, the earth swallowed them. Thou in the mercy hast led forth the people which thou hast redeemed. Thou hast guided them in thy strength unto thy holy inhabitant. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Palestina. Then the Duke of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab trembling shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them by the greatness of thine arm. They shall be as still as a stone till thy people pass over. O Lord, till the people pass over, which thou hast purchased, thou shalt bring them in and plant them in the mountain of thy inheritance, in the place of the Lord, which thou hast made for thee to dwell in the sanctuary. O Lord,
Where we at?
verse 17, which thy hands have established, the Lord shall reign forever and ever. Shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariot and with his horsemen into the sea, and the Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea.
See, it keeps reiterating. They went on dry land in the midst of the sea. You thought it was a game. He keeps reiterating it for a reason. Go ahead.
And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances.
Right. So they weren't out there. Listen, they weren't out there twerking. They weren't out there. What's the new challenge they got? What's the new challenge? They got some new challenge out there.
Silhouette challenge?
Oh, no. Busted.
What is it?
No, the busted challenge.
The what challenge?
Busted.
The busted challenge.
Yeah.
And what are they busting? They in there twerking, right? Basically, are they twerking?
They're not really twerking. Some people kind of do, but they just bust down. Like they change how they look from like a normal, like houseware. Is that what you're talking about? And then
No,
they
there was
drop
a
down?
there's a dance challenge.
Oh, okay, never mind.
There was some other one that I thought.
I think that's the way we're talking about.
I think it is.
Yeah, there's like another twerk challenge that they got, like another busted challenge where you do one thing and then they do the thing like this and you're in a different thing, makeup, and all of a sudden first you in rollers and you look glamorous. I call that witchery.
That's different. That's different challenge.
Yeah, I call that magic. Right? There's no way. Come on, man. Stop it with the makeup. With all of that makeup. What's up?
The busted challenge is where they make themselves look sexy.
Yeah, that's
That's what I'm saying, that's different.
But they go down
Yes, that's the bucket.
and they
bucket
open
challenge.
the, like,
They open their legs?
yeah.
See? See, but that's what I'm saying. The women here weren't doing the busted challenge, they weren't doing, let's see here, let's see the busted challenge. See, I don't keep up with these things. I see them and I just scroll. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like
They
they
dip
look
down,
some way,
they
and when
do-
they dip down,
They
they
dip down
change.
twerking. Right. They dip down and they basically like letting their booty shake. They weren't doing that here. They, you know, they weren't slow whining and grinding. They weren't doing all that stuff in the name of the Most High. When you read the scriptures, I'll find it. It says that we prophesied with music. I'll find it for y'all. But it said David, he prophesied with music. David danced. But was he out there, just going nuts, twerking, grown man twerking?
Get Chippendale.
Yeah, he was Chippendale dancing. No, he wasn't doing that. So it's okay to dance, but you can still have righteous dancing.
Right.
You know, you can still dance and keep it modest, respectful. Right? That's why, look at Esau. They know how to do it, man. That's why they do like ballroom dancing. Right? They make it try to be all elegant. Right? The waltz. Right? What else? They got the waltz. They got the I think the waltz is their dance. It's real slow and stiff.
I like the salsa and stuff like that. That just looks so
Yeah,
fly.
salsa, merengue, all that.
Those look so fly.
You put a twist on things.
Yeah.
Right? And you can still do those things and be modest and respectful.
Absolutely.
Right? But then when you start getting into like the twerking and busting it down and doing all that, come on, we know what that means. The bust down challenge, we know what that means. Right? So don't take this scripture here like, oh, so they dance, so I'm about to be a pole dancer. Wait a minute. Miriam was out there, she was busting it down? Nah, she wasn't doing that. They said they went with timbrels, right? They had instruments in their hands. They were praising the Most High for the thing that He did, but they wasn't pole dancing, right? Stripping. They wasn't doing that in the name of Yah.
Nah.
All right, just wanted to make sure that was clear. Go ahead.
And Miriam answered them, singing, yea, to the Lord, for He had
Triumph.
triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider had He thrown into the sea. So Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water.
But hold on. So they went how far? How many days was it?
3 days.
So we're only at 3 days past all the miraculous events. It says 3 days. 1, 2, 3.
72 hours, right?
72 hours. You've seen chariots. You've seen something that you've never seen before. Water like a wall. Dry land between a sea. And then it close up and kill all of your captors.
Come.
You just witnessed this. 1, 2, 3 days ago. Read on.
And let's be real about this. I'm sure that we walked out of Egypt with water. I'm sure we didn't just leave with no water. I'm sure
Come
we
on,
had
man.
water. So even though it was 3 days, I don't think we went 3 days without water. We were just moving around. There wasn't water for 3 days fresh, but come on, we had water, right? But what happens when, even though you have something and you don't see the replenishing of something, you're like, what am I gonna do?
Man.
But hold up, you didn't even drink the water you got. What are you panicking for?
Right.
What are you panicking about? Like, right? You look at your bank account. I know I gotta spend this money, but where's the next money gonna come?
Oh, boy.
Like, spend the money, do it, use the money for what it's used for, and then more money will come.
Right.
That's right.
Drink the water, and then more water will come. But you worried about the replenish, you worried about the re-up before you use what's there. But listen, I can always say it because ain't that the mind of people?
Yeah, so true.
Like, you more worried about what's to come than what's, but he said it. More things have been shown to you than you see. We're more worried about the things to come than what's in front of us. Be not curious in unnecessary matters and things that concern you not. So they were concerned about where the water was going to come from, again, in fear of being uncomfortable. In fear of being uncomfortable where you got water. They had water. They left out of Egypt. They said they spoiled the Egyptians. Like, hey, let's get all the jewels but not take nothing to drink. Come on now.
Wow.
Moses was just retarded. Yeah, y'all get the gold, get the golden cups, but nothing to drink in the cups.
Wow.
Come on now, man.
Yeah, we know better.
We have water, man. Most High didn't bring us out there to starve and go die for thirst. Because you don't see a suitable river to drink from to fill your canteen because you're at 75% full. But you want to make sure your canteen is all the way full. Oh my God. If I drink this 75% of water, where am I going to get the rest? Like, come on now.
No, people with their phones. Some of my phone is at 70%. I gotta charge it.
Yeah.
I gotta charge it. Like, I can't. Does anyone have a charger I can use? Like,
Who puts gas in their car at 75%, at 3/4 of a tank? Who does that? Who puts gas in their car at half a tank? Quarter of a tank? It depends on what you're doing, right? Right. See, I like to wait till the light hits E. Not always. It's not going to be a gas pump. Not always. But I did 3/4 of a tank. I'm like, all right, gotta get gas now. But who worries about gas before you empty the tank? You're like, oh damn, man. You put gas in, and then you drive down the block like, get gas. Oh man, this gas is about to, dang, bro. No, you drive, right? Some days, and then you're like, oh snap. I don't even look at my gas gauge until I'm like, damn, I haven't gotten gas in a while. I wonder what's going on down there. I look like, oh, fuck. 4 more days, right? Well, who's giving no thought for tomorrow? Let tomorrow take care of itself. But we're concerned with unnecessary matters. They worried about water. They didn't leave Egypt without water. They didn't leave. They left with food, right? They left with unleavened cake. So you mean to tell me you left with something to eat but nothing to drink? And then you consumed all the water you brought in that one night? No, they had water.
Come on, man. Yeah,
Man, our people are a trip. Our people are a trip. What's up?
I'm just laughing by the way. I'm just gonna tell them by the way that little illustrator you just used about the gas, about the light going on. Don't try to do that, okay? I'm just telling you, you talking about the light come on over where your tank is empty.
He said, remind me not to ride with water.
Don't do that. Don't.
Hey, listen, I got 30 miles after the light comes on. I'm trying.
All right, keep it up. You're gonna be changing them filters.
No, but that's what I said. That's what I said. I don't like going all the way to eat because it's not good for the pump.
They got you.
It's not good for the pump. So usually, 3/4 of a tank.
Yeah.
But I'm not sitting. But the point I'm making is,
I got you.
I don't fill the tank up and then like worry about gas all the way until it hits 3/4
Got
tank.
you.
I worry about it when it hits. I'm like, oh,
Right.
time to go do my thing.
There you go.
So that was the point where
Oh yeah.
they left with water. They had water, but they worried about water because it's been such a time. I get it. You see water every single day, but you get the water and you get a whip, right? Water and hard work. The water is just replenishing all the sweat, sweated out from stomping out bricks. So you're like, man, we're used to seeing water. It's been 3 whole days and we haven't seen like a fresh source of water. We're gonna die. That's the mind.
Wow.
That was the mind where the Most High knew what he was doing. He brought water with you. You got enough to carry you this journey. You'll be fine. Really?
also, where's the mind? 3 days ago,
Come, man.
everything that just happened.
Wow.
They up until verse 22. Well, actually, verse 21. Up until verse 21, they were singing a song.
Right.
It was a song of praise of all the glorious things that the Most High just did, and the triumph, and the wonders. And then Oh, we ain't got no water. And then, okay, and so doubling back to the sister that said something about, the signs, it'd be nice to see the signs today or something to that nature. We got it. We were getting it repeatedly. Like, we wouldn't go a week without seeing signs. And we get it now. It's not the same type of signs like you're seeing chariots for one, there was a chariot every single day with them. Like 24/7, a chariot with them. So they got that constant sign like that. Now we don't go outside and we see the chariot hovering over the school, and then when we drive home, the chariot follows us home, and then when it gets dark and we want to go to the grocery store at nighttime, the chariot is leading us to which grocery store to go to. But we do still have these signs, but we don't need a sign like that. But they got it, and even in getting those miraculous signs, 3 days later, chariot is still here. Remember that the chariot is still right there. 3 days later, we ain't got no water. What we gonna do? You brought us out to kill us? You trying to kill us again, Moses? First we didn't want to leave Egypt, and you made us leave Egypt.
Yeah.
You made us leave. We didn't want to leave Egypt. You made us leave. We only left because of you. Not because we were in a hard bondage or we hated our lives in Egypt. We left because of you.
Right.
And you brought us out here to this Red Sea, and just so we can get killed or go drown. No. Okay. Part the Red Sea. Oh man, glorious event. Oh, brother, thank you. How? Oh, the Most High is real. Oh, I feel it. I got the spirit dancing. Woo, church. They was like, do the church dance after they got out the Red Sea. 3 days later, you just put a whole caption. 3 days later. Oh man, we ain't got no water. Oh, look, this is the last. Look, you see how full my bottle is? Y'all probably can't see it online, but the water is right here. Man, when I finish this, what's next? What's next? I'm almost done with it. I just started. Man, where are we gonna get the rest of the water? Man, I know we should never listen to that Moses. Man, Moses got out here. He trying to hijack us again. He trying to hoodwink us, bamboozle us once again. Good old Moses, not knowing listen, all the plagues, all the discourse between Moses and Pharaoh, everything that happened, and nothing that happened to you. Then that whole Exodus out, taking of the Egyptians. You laced up. You got a gold rope on your neck, a thick gold rope like you run DMC, and you like, damn, man, I ain't got enough of no water. 3 days later. That's all I want to bring out because it's so insane.
It's true.
Like brothers have been doing fasts intermittently off and on, and we went longer than 3 days without nutrients.
Can do it.
3 days.
Y'all want a sign? I'm gonna read y'all this real quick. This is insane. So it says man dies in parking lot after hospital refuses him treatment.
I saw that.
Now, this man was the director of fire and rescue in his city. Think about it. Fire and rescue. So ambulance, fire, he was the director of all that, and he died because they refused him treatment. Now, he went to a Jewish hospital. He went to a Jewish, it said he went to, this is, wow. He went to Barnes Jewish Hospital. He went 3 times and died in a parking lot. I mean, what more do you need? They hate you.
Man.
They'd rather you die in a wheelchair in the parking lot of chest pains than treat you. You'll be the board of director for fire and rescue, saving their asses, right? Sending fire trucks to them, making sure things are fully staffed, making sure the fire trucks are running, making sure ambulances is picking up them wholesome white people, right? But they'll let you die in the parking lot like a dog.
It will.
What other signs do you need to come out and hurt my people? What other sign do you need? Like, all you gotta do, turn on the news.
It's true.
That's right, just popped up on my phone. I'm like, what? Damn.
I like,
That's
concerning what y'all saying, priest,
insane.
about what priest Doc just said about, you may come out and go to the store, you don't see the chariot, the legion. I like John chapter 20, verse 29.
What's that? What's that?
It says, John chapter 20, verse 29 says, Jesus said unto him, Thomas, because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed. So blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed.
Yep. And that's the thing, because truthfully, are the chariots sitting above us right now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So, I can't see them.
But I believe.
They there. Yeah.
Come.
It always goes back to go to 2 Kings 6 real quick. I always think of this. I always, when in doubt, go back to history. Read 2 Kings 6, 15.
2 Kings chapter 6, verse 15. And when the servant of the man of the Most High was risen early
Right?
and gone forth, behold, an host compassed the city, both with horses and chariots.
Read.
And his servants said unto him, Alas, my master, how shall we do?
Right, so this was Elisha's master. He came out, he seen the city compassed about with horses and chariots to come take Elisha. Read.
And he answered, Fear not, for they that be with us
Come, man.
are more than they that be with them.
Go ahead.
And Elisha prayed and said, Lord, I pray thee, open his eyes.
Wait, no, he prayed and said, Lord, make the chariots come,
I pray thee, open his eyes.
compass us round about.
I pray thee, open his eyes.
It was about the man's eyes being open.
Come, man.
It was about removing the obscurity from one's vision. You concerned about the wrong things. You looking at their numbers, be concerned about how we gonna be saved. What's protecting us? He prayed for the man's vision, not for anything else, but for him to see what was what? What was already
Come.
there. That's what we miss. What's already there. He's already got you.
Come.
Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. But guess what? Can't see it because you're not looking at the right thing. Blinded. So he said what? Pray for what?
Pray, I pray thee, open his eyes,
Right?
that he may see.
Go ahead.
And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man,
Right?
and he saw.
Come on.
And behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire.
Yeah, they didn't appear when he opened his eyes. They were there. He just couldn't see it. He just couldn't see it. But see, he should have believed. Elisha, listen, he believed. He knew it. He understood. You see that? So what is it showing us? That you got to open your eyes, man. You got to open your eyes. Get the wool from off your eyes. And see what's in front of you. Many things, like I said, many things are shown to thee that you don't understand. There's many things in front of us that we don't see. Jump out.
Exodus chapter 15 and verse 23. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried unto the Lord, and the Lord shewed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statue, and an ordinance, and there he proved them, and said, If thou wilt diligently hearken the voice of the Lord thy upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I am the Most High that healeth thee.
You know what's wild?
Con.
Everything's wild, right? But where was Abraham's sign? When the Most High said, just get up and go.
Come, man.
Where was his chariot? Where was the angels to lead him? He didn't need him. Because he just heard and listened and went. He didn't have to be. Why do you got to give a person a sign?
Unbelief.
Right? Well, because what is, like when the Most High said, when you go to Pharaoh, Moses, give him these signs. What was the signs meant to do? To convince, right? Abraham didn't have to be overly convinced that the Most High was dealing with him. Right? He didn't have to be convinced and swayed and wooed and bamboozled and bedazzled, right? And he didn't have to do all that. He just said, get up and go, and he went. Like, okay, that's what we gotta do. What's that?
There's a sign right there
What's that?
in 26.
The
When
water.
when he said, he said, and said, if thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, and would do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee. Well, last time I checked, it's plenty of diseases.
Yeah.
So right there telling you, apparently you're not keeping the law, statutes, and commandments correctly.
We're not doing what
Because
yeah.
here's diseases among us.
Disease, pestilence,
There's a sign.
all types of things. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. What verse are we at?
Verse 27,
What chapter?
chapter
15.
15.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not paying attention.
And they came to Elim, where were 12 wells of waters, and
So now you're gonna complain about water. I'm gonna hit you with 12 wells, one for each tribe.
Yeah.
One for each tribe, because you guys complained and murmured, so I'm gonna show you that I'm with you. There goes not just one body of water, but 12. What can you say now? You don't have something to say. Israel always got something to say.
Oh, so true.
Absolutely, man.
Just like as you was mentioning yesterday in the class, it was like if you would have just stayed quiet, just follow the instruction of the one that is over you, and not second guess or question, they would have still been on the path to go to the 12 wells and the 3 palms. It was always gonna be there. It's like, oh, well, I got a reservation for you, says the Most High. I got you some nice water, some shade, you can relax your feet a little bit.
Yeah.
But you wanted to question my instruction. You didn't want to listen.
Yeah. So, yeah, the 12 wells are gonna be there. You didn't just make them pop up just to appease us.
Yep. They're already there.
They were already there.
Mm.
You didn't just like all of a sudden like dug 12 wells
Come on, man.
because we start complaining. If you if you didn't spend so much energy complaining, you wouldn't be so thirsty.
That's right.
And you wouldn't be so worried for what's already there. And it just goes back to Matthew 6, give no thought for tomorrow, let tomorrow give thought for itself. I know the things you have need of, and I'll give them to you basically, that's what it's saying, right?
Come.
Right, so, go ahead, read on.
And they encamped there by the waters. Chapter 16 and verse 1. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregations of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness.
That's it. That's it.
Okay. So it says on the 15th day of the 2nd month. So we know that Passover is in its directed time, right? like 7 days or
On the 14th day, the feast of unleavened bread
so.
for the first month.
They left the night after Passover, so they're already what 30 days in, walking.
Yeah.
God, the water.
Yep, 30 days, about 30 days. Yeah. Give or take a day.
God, the water.
Yeah. And already losing it. Not because they were starving or dying of thirst, because they didn't have the abundance that they were used to.
Yeah.
That's what that was about. It wasn't that they were out there starving. They weren't. You're in the wilderness. What's in the wilderness?
They know how to chill, man.
What's in the wilderness? There's all types of things you eat in the wilderness that are lawful, right?
We had our blocks.
But they also had Khan, and they also had leavened bread, or excuse me, unleavened bread. We were just didn't have the abundance. It's gonna tell it. It's gonna tell us the next verse. They just didn't have the abundance that they were used to. It's the mentality that you brought us out here to dwindle away slowly to nothing. But that's why he said, I didn't even let your shoes wax old on your feet. To show you that it wasn't about you dying slow. It was about you learning the lessons that you needed to learn. Right? So, who's the next reader? Here he is. No, since it's quick, man, you gotta.
Oh, that's all right. I love watching the youngsters, man. No,
He creep up.
hey man, that man got a brand new back, bro.
Right? Listen, we took him to the gym, I was like, check them knees, man. Them young knees, I kill for those knees.
Yeah, we did 1,200 reps. You kept up.
21.
Yeah,
21 back.
He ran through everything. He ran through the whole workout. That was when you were young. That good knees. So he got it. So you want his back, I want his knees.
Oh, okay. Exactly.
You was not gonna fight for his back.
Now you get it.
One knees is up, his shoulder.
Oh boy,
That's
cold.
Just joking. We ain't out here swapping body parts.
Right.
Jeremiah Shabbat Yehuda Banya Sharala.
Jeremiah, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yashala, Minivisra, Aymanis, Barak,
Yehuda Bashem Yashai Brekatam.
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh, Shai, Barakatah. So, yeah, go ahead.
Exodus chapter 16, verse 3. And the children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth unto this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger.
See, there it is again. Complaining and murmuring. He said, you brought us out here to kill us with hunger.
Wow, man.
But they had their crop, they had their livestock, they had things. Just like what I was bringing out, they just didn't have it as readily. What were they're talking about? Sitting by the flesh pots, eating bread to the full. See, when it says eating bread to the full, that's how you know where the mindset was. They want to eat today. They're full, they're stuffed. but you got enough that's gonna sustain you through your journey.
Come
Like
on.
whenever you go on a road trip, you go on a road trip. Before you hit the road, you gas up, make sure the car's good. You go get you some snacks for the road. If you want some snacks on the road, you get your sunflower seeds. You get what's gonna last you to get to wherever you're going. No one's going to the grocery store or eating some lavish buffet meal when you're on a road trip.
Yep.
You just take a little bit to go.
Stack of Lunchables.
They had that enough for them, but they're like, man, I remember we used to be able to eat out the flesh pot. We had bread to the full. Remember all the bread we used to have? The leavened bread. You know, the one that rise, the fluffy kind. Now we got these flat breads. We gotta slaughter an animal. We gotta dress it and try to cook it up. I mean, complaining.
And they weren't doing that because they ran through the animals. The point is, they had the bread to eat. They didn't have time to slaughter animals. They had the bread to eat. They didn't want to be satisfied with that. Think about it.
I love bread.
Egypt and all the flesh and all the little good things that they got, didn't it come with a price?
You did.
Wait to that bag.
That's what I'm saying.
Did it? So now, if you bring it to this day, everything you have, it comes with a price. The scriptures ask us, Yahweh Shai asks, what shall a man give for his soul? Right? What shall a man give in exchange for his soul? So, you know, they were willing to trade themselves back into slavery just to eat good. Things don't, the mind state hasn't really changed with our people. That's why we've been in captivity for so long, because as soon as we get free out of one captivity, why do we end up into another captivity? Ain't it because of food, clothes, drink, and possessions? Right? It's not because of, I want this, and there's only one way to get it. And what happens? You start leaving off of the way the Most High wants us to do things, and we end up back in captivity. You see, that sort of mind state, what is it showing us here? That our minds have to change towards the way we look at things. Everything has to be refocused, repurposed, rededicated to the Most High, and that He'll provide, right? And not so much, well, we'd rather someone give it to us.
Yep.
Right?
Instead of work for it.
Think about it. We want to go back into Egypt. Like, you need to tell me you'd rather go back to slavery because you can eat a little bit extra.
Wow, man.
That was the mind. That's the mind. Listen, that's the mind now. What do they call them? Uncle Tom's, Coons, sellouts, right? Oh, you sold out. What'd you sell out for?
Bread.
Cup of duckies.
Yeah. You sold out for that food, for that bag, right? You put yourself back in a servitude position for money, or for wealth, or for fame, fortune, whatever it is. It's the same thing today. It's all the way back, thousands of years, and look, we still here doing the same old thing and trying to put a different spin on it. What they say, you can't dress a pig up in a wig. What's the saying?
Can't put lipstick and perfume on.
Yeah, you can't put lipstick and perfume on a pig and it not be a pig. It's still a pig.
Yeah.
You can't dress it up. That's what our people love to do. Like turn the lemons into lemonade, right? I'm turning lemons into lemonade. You add sugar to it, now it's good. Like we try to put this magical spin on things. Like no, that's I'm spiritual now, or whatever we say, man. I don't know. And we try to act like it's not what it is, but this is what it is. The same things we did back then. It's a mirror of what we do now, and why now we're right back like in Egypt, trying to beg the Most High to hear us. But you gotta put down. What do we have to give up to get to just this point? Well, we have to give up the thought of the flesh pot, the thought of dying, the thought of going, dying of thirst. We have to give those thoughts up, right? But then as soon as we got back into those thoughts, what happened? we died, right? We died, just like we died in slavery. So you gotta give those thoughts up, is what it's showing you, it's mental. It's all the mentality. Read on.
Verse 4. Then said the
Right,
Lord.
pause real quick. Yeah, I read this the other day. So they're offering a bag of weed for us to take the vaccine shot.
Ah,
Oh yeah, someone else was talking about.
Wow.
Dumb niggas is gonna line up. Like, let me get 2 bags. I'll take a shot in both arms. I'll take a shot, but I'll take my cousin's shot so I can get that bag. Like, let me take the mama's shot. You don't wanna take it.
The Pfizer vaccine and what was the other one?
The I don't know, the Pfizer and the other one.
Yeah, no.
So I'm gonna get face paralysis and whatever else is gonna happen when you take
Wow,
the vaccine.
man.
But think about
It's
it.
cold, bro.
Think about it. A bag of weed is all it takes. You think they ain't gonna line up?
they are.
Oh. Oh, they're gonna line up. Free weed?
Pull you over on your way home.
Right. But free weed? Bruh. They gonna line up. This weed probably laced. That was probably laced with something. First of all, so you gonna go get a coronavirus shot, go home, smoke some weed that affects your respiratory system anyway, and
Get
revert the shot?
Oh man.
Doesn't make sense, right?
No.
But you see how they get you?
That's good. That's wicked, man.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's stupid on our part. Let wicked be wicked, but don't be dumb enough to fall to it.
Yes.
The wicked is always gonna be there, right? But you don't gotta fall to the stupidity of wicked people.
Man.
Wicked people are idiots, right? But why is our people falling to that? Because it's easy. It's easy. Just dangle some weed in front of them. Dangle whatever will entrap them into thinking that America is the way. You know, me and Kazaki was talking last night just about, you know, he's trying to push this $2,000 a month stimulus package, right? Y'all heard about that? They're trying to give like every family $2,000 a month until the pandemic is over. And I'm like, sounds good. Shit, I'll take the money. You think I ain't gonna take that money? Hell yeah, I'm gonna take that money. Right? But why would they allow that to happen?
That's the way they entrap you.
But what are they, entrap you in what though? Like,
Well, think about it. It's the way they entrap you in everything. That's what the government does for you to rely on them. Now we got your food, we got you, and we got your money. We're giving you. You're not working anymore. Now you got to take this. Unless you're not going to eat, you're going to lose your house. You lose everything. That's why they trap you.
yeah. But what about the people that don't need it? How are they trapped? What about the people that don't need it? They working, they get money, they don't need $2,000. See, it's not about really so much entrapping a person as far as now you need me, but it is a trap. It's a setup to say, look at America flourish. When you pump $2,000 into every household in America, what's going to happen to the economy? Right? And what is going to be the distraction? You ain't gonna no longer see the pandemic, because what you wanna go see? I wanna go see the mall. I wanna go see my favorite destination. I got $2,000 to go blow. I wanna go see these restaurant menus.
Yep.
I wanna go see the car dealership. I wanna go house shopping. Like, you wanna see all the things that are meant to do what? Just like what we talked about earlier. You forget about the signs that are in front of you.
Yeah.
Wow.
See that?
Man.
You forget about, oh damn, there's a pandemic going on. Let me be still a little bit cautious. And cautious in the way of, let me stay on the good side of the Most High, right? But then you start to get lax. Come on, that $2,000 a month on top of, like, if you're working and what you get, man, that's like winning a lotto for some people. You don't know, won the lotto. Think about it. Who knows how long the pandemic is gonna go? So $2,000 a month on top of what a person's already making from their job. Because people is working. Let's not act like they're not.
Yep.
Right? So who couldn't use an extra $2,000 on top? What would that do for you? Come on.
You right?
Come on. $2,000?
Gets out the hole.
Huh?
Gets out the hole.
You get some people out the hole and then you be on top of the hole. After 2 months, some of us would be like, yippee. Bills is paid up, knocked off this credit card, got this, caught up on this, right? But then now, once you are no longer in a debt situation and you got a little extra, what you gonna do with it?
Start splurging.
Yeah, come on, we all be ghetto balling. We all be thug rich, right? $2,000 a month ain't, listen, $2,000 a month ain't like a light amount of money.
Con.
What's $2,000 a month times 12? It's $24,000 extra. That's some people's whole yearly salary.
That's right.
Con.
See what I'm saying? Some people live off of that and make it.
Yeah.
So imagine you having that on top. Man, come on, you wouldn't even know how to act. You'd be a whole different person. Man, you'd be a whole, you know how Israel do it. Come on, man. I need
Brand new.
You start upgrading everything.
Yes,
right?
got it.
You start the new phone every minute. The S21 came out. Now, you just got it yesterday, but now the S22 about to drop. You already got it set up. Like, yep, got that prepaid. Boom, ready to get that. Right? Come on, man. You trying to trade in cars every 2 weeks.
So then they're gonna start spending the money before the money comes in.
Yeah, you start having the money spent, and then that time when it don't come in, you start breathing heavy. You know what I mean? Breathing heavy, you have a heart attack right there before. Like, did he give you $2,000? Like, bruh, you know how Israel get when it comes to this
That's
money.
my money. I think yours. That's my money.
You start planning months in advance. But the point is, you forget about what's happening. Why would they do that? Why would they give everybody $2,000 knowing, first of all, America ain't got $2,000 to give nobody.
Flat broke.
Even the little whack 800 they gave, or what was it, 600 they gave, that ain't not that. That's not real money. That's not real money because they're gonna have to pay for that. Well, not me, not him, not none of y'all. Well, you'll have to pay for it.
Yep.
He'll have to pay for it. The little one back there definitely gotta pay for it. All them little toddlers, feel sorry for them. That debt has been carried down 3 generations from then on. So their kids, their grandkids gotta pay for that little 800 y'all got, 600 y'all got, stimulus check you got before, extra unemployment, food stamps. That falls on them. Why? Because there ain't no real money to back it up.
Right.
So how they gonna get $2,000 a month to every household, to millions of people? They gotta come up with some currency out of the air. They just gotta print the paper, right?
Yep.
Right.
Pump it back into the economy, inflate it up, and then hope for the best.
Crash.
Huh?
Then crash.
And then crash it, right? Look, like they do, right? They inflate it up, bubble it, and then let the bubble burst. And then people get broken, they gotta redo it again.
Reset button.
They gotta inflate it, crash it. So you gotta see the money ain't really there, who's paying for that? So what will be the purpose of doing that? What's the purpose of doing anything that they're doing? Well, it's for you to have the belief that America is great again. That America's economy is flourishing. That, oh, it's not that bad. See, look, we could make it through the pandemic. $2,000 is gonna save us. Right? $2,000 is gonna save us. You can't, listen, there was a time you couldn't even pay for a respirator.
Yep.
Because there were none. So what is $2,000 gonna do when there ain't no respirators? See my point? When there's no hospital beds, you're talking about hospital beds in Texas and Cali are at capacity. You can't pay somebody out of a bed. That $2,000 ain't gonna do nothing for you when you need it. Sis.
Just to add to that, if I can, priest, it'll kind of be like the GameStop situation. If you don't change the mind of the person, if you give them the money, then they know it's going to go back into the system.
Yeah.
But if all of us got together and put our money together and said we're going to get some land and put some agriculture on it,
Yeah.
that $2,000 will go away.
And that $2,000 would actually go to something.
They'll stop doing it.
Oh, they will stop. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll stop then.
Cause me, I'm sitting on that $2,000.
Yes. Absolutely.
I know how to save money now. I'll
God.
let that thing stack.
God.
Listen, I know how to ball on a budget. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me get that. Listen, I have a mattress full of dough. Right in the closet, money. That's me. I'll sit on it. I'll sit on it. Yeah, you gotta spend money. You gotta spend money, but no matter, you can't avoid pumping back into the economy because when you pay your rent, that builds the economy. When you pay your lights, when you buy gas, when you pay your car note, everything we do is gonna go back into the economy in somehow, some way. But I can avoid like the commerce of like running to the mall and just having 80 bags of shoes. You know how Judah does it when it's tax time.
Oh man.
They go to every shoe store. They got a bag. They got 2 bags of shoes from every shoe store. So you got Foot Action, Foot Locker, and Champs. They're all the same store.
Yep.
But you got a bag from each.
Dang, man.
4 bags from each. My bad. Nothing for the kids. You got 15 kids and not one of them bags is for them.
No kids for love?
No, hell no. They got you the money, but you ain't spending no money on that. Come on, man. You know how Israel get down. Not all Israelites, but Israel, for the most part, they ain't doing that. Or the only time you do shop for the kids is during taxes. They get one raggedy pair of shoes, you get nails done, hair did, drinks at the bar. You went and got a whole new vehicle. The kids get like one pair of old Nikes.
Old Nikes. From Payless?
Yeah, you take them to Payless? Just some champions? Like, come on, man. Well, you know, they don't need no good shoes because they be running through them. Well, they wouldn't run through them so fast if they don't just have more than one.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
You know, a little bit higher quality, but you know our people, man, the mentality. It's all mentality.
Yeah.
It's all, you change the mentality and the way we do things, the method, mentality. You change it and you get different results. Someone had to get with you.
The government mentality is they trying to keep up with these other countries that's already been doing this. They won't want to look bad.
Yeah, you got Canada that was hitting people. Listen, America could never equal up to a lot of these countries. You got maternity leave for women, right? What is it called for men? Huh?
Well, I think it's just is
Fraternity?
I know they're off like 6 months or something like that.
Like you go to Germany, they give you 6 months off. Some countries they give you money when you have kids. Like go to Saudi Arabia and have a kid. Well, not you, because y'all ain't Saudi Arabia. But go to like Saudi Arabia and some of these Middle Eastern countries and get married. They give you 10 grand, give you a house off the top, just getting married. You know what I'm saying? Germany, they give you leave if you're a man to be with your child a couple of weeks. Some places mandatory vacation, 6 weeks. You gotta take it. Germany, yeah, Germany's dope. Right? America ain't doing that. This is Egypt. Huh?
I say it's all those east countries.
Yeah.
Switzerland and Netherlands.
The Netherlands, yeah,
You
you
want to get their numbers back up.
Go to these countries and you think that America got it and they're doing all these, they've been doing these things for their people. That they're doing, like Canada, they've been doing they were like the first ones to give us stimulus or something like that.
$2,000 a month right now.
$2,000
Right now.
They're still doing that?
Yeah, my daughter she confronted me with it a couple days ago telling me that.
Whoa, let's move to Canada, y'all.
Wow.
Toronto is right by Rochester. With it.
Let's do it.
Literally like right across the Listen, I was in Rochester, you look right over, you see Canada, right there. Buffalo, actually Buffalo. You look right over, you're like, oh damn, Canada look, even from a distance, Canada looks nice, better than America. From a distance in the nighttime, you're like, damn, it's better over here. It's not. It's all the same. But my point is what they're doing for the people. They've been doing it in these other countries. America, like you said, is trying to catch up. But what's the reason? What's the reason? They're trying to make it seem like there's nothing going on. Distract you. Oh, we're gonna reopen, Cali, they reopened the bars in Cali. You go get your hair did now, you go get your little massage. Because it's not as bad as it's not as bad anymore. Only 137,000 people per day are coming up with the virus. So that's not that bad. Only 400,000 people, no, they said Biden's term, 4 years, 100,000 people will die from coronavirus. Wow.
It's low battery.
Oh, snap. Nothing? Yeah. Y'all see that? Read on.
Also, just to add.
No, you can't add.
It's like how we left Egypt. Just going back to the reading, how we left Egypt, we were the economy. Now, the economy crashing here, and things not being so savory, but them trying to pump money and print out money to make it seem like things are good. Think about what Egypt was doing, because there's something you can look up. It was called, I think it's called the Egyptian Watergate. The Egyptian Watergate, and it talks about what Egypt was going through after we left. Now, we left, their whole forces had diminished. Not only their economy has crashed, but their military has been greatly weakened because all of them were drowned in the Red Sea. So now they're completely open to all nations attacking them.
Wow.
but they're trying to put up a front to show like, oh no, we still good. Yeah, we good. They say they did something like around the borders of the country. They put out watchmen to let people to let everyone know if someone was starting to approach their country, so that they can send them away quickly without them actually going to Egypt and seeing what was going down. So it's like this is similar. Oh, we're gonna pump money. Look how good our citizens are. Look, he healthy us. Look at this guy.
You happy, right?
Happy. Oh, look, money. Yeah, money. Yeah, we're helping our citizens. Vaccine shots. We're strong over here. We're doing good. Everything is kosher here in America. But nah, America is weak. America has been weakened and is continuing to get weakened.
How has the hammer of the world been weakened?
Exactly. That's the same thing like what happened in Egypt. What's happening right now, what we're reading. The whole nation is distraught. The ones that's left over, it's like they don't know what to do. You gotta go read it. It's called the Egyptian Watergate. And it's the same thing that's happening right now. They're trying to figure out how they can still maintain the image of power, even though they don't have it. Not like they used to. You go back. Oh, you messed up?
The pride of thine heart has deceived thee.
Verse 4.
Con.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, and I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no.
Go ahead.
Verse 5. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And
Why? Why was it twice as much on the 6th day? Anybody?
The
Sis.
Sabbath would be against.
Con. For the Sabbath. Most High is taking care of us. You know, the fact that he didn't lead us to the way of where the Philistines were, the land of the Philistines. So we didn't see the war and be distraught because the Egyptians chasing after us and the war before us. The Most High has been strategically building our faith, but in these faith building moments, we weren't learning, we weren't growing from it. That's why eventually, I'm jumping, but eventually that's why, the whole generation had to get wiped out because wasn't nobody trying to pick up. I'm not gonna say 100% of the nation wasn't understanding or picking up, but the Most High judged us as a nation. We weren't getting it. We kept murmuring, we kept complaining. The Most High has been strategically working on building our faith, but we weren't accepting the lessons. Just like here, it says about the Sabbath. So on the 6th day, you get twice as much bread. You get twice as much. And this is before you even had need of it. It's not like he gave you average amounts and then said don't eat nothing on the Sabbath, like everyone has to fast on the Sabbath. He set it up beforehand, so hey, look, get twice as much, so you'll be good for the next day. So you don't have to do nothing.
Yeah, because if you were too concerned about gathering on the Sabbath day, where was going to be the time for you to gather with the people? If you're worried about gathering manna, how are you going to gather together?
That's true.
So he was already setting it up. Remember, the feast days weren't given yet, right?
Come.
That's not till Leviticus, where all the feast days were given and the setup and what we were supposed to be doing. But the Sabbath was already given, but he knew if I open up the door for them to have to go gather on the Sabbath, then when it comes time for them to gather together, they're not going to do it. The excuse is going to be, well, we got to gather on the Sabbath.
Right.
Food, not together, each other. You see that?
I have a question. So, during the time of the plagues, was it before the plagues happened where Pharaoh was increasing the workload on the Hebrews?
It was before.
Con.
When Moses came to them?
Kind.
Moses came, he said, you cause the people to
Yeah.
you cause the people to be idle. He asked them to go serve their God. You cause them to be idle.
Kind.
So then he hit them with the extra work, we gotta get their own brick.
Kind.
Right. Then the plague started coming.
So during the plagues, the Hebrews were probably not working because all the Egyptians were just getting smashed on.
Yeah, we wasn't going into Egypt. There was nothing to do. The whole place was getting ran through.
So now during this time, there's been probably a lot, because in Egypt it was a 10-day work week, right? So for a long time they were, for like what, the 80 years or something that they were in the captivity, they were not even had the thought of like, damn, it's Sabbath, yo, I wanted to take a rest. So
there was no Sabbath in Egypt.
So right here already, after being, after the Hebrews seeing the plagues, after the Passover of the people being killed, and then crossing the Red Sea, he's also reestablishing the Sabbath for the people.
Yeah, everything's being reestablished. The Sabbath, the holy days, the trust in him, faith, belief, everything's being reestablished through all these different instances, yeah.
So like y'all even mentioned too, like the Most High is considerate of all these things that are putting into play and into motion for themselves, what's going to be coming to pass when they get into the kingdom. So even at that, like, I'm gonna give you a rest. Like, you don't even have to gather. Y'all went through all this. Y'all had to experience the plagues on one end of the plague. You had to cross through the ocean, through the Red Sea. I'm gonna give you extra on this day so you gather, so you can actually sit down and rest. Yeah. Even after I gave you some water with 12 wells and palm trees.
Yep.
Con.
It's all about Most High was always looking out for us. Yep.
Con.
Yep. Where we at?
Verse 6.
What chapter?
16 and 6.
Okay.
And Moses and Aaron said unto the children of Israel, at even then ye shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. Verse 7. And in the morning, when then ye shall see the glory of the Lord, for that he heareth your murmurings against the Lord, and what are we, and that ye murmur against us. And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, in the morning bread to the full, for that the Lord heareth your murmuring, which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord.
Was that it?
No. Keep it. You go to 35.
And Moses spake unto Aaron, saying unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before the Lord, for he hath heard your murmuring.
Speak up a little bit louder.
And it came to pass that Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning.
Wait, so they ate what? Quails. This right here is telling you what manna is. What's a quail?
It's a bird.
It's a bird. It's a lawful bird. It's a little small.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little small little bird, man.
Yeah.
Real small.
Well, it's good.
Yeah, real small bird, right? Oh, like a Cornish hen?
Yeah, like a corn,
Yeah,
but a little smaller.
a little bit smaller. So if you burn him too crispy, ain't no meat. Right?
Like the drumsticks are like this big.
Yeah. My dad used to tell me about how they used to hunt doves. Yeah. Huh? They're lawful. We sacrifice doves, so we ain't gonna sacrifice nothing that's unlawful. Doves, pigeons, they're lawful. Pigeons and doves are the same thing. Different color.
Hyper them things.
But they used to hit them with the fire, slingshot. And they said they would roast them things, but by the time they didn't know how to cook, they were kids. So they didn't know what the hell they were doing, but they were firing up too much fire, and they burn up all the meat. So they had to kill, they said they had to kill like 30 doves just to eat it. I get it. No, doves are small. A dove or a pigeon.
God.
Quail, they're small.
They are.
That's why he said gather. Think about it. They had them gathering so much quail because by the time you roasted that thing under the fire, you pluck off the feathers, get all the little entrails out, roast that meat up. That thing is crispy, man. So, you know. Well, yeah, they used to get their little doves on. Gotta love them doves.
Yeah, the quail's good. There's a spot that my boy put me on. Shout out to Eric. Yeah, he put me on. they don't sell doves, but they sell quail. And that quail, man, it's like, because the meat is so small, it's like the seasoning gets all the way through the meat. Like, you know, like the chicken breast, like the center of the chicken breast might not be as flavorful as the outer part. Well, this is like all the way through, because that meat is so tiny, and you just want to get every little piece off.
So slide it off the bone really.
Some pieces do, but yeah, but like the legs are a little more crispier because
they're small.
Yeah.
So anyway, he said he's gonna give us quails.
Right.
He's gonna give us quails that will come up at the even. Go ahead. Verse 13.
13.
Yeah.
And in the morning, the dew lay around about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the
hoarfrost
on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, "It is manna," for they wist not what it was. And Moses said unto them, "This is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat."
Right, so check this out.
Wisdom of Solomon.
You got it?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16.
Well, what does it say?
16 and 20.
What does it say? Read it.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16 and 20. Instead whereof thou feddest thine own people with angels' food, and didst send them from heaven bread prepared without their labor, and able to content every man's delight, and agreeing to every taste.
Right, so the manna tasted like whatever you wanted it to taste like. You see that? Go to Numbers. Oh no. We're just gonna read down, but you can jump to it. Jump down to Exodus 60 to 31. Somebody read that.
Exodus chapter 16, verse 31. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey.
Right, so it said it was like coriander seed. You know what plant produces the coriander? It's a car loves it. Cilantro. Oh, yeah. So it said it was like coriander. It didn't say it was coriander, but it said it was like coriander seed. Alright, so coriander seed, if you look at it, they're round. Right? They're round little small small seeds, man. Round, brownish, different color brown tint, right? Different shades of brown, like Israel, right? Golden. But yeah, what they did was they took the seed and mashed it and made it into a cake. That's where you get your bread from. Whatever seed it was. It said it was like coriander. It didn't say it was coriander. Alright, but when you look at coriander, it's cilantro seeds. Yeah. Good to know, right? Jump back.
Verse 16.
Yes.
This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. Verse 18. And when they did meet it with
Homer?
Where you at?
Verse 18.
Okay.
And Omer, he that gathered much, had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating.
Right, so you weren't being covetous or greedy or too shy, like, oh, let me save some for everybody else. You gather what you need. Or let me get too much, let me get over what I need. No, you got what you need. It's as simple as that. Go ahead.
And Moses said, let no man leave it until the morning.
Right, you weren't supposed to try to, let me get the Tupperware, right, and let me, get some silver foil, wrap that up and try to store it.
Yeah.
You weren't supposed to do that either. Go ahead. Why not? Why weren't you supposed to store it for the next day? Why? Why not?
So I said not to.
Yeah, come on, right? He said not to, but what was he trying to work on with you?
Faith.
Right, your faith, what? Obedience, faith, obedience, right? Belief. I don't have to store up for the next day because I know when I go out it's going to be it. He said it would be, right? He said just gather a double for the 6th day. So that was the only day I had to gather a double, but if I tried to store it, then it would show that I had lack of faith and obedience in the Most High. Simple things, right? Go ahead.
Not with.
He needs a bigger Bible. I'm going to say it again. He's straining his eyes. He's this close to the book. So he needs to get a bigger Bible. You got to get a chance, get him something that he can see. You can see? Can you see the words?
You go a pair of magnifying glasses.
Let him get a bigger one. Right that's King James.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Are you sure? I could miss.
Yeah, because he's young. You got to protect them eyelids,
Come.
that eyesight. He's straining his eyes with them little words. You get my
And
age.
he's standing right here, bring it close to you.
Yeah. This one got big print. He just needs bigger print. That's a tiny, tiny print. You can remember this one? Yeah, protect your eyes, man. Trust me.
Come.
You don't need them. Right? You want to be able to see far off. Right? You want to be able to read things in front of you. Like his shirt.
I can read
No.
that.
Go ahead, read on.
Notwithstanding. What?
No, go ahead.
What is it?
Not with what?
Notwithstanding.
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 Uh-huh.
They hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left it until the morning,
Right.
and it bred worms and stank, and Moses was wroth with them.
Right, so imagine how many times this had to happen before they got it. That probably happened through the whole camp. Like, man, let me just save a little bit. It's so good, man. I cooked this one real good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let me store this up under the tent till tomorrow. Came back and said it bred worms instantly, and it stank. So you knew. So guess what? Why did they do it? So it knew who was unfaithless.
Yeah.
It knew it. That stench, like, what the hell's that smell? It smells like lack of faith.
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell is that? Yeah, it looks like death. Right? It says the unfaithful would die in his unfaithfulness, man. But that it gave off a sign of who was unfaithful. And you smell like lack of faith. Okay. Dishonest.
Go, man.
Dishonest.
Disloyal. Dishonest, right? You go out there like, damn, you stank. Right?
He probably was saying, he just give him a look, he was like, just give him a look.
Why y'all
Alright,
not up in there, man?
Look, I'm not even gonna let you confess. Just go get it and throw it away, okay?
Good, man.
Go cleanse yourself.
Go cleanse yourself.
Yeah, so it was done like that so people could know, like, oh snap, this dude, he didn't believe. He didn't believe. What's that smell? Oh, that's. So think about how long it was stinking. Day after day, you had cats that saw the other person's stuff rot away, but like thought, like, nah, that ain't gonna happen to me.
Right.
That's why we preserve it.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it tighter.
Right.
Right? I'm gonna double wrap it. I'm gonna put a double face mask on it.
Oh, that's cold, man.
I'm a double face mask.
Oh, y'all need to
Size
stop, boy.
blades. Go ahead.
God.
Okay, all you gotta do is just listen. All you gotta do is just be obedient. And you wouldn't be put on the spot. Go ahead.
And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating, and when the sun waxed hot, it melted.
Right. See that? Go ahead.
And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, This is that which the Lord has said, tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake today,
And see.
that ye will see, and that which remaineth overlay up for you to be kept until the morning.
You seed this to boil. Okay. Right. You seed something that needs to boil. So they were boiling the meat. However they want to cook that meat. Those quail. You probably would boil it because it would preserve. You would get maximum yield from the meat. But if you hit that with the fire, oh, that thing shrink up real quick. So they probably did that to get maximum yield. Go ahead.
And they laid it up till the morning, as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, Eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto the Lord. Today ye shall not find it in the field.
Right, so it didn't say that you weren't supposed to eat. So this right here is showing that you could eat on the Sabbath day. If you wanted to, they had double. They just weren't going to be able to go out and gather it on the Sabbath day and then cook anything on the Sabbath day. Because you weren't supposed to be doing that on the Sabbath. You were supposed to gather with the people, cook together with the people. He was trying to destroy also the individual mind state that our people love to keep. The individual mind. That I'm going to do something that you're not doing. Read on.
Go on.
6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for the gather, and they found none. And the Lord said unto Moses, How long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws? See, for that the Lord hath given you the Sabbath, therefore he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out
of his place on the seventh day. So the people rested on the seventh day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna, and it was like coriander, seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey.
Right, so imagine you bake up these cakes and it tastes like a wafer. Nice, light and fluffy. A wafer is like, like vanilla wafers.
Yeah.
That's so good, man.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice and wafery, but with honey. A nice little just sweetness.
Kind
Man. Ooh. It's almost like, what is it? What is it that Issachar makes and they put the honey on it? It's,
Sopapilla.
Sopapilla. You never had that?
No.
They are awesome.
Oh my God.
Awesome.
Yeah, the best ones I had, I was in New Mexico.
I don't got no friends.
Those
So I don't got no friends.
Nah, we ain't brought you none? Or even to a place where they make them?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, sopapillas. It's, you know, nice, you put honey on them. Yeah, nice little, it's like a flour, right?
Yeah.
Baked. Yeah. Does it have leaven? Does it rise?
Yeah, it rises up like a little ball.
Yeah, it does rise.
Then you put the honey on top of it. And then,
Yeah.
Speaking to my
A little bit of that with some quail. Come on, you know we like to eat. You know, most I laced us, man.
yeah, we're eating good.
Yeah, this was better than, I mean, first of all, this was better than eating unlawful food and whatever they were trying to feed us in Egypt.
Flesh pots.
Leeks and honey? Leeks and onions, I mean, like, that ain't nothing. Leeks, because they loved the onions in Egypt. That was their thing. They ate a lot of onion because they knew about the properties of it, like killing disease and antifungal and bacterial, so they ate a lot of onions. But who knows what the flesh pots consisted of? Whatever flesh they wanted to give you.
That's true.
So even something so basic of a diet, what was it doing?
Still harming you.
No, I'm talking about now. This was like a cleanse.
Yeah.
It's like a reset button. Let me get all that filth out of you.
Right.
I ain't gonna starve you, right? I ain't gonna put you on a juice fast. Right? I ain't gonna put you on a 21-day juice fast, but I am gonna
I think it should be a quail fast.
but I am gonna give you something to sustain you, but also to help clean you up from, you know, think about it. We always talk about it. You take something away, you have to put something in its place. Right? So I'm gonna take away all the filthy meat, all the filthy breads and all that stuff. I'm gonna give you meat, I'm gonna give you bread. It's basic, it's clean, right? Get you cleaned up.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Wow, man.
21-day juice fast. Speaking of, who's down for that? Who's trying to do a 21-day juice fast? Okay.
We gotta buy a squeezer. Those the ones that y'all got.
RU juice. Yeah, RU juice. That's what we want to do. Start on the first. Get it in now. It's the Whataburger.
In now.
Get you in and out.
Don't say it's Whataburger.
Pizza.
Churches.
Church of chicken.
Popeyes,
But get whatever you gotta get to appease your soul. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough 21 days for some more than others.
The heaters.
I ain't gonna front, like that's gonna be a rough 21 days. But tomorrow's the first. Whoa. Hold on, it gotta be a Sunday. Today's the 30th, right?
Hold up.
Nah. No, I have tomorrow. Pray. Beg the Most High to have mercy. And have a beer. Yeah, so that's the plan. We'll announce it. But anybody online that wants to join us?
We'll say tomorrow.
Yeah, bro, you do all types of fake business in your Get ready.
Well, you like technically,
We don't start until sundown.
Sunday, that's the, so as soon as the Sabbath is over, y'all starting.
Oh boy, that's cold.
Nah, he put a fear in me. I wasn't ready. Still ain't ready. Anyway, we gotta do it. You gotta take care of your health. Remember, we talk about the things that make you uncomfortable. Sometimes you gotta just hop into, you just gotta hop into it. 21 days is the goal. If you don't make the 21 days, it's fine, but try to do something.
Come, man.
Something to, you know, we should strive for the time. If we don't make it, we don't make it. But strive for something. Set something. You know, not everybody's gonna be able to do that. Not everybody can do that.
I did it before. I did a whole month.
Yeah,
I lost 36 pounds.
Yeah, you'll get right.
Oh,
That's a body reset.
Yeah, she'll tell you. I did it, bro.
It's a body reset.
Yeah.
So you'll reset your organs. You'll reset your eating habits also. You'll reset what you crave. And you know, while you're doing the fat, you know, you do a juice fast, you do a colon cleanse, kidney cleanse. You can cleanse out your system because it'll do it. The juice will do it. But you want to do green juices. So that's the plan.
Right. There you go.
That's the plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody heavy, I'm telling you, you won't be heavy after that.
No, you'll lose weight. You'll cut a lot of weight.
You won't be.
Because a lot of the weight you have is just backed up. All the food that you ate a year ago that's in you.
Waste.
A lot of waste. So, yeah. So the Most High was trying to give them a little bit of a reset. We're going to do the same thing. Where we at?
And Moses said, "This is the thing which the Lord commanded. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they..."
The screen is frozen.
They may see the bread.
Con-
What?
Oh, it just started moving again.
Oh, next page.
Freeze on mine.
Next page.
Oh,
That's Apple.
These are just like little side notes.
You can't send an Apple to do an Android's job.
Bad precepts too.
That's the problem.
Bad precepts too.
Yeah.
that they may
It's
see
rolling,
the
man.
bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt.
That's it on that. Oh no, you go 35.
And Moses said unto Aaron, "Take a pot and put it on an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up of manna there before the Lord to be kept for your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to the land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan."
So we ate manna for 40 years when we weren't supposed to. We didn't have to. It wasn't meant for us to be in the wilderness 40 years. We brought that on ourselves. That's cold.
wow.
After a while, yeah, that gets boring. Imagine eating pizza for 40 years.
Oh,
That's cold.
Straight, every day.
you'll throw
Pizza,
up.
but not for 40 years.
Huh?
Eat pizza, but not for 40 years.
Yeah, I got a couple of days in me, but after,
You'll start going mad.
I got a couple days. I'll be tired of it.
after like 4 days of like straight pizza, yeah, maybe even 2.
Yeah.
40 years?
Yeah, that's a lot.
We pull it on ourselves, man.
That's a lot.
Yeah. No, he's on
Shama Allah. Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashuala.
Shama Allah, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashala, Mid Israel, Amen. Barak.
Yahweh Shama Sabbath Thumb.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Rakatah.
Young student.
No way.
Shalom, Israel. This is Exodus chapter 17, verse 1. All of the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of sin. Their journeys according to the commandment of the Lord and pitched in Rephidim. And there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moses and said, give us water that we may drink. Moses said unto them, why chide ye with me? Wherefore do ye tempt the Lord? And the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moses and said, wherefore is this that thou hast brought us up out of Egypt to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst?
So here goes another situation, same situation, just down the line, and how do we react? The same ignorant way. So what is it showing you? That, you know, you want a different result, you gotta do things different. You had your hand up. Yeah.
So this is gonna happen. This is likely to happen in the second Exodus, correct? When America starts burning.
The rebels will be cast out. So I don't want to say what's going to happen in the second Exodus, because who knows how long we're going to be there. In the way, not wilderness, it don't say.
Yeah.
They don't say how long we're going to be there. So, but the rebels will be cast out.
They're gonna be like, oh man, I miss America.
You're going to be
Oh
saying
man,
something.
I want to go back to America. We have full flesh pots and.
I have my 401k, I have my stimulus check, I have my coronavirus shot. You got me out here in the wilderness with no shots. You know what I'm saying? My tetanus shot, my TB shot. You got me out here just with no mask on. How what are you doing?
No, that's great.
Right, I gotta go off.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, some men trust in church, some people trust in coronavirus shots. Look at Hank Aaron, he trusted in the shot, died a week later. Sure did. And they said he didn't die, like all of a sudden, no celebrity is dying from COVID. But everybody else is dying with all, like, Cicely Johnson? Tyson, I mean, she passed. What's the dude? He farted doing an interview with somebody. What's his name?
Larry King.
Larry King.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did that.
Yeah, he died.
Larry King died?
Yeah. He died like a couple of days ago. He died.
Oh, damn.
So it wasn't COVID that got him.
That's what they said.
Aaron, it wasn't COVID that got him. But COVID is killing everybody else though. You got a broke leg and you died, COVID. Right? But everybody, so all of a sudden now, COVID ain't killing you. Crazy, right? Like all before, remember the time when everybody went into the hospital and they put everything as a COVID death? They died of an underlying condition. It was a COVID death.
Right.
Now all of a sudden, like, no, it wasn't COVID that got them, but they got their shots.
Yep.
They good. They good. You see that? So it's a manipulation of what they want to give you. But yeah, you're gonna have people that are gonna be in the wilderness talking about, let me go back to America because you know I had a 401k.
Wow.
So they can go mow my lawn. But I need to go feed the dog, whatever they can come up with. It ain't gonna be there. Yeah.
People do it now with the truth.
Oh, my wife, she's there. Well, keep the wife there. I'll get a new one. Kids, y'all wanna come? Hey, get left.
Here's what that is.
Read on.
Yes, sir.
I would say,
Okay,
people do it in the truth. Like a brother will, or a sister that starts to get severed from the world, and then now it's like, I'm living this metered lifestyle now. I'm not out like I used to be. I miss that. Or I don't have the same type of money that I used to have. I miss that. Or I had to downgrade. I had a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom house, and I had to go to a 2-bedroom apartment. Oh, I had a nice whip, Now I had to go buy a cash card because I couldn't make the payments on that whip. That's like, but again, even in these situations, the Most High brings everything back.
Yep.
It's like, will you trust me? Will you have faith in me? Will you, okay, will you be patient like the scriptures say when thou art brought to a low estate? Will you be patient and chill right here and know that I got you? I got things set up for you, but there's things that you need to learn at this level so that you can better maintain it at the next level. And think, even here in the scriptures, how many, does it say that the children of Israel came together in one consent and prayed to the Lord? Did we miss that verse? Did we skip that one, or it's not there?
Right.
It said they chid against Moses. It didn't say they prayed to the Most High and asked the Most High for help. They said they talked smack against Moses. So you got, again, we keep hitting back on the mindset, but it's still going on today. The same mindset is still going through our people today, and that's in and out the truth, in and out. People will miss and go back, and man, they gotta be doing this. I ain't talking about no brother in here, but man, I gotta be with brothers every single day. Man, why there's so many? Why is 7 days a week? I mean, can I get like 2 days off? Like even Esau give you 2 days off a week. Man, why? I gotta go out of town? What about my family? What about my kids, my wife? Oh man, why I gotta wear what you tell me to wear? How come I can't wear the shirt that I want to wear today? It's like whatever the structure is, they're like, it wasn't like that where I grew up, or it wasn't like that in my former life. They reminisce and think back, and who are they blaming it on? They're blaming it on the men and women that they see before them, just like you're in the same situation. They're not trying to talk to the Most High and say, hey, can we improve? Can my situation be improved? They want to say everything is so bad and it's the way it is because of him, her, Moses, Aaron, Miriam, them. So again, the history is here for us so that we can not repeat history. So we can look at it, examine the mindset from an outside perspective, right? Because when you're going through your own perspective, when you're going through your own trials and your own situation, what's happening within your own head, you don't see it quite the same. So you're looking at people that go through this, that were going through the same thought process that each and every one of us has been through in this room and online, but you look at it here like, oh, they're off. That's like, but no, you had the same type of thoughts before. You thought in a similar manner. However, some more extreme than others, but you know you've had these similar type of thoughts. Now, you want to blame or put the blame on somebody. For kids, it's because my mama, my daddy, they did that. They made me do this. I didn't want to do that, but they made me do it. Well, who put the spirit on them to put you in order? The Most High. So it's never, or a husband-wife situation. My husband is so demanding. My husband is always trying to check me, keep me in order. He always, where you at? What you been doing? He always want me to text him and give a report. Why he wants this? It's like, well, who put the spirit on him to want to make sure that you're more on point? Is it wickedness to be on point? Lie. There's nothing wicked about being on point. But who put the spirit on him? The Most High put the spirit on him. It's not the men and women that we see before us that's addressing us. It's the Most High. That's why the scripture says, the Most High speak once, yea, twice, but who perceiveth not. When it's coming from the mouth of a man or a woman, it's the soft touch. Hey, brother. Hey, you gotta get your life together. Hey, brother. Pull your pants up. Hey, brother. Have faith. Hey, brother. Be consistent. It's a soft touch when it's coming from man. Even if the man is coming on a harder tone, it's still soft when it's coming from a man or woman. versus coming from the Most High, because the Most High, his soft touch is a lot heavier than our heavy hand. So it's the same situation. It's not like plenty of scriptures. It keeps saying it over and over throughout this Exodus. They're murmuring against Moses and Aaron, but they're really murmuring against the Most High. Whenever you're murmuring, complaining about your situation, are you really complaining? Is it really the job? Is it really the priest? Is it really the house? Is it really the manager? Or is it the Most High trying to show you something? He's always trying to show you something. Just like what I was saying earlier, the back and forth between one brother to another is something showing him, and it's something showing me. But the Most High is in the middle of it. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to bring up about this situation, because we really have to continue to examine ourselves when we're looking back in the past at these individuals, because this is us. This is us.
Absolutely.
So just keep that in mind as we continue to go on, because I love this Exodus. It's my joint. It's been my joint.
Go to Exodus 29. Read that.
Exodus chapter 16, verse 29.
Right. Go ahead.
See, for that the Lord hath given you the Sabbath.
Right.
Therefore,
So, because the brother asked for me to explain it, to edify it. So remember, the Sabbath was given when?
in Genesis,
Right.
in the
The
creation.
Sabbath was given during the creation. Okay? So it was always a day given to man for rest. Okay? Go ahead.
Therefore, he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days.
Right, so in order for you to fulfill that rest, I'm going to give you double the bread on Thursday? Yeah. Right. Friday. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking straight. Friday, so you got
For
the Sabbath. Right. Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday.
the 6th day for the 7th day.
Right. I'm gonna give you double the 6 for the 7. What's that?
Because they go out in the morning, right?
Morning and right at the eve.
Yeah, because it says when the night falls, like to eat before night falls.
Gather. To gather or to eat? What are you talking
Or
about?
like to consume it, or it says
Oh, before it would rot.
yeah, before it
Right.
It says let no man leave it in verse 19. It says let no man leave of it till the morning.
Right. Yeah, you weren't supposed to store it up overnight until the morning sunrise. Right. But the point was about the gathering. You didn't go out on the Sabbath day to gather. It was already supposed to be gathered and cooked. Go ahead. Now remember, the Sabbath day was a day of rest. Go ahead.
Abide ye every man in his place.
Right, so it says abide ye every man in his place, because that's what he wanted us to do at that time. Was to, you just chill in your place, right? Chill in your dwellings. When we get now to Leviticus 23, go to Leviticus 23 and verse 1.
Leviticus chapter 23, verse 1.
Go ahead.
And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying,
Right.
Speak unto the children of Yasharallah,
Right.
and say unto them concerning the feasts of the Most High,
Right.
which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations.
Right, so now this is when the feast is proclaimed as a holy convocation. This is when he's now telling them this is a holy convocation. From Leviticus 23 on, proclaim to them, let them know that this is the holy convocation. You see that? So, told them to stay in their dwellings and rest, but now I want y'all to gather. Letting you know you're supposed to gather. You see that? So, you gather double on the 6th day for the 6th and the 7th day. Because you're supposed to rest. The Sabbath is a holy gathering. Again, if I'm gathering with you, then I'm not out trying to gather for my own self, my own pockets, my own money. Alright? So, I mean, hopefully that makes sense. didn't they eat less meat then? I'm sure we had a more balanced diet then. I don't know if we ate, I mean, listen, were we eating 25-ounce pieces of lamb? Probably not. But then we might have been. We were bigger people back then. So who knows? But the consumption that we do now, I mean, come on, back then we were fasting. We were fasting not just on Day of Atonement, like, oh, we just fasted Day of Atonement. We had a practice of fasting, afflicting our spirit, so we just ate less as a whole. The scriptures tell you a man that's well nourished. So a man that's tells you a man that's nourished means I'll find it.
Priest.
What's that?
When Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, when they went to be taught, they basically were eating vegetables at that time and
Yeah.
drinking water. So they
Absolutely
weren't
right.
consuming meat a lot.
Absolutely right. They got off the meat, right? They didn't want to eat from the king's table, so they ate vegetables, and they said that they were in better health than the ones that were eating all the meat, all that stuff. So, I mean, listen, were we eating less meat? Well, go look at how much. Go look at how much Solomon was slaughtering per day. He was in the 20s and 30s per day. Animals, lambs, and oxen slaughtered per day. So they was eating meat daily. It wasn't that we ate less meat, we just ate cleaner meat. You see that? We ate better, higher quality of meat. So I wouldn't say, oh, we ate less meat back then. Because I even used to think that, like, oh, we ate less meat back then. Nah. That Solomon was slaughtering animals daily. They was eating meat every day. It's just the quality of animal. The quality of meat. You weren't getting the meat. You know when they show you on TV, they bust that big boil in the back of the cow? And it pushes out green stuff?
Wow.
But that's after they already slaughtered it, cut it up, and put it in the butcher shop, and it's still pussing out green cancer. Yeah, we weren't eating that. No, we weren't doing that. We weren't eating that. We were eating high grade, high quality, good meat because the animals were being fed properly, right? They were eating good, high quality diet. In turn, we had a high quality animal. You see that? So, yeah, I don't want to say we were eating less. We knew how to eat in moderation. We had a balance. But if you read, think about it. Every time something was going on, it was like, go slaughter this lamb, right? But when it said the Lord appeared to Abraham, what's the first thing he did? Told Sarah, go dress a kid and bake some cakes. We ate meat. We ate it, we drank. It just wasn't, think about it. We didn't eat a bunch of meat and then back that up with a bunch of processed cakes. Like Debbie snacks, little Debbie's, right? Zebra cakes and a bunch of sugar and candy. So when you did eat your meat, you did drink your little wine, you did eat your bread. Now, you know, maybe a little lentils here and there. We had our lentils, right? We had lentil stews and vegetables. You weren't hitting that down with a bunch of processed food. So the effects, think about it. You ever, whoever ate like, when was the last time somebody ate like some, Kraft mac and cheese? Right? Right?
That's my thing.
Now, how do you feel when you eat Kraft mac and cheese?
Sluggish.
Yeah.
Right. That processed cheese and all that stuff is trying to churn through your system. And your stomach is just doing this. It's folding on each other, trying to digest. And it ain't going nowhere. Has anybody ever seen when they put the camera down the person's stomach that ate the ramen noodles?
None.
And their stomach just, your stomach is contracting, trying to push down. The ramen noodles just sat there. And their stomach was just doing this for hours.
Gosh. Wow,
Hours.
man.
For hours. You're supposed to it takes you 4 hours to digest. 4 hours for you to eat, and then food is supposed to pass through your system in 4 hours, and you're really supposed to let it out in 4 hours. So that shows you how backed up your system is if you ain't eating and pooping in 4 hours. Right?
It's true.
Hours it took for this ramen noodle to get processed. Because it's processed food. We weren't eating processed food back in these days. It was a high level diet. I mean, Listen, you can't slaughter animals. You can't wrestle bears and lions and slay giants and have a garbage diet. I'm just saying, like, we were in the flesh, so you have to take care of it. So we ate, what's the one that says, well-nourished man needeth little? It's in Ecclesiastes. It's, right? So, who had their hand up? Yeah.
In Ecclesiastes 31.
Did you find one I want?
I'm trying to find that one, but
Oh, go ahead.
Scriptures for the Hebrew Israelites talks about how we are not to be unsatiable with our food. How we should not be niggards at the table and stuff like that.
Unsatiable meaning unsatisfied. You can't be satisfied, yeah.
Okay.
But it does tell you to eat your fill.
Okay.
So my fill might be different than his fill,
Okay.
right? I might be able to eat one, I'll give you a for instance. When I used to go to In-N-Out Burger, I go to In-N-Out Burger and get 2 double doubles and some fries. Now, I'm a one burger guy from In-N-Out.
Yeah.
I'm one burger, fries, I'm comfortable. If I get 2, I'm pushing the limit. I'm pushing to the point of now, do I fall asleep behind the wheel driving home? Or do I sit here for 2 hours and let this food digest and get my wits back? Where are you at? 31 and what?
20 and 21.
Start at 19. That's the one I want.
Okay. Ecclesiasticus chapter 31 verse 19.
Go ahead.
A very little
Right?
is sufficient for a man well nurtured.
Right, so if you're nurtured, if you're nourished, then you don't need to consume a 40-ounce steak. 15 ounces of meat. When you're nurtured, when you're nourished, you don't have to consume as much as a person that's not. Think about it. Go eat fast food, and then what happens 2 hours later?
Go to sleep.
No, you're hungry. You're hungry again. You done knocked right behind that. You hit the
Patty milk?
patty melt. Right? I ain't never did that. Right? And you get a milkshake, and then 3 hours later you're hungry. There's no way you could be hungry after all that food.
That's true.
Because it's not real nourishment. But I'll give you something real simple that you eat, and you'll be wanting to be hungry. Go make you some oats, like some steel cut oats or something. Throw some, like while it's cooking, throw some apples, some cinnamon, a little bit of like a teaspoon of brown sugar. Make a pot of that and eat that. Make some eggs on the side, and you'll be good for 6 hours. I've tried it. Them oats, bruh, them oats stick to you. They keep you, they sustain you longer than the empty calories. So we weren't eating empty calories in these times. Did we have to eat a bunch of meat? No. We weren't eating empty calories either. Where it was just, the processed food, that's all empty. It's all empty calories, meaning your body takes it, it burns it like rocket fuel, like this. Boom, and then you need more calories. You burn it, boom, process it, gone, boom. And you gotta keep doing that to stay full. But then while you're doing that, you're accumulating fat. That's why you gain a lot of weight eating the fast food. You gotta watch, y'all ever watch the documentary Super Size Me?
God.
Where old dude sat there and ate McDonald's for how long? 30 days?
30
days straight?
days.
Every meal. Huh?
Almost killed himself.
He almost died. Yeah, he literally almost died. But every meal, what he would do is, this is why McDonald's stopped doing it. He would supersize his drink and his fries. They don't do that no more. But this dude almost died. He'd get the huge drink, the bucket of fries, whatever burger, breakfast, lunch, dinner. 30 days straight. Listen, it said it took him almost a year to get the weight off. Yeah, because his gut, he was a dude, he was in shape. He was in shape. He was slim, he was muscular. He started eating that, and didn't work out. His gut came out to here, and it took him months. 30 days in, it took him months to reverse. Empty calories.
You ever like made hamburger with ground meat, and you know how after you finish you gotta run your hands in the hot water to get that filmy stuff
To get the
off?
oil off. Yeah, the fat.
I started using bison,
Not enough fat.
and after you do that, you don't even feel like you need to wash your hands.
Yeah, because the fat content in bison is a leaner meat. That's why they tell you when you're making your burger to not get all that fat on you, you got to make your burgers real quick. bam, because your hands start to melt the oil from the fat, and that's what's on your fingers. I know exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, bison, venison burgers, they're a lot leaner, so that fat content is not so high. It's like, I think bison is like 90, 10.
They're good. They're good burgers.
Bison is beautiful.
Mhm.
So,
Very good.
beautiful meat.
You feel different after you eat
Yeah,
it too. You
you
don't
do.
feel all
Grind
weighted
way
down.
down. Can you think about it? You ever see what happens to oil? You ever took like animal fat, any type of fat, and put it in a container and let it congeal up? It starts to get it hardens.
Yeah, yeah.
Lard,
Oh, come. Turns
lard.
white.
It turns white.
Mhm.
But think about your body trying to process, like when you just take lard and scoop it into your mouth, it'll melt down and go, but once it gets in here, what is it doing? It's blocking everything up. So your body has to pump so much blood to your gut to digest. That's why you feel tired. You lose blood from here, from your extremities, and it goes to your stomach. And your stomach has to do all the work, and all the blood is going there, and you get the itis, right? That's what they named it. The itis, the niggeritis, because only black people get tired when they eat. So. Only black folks get tired when they eat. Well, because we ain't eating salads like we need to.
Israelites. Only Israelites.
Right, only Israelites. We ain't eating salad, we ain't eating grains, we're not eating the things that, we're not juicing enough. That's why, like, this 21-day juice fast, what that's meant to do is stop your body from having to break down food. Give your organs a rest, you just get nutrients right to the bloodstream. So there's nothing to break down. You know what I'm saying? So you give your body a rest. And you gotta do that from time to time. Think about just breaking things down all the time. You're always chewing, your organs are always working. The pancreas, it's the most used organ. It's the most used organ in your body. It's working even when you don't eat. The pancreas is always producing, what is it? It regulates your sugar, right?
Come.
Insulin. But it's always doing that even when you're not eating it because it works during the digestive process. So imagine giving your pancreas a break. That's how you prevent diabetes. What is it? There's two. There's sugar deficiency and too much sugar. So what is it? Hypoglycemic?
And hypo, yeah.
And what's the other one?
Hyperglycemic and hyper and hyper.
Oh, hyperglycemic, hypoglycemic. Okay, right. Opposite of each other. But it's all about the pancreas. That controls whether or not you want to have diabetes. You get him in check. Get the one with cranberries. Yeah, I need something for my pancreas right now. Feeling faint. But yeah, you give your organs a time to rest, to recharge, to rejuvenate. I mean, think about it. I got this from a video he sent me. You don't fix a car and drive it while you're fixing it. You don't work on your car while you're fixing it. You give the car a chance to sit.
That's right.
You work on it, and then you take it back and work. That's how your body works. So, yeah, did we eat more meat? I beg to differ. Did we eat meat daily? We just didn't eat the type of meat, and we probably didn't have to eat the huge quantities that only in America. Only in America. The American diet is the worst diet on the planet. The worst diet on the planet. When you go to these other countries, they're not. And you know what's crazy? In every different part of America, they have something like, we know the South. Oh my God. What are y'all doing down here? It's bad. The South is known for like deep fried everything, fried foods. South is all. You said what?
Still on the slave diet.
Still on the slave diet. Yeah, everything gotta be smothered in gravy and chitlins and all that stuff. You go to other places like, you go to New York. You got pizza and hot dogs. No good for you. You go to California. What they on? Hamburgers. That's what they all. Hamburger spots. So no matter where you go, the Midwest, what they on? Barbecue, right? Kansas. Barbecue and brisket and all that stuff, pork barbecue. So no matter where you go, there's something that's not good. In America, their diet is terrible. But it shows in the people. It shows in the thinking. It shows in the way we move. It shows in why, the gym is always packed. New Year's, and then it's empty in December. Everybody got to get that fat off of them for the year. I got my beach body, I got my revenge body. Revenge bod. She broke up with me. Yeah. I gotta get the 6-pack. They don't do that. Like in other countries, think about it. In France, I always thought it was weird. Like, why are they always drinking wine out there? Hey, a glass of wine with a meal, that's actually good for you.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Helps the digestive.
That's good for the heart.
It's good for the heart. You get relaxed, you know? A little glass of wine. They're not smashing the whole bottle of wine.
We're having the Olivia Pope.
The Olivia Pope glass, yeah, like the biggest glass of, no, they got a nice moderate size glass of wine, right? Boom, bam, with their meal. That's that. But if you look at their body structure, if you look at their weight compared to America, China, all these countries, they live longer because they eat different.
The body mass.
Yeah. Go ahead, read on.
And he fetches not his wind short upon his bed.
Read verse 20 to the top.
Verse 20 or verse 19?
Oh, yeah, no, you read it. You read it. Verse 19, now read verse 20. Yeah, he fetcheth not his wind short upon his bed. You in the bed wheezy. Sleep apnea. That comes from bad eating.
Yes, sir.
Sleep apnea, where you almost dying in your sleep. But that's from bad eating. You can't breathe. Your damn lungs collapse in the sleep. No good. You can't sleep good. You can't sleep well because you know when you sleep, your body is supposed to shut down completely. Your mind never shuts down. You get dreams and all that stuff, but your body and organs are supposed to be on a fast. That's why when you eat food in the morning, they call it break fast. You're fasting. But they're supposed to shut down. But imagine when you eat and your body is still processing while you sleep. Now that's why you wake up groggy. Oh my God, I felt like I slept for 12 hours and I felt like I didn't do nothing. Well, it's because you ate a double meat right before you lay down. Like you fell asleep with the grease right here in your beard. Like, come on. You can't, like, you're not supposed to eat them type of foods and then sleep. You're supposed to really eat 4 or 5 hours before you sleep. Give your body time to digest and then sleep so that way you can get sound sleep. I've tried it. I've done a lot of different. I test on myself, so I know how it feels to eat a burger and then fall asleep. That next morning, whoa. It's the hardest thing to wake up, and I feel like trash. I know what it is to drink and go to sleep. I feel like trash. I know what it is to not eat and go to sleep. Kind of feel like trash a little bit because you be having them hunger pains. But I know how it is to eat a nice, solid, healthy meal. A little bit of a salad, some grains, some quinoa, a couple of hours before you go to bed and then go to sleep. That sleep is immaculate. That sleep is some good sleep because your body is resting. Go ahead.
Verse 20. Sound sleep cometh of moderate eating.
Right.
He riseth early, and his wits are with him.
Yeah, imagine why you think we can't rise up early. You can't rise with the sun. You got to hit 18 alarms in a row just to wake up. Adding more alarms don't help you sleep or don't help you get more rest. It actually does the opposite. I don't know what y'all think. Go look it up. Falling asleep for 5 minutes just to wake up from the alarm is worse than you just getting up the first time.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's true.
Because now you make yourself more groggy in that sleep. I've tested that. Like I said, I test myself on certain things. There was a time I never needed an alarm to wake up.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah, that's when you're young, you vibrant, your circadian rhythm is just moving. And then after a while, you know, you start having kids, you start eating bad, drinking, getting lazy. You start needing that alarm clock. Then when it gets real bad, you got the alarm for the alarm, right? You hit the snooze button, you got 3 alarms set, snooze on each one, 5 minutes. Come on, man. You're waking up out of a deep sleep and then falling asleep for 5 more minutes.
Ain't gonna do nothing.
That don't do nothing for you but make you more groggy.
Yep.
And it makes your day the worst day ever. So you might as well, when you hear it, just pop up.
Yep.
Or what I do sometimes, sometimes I'll just lay there and just get my mind right.
Yeah, it gotta be a thought.
Gather my thoughts, okay. Most High didn't take me. So I'm here on this whack ass earth. Let me do what I gotta do. I'm here, suck it up, son. Right? I'm here, suck it up. Suck it up. You didn't take it, so suck it up. You gotta do your mission. Oh, it's a Sabbath, wake up. You know, water when you wake up. 30 ounces as soon as you wake up will get you moving. You get you moving and your bowels moving too. As soon as you wake up, 2 water bottles full of water. That's all you need. Boop, down the hatch. Boom. Your mind will explode. You'll start moving around, and that's how you start your day. Not Denny's. You wake up and then all of a sudden you're just in Denny's. Hash browns, eggs, cheese. Like, you can't wake up and throw that stuff in your body as soon as you get up. It didn't even get a chance to wake up and revive. And then you put something so heavy in that's the first thing. And then it carries through the day. Then you got to do what? By 12, 10 o'clock. If you ain't waking up at 12, 10 o'clock, 11, 12, what you got to take? Coffee with extra sugar, because regular coffee don't do that for nobody, right? You got to get energy drinks. Caffeine sits in your system for like 8-9 hours. So think about it. You hit an energy drink at 12, that caffeine's going to last all the way till 8. But what happens when you hit an energy drink at 5? Now you can't sleep. So guess what you got to do? Now I got to take a sleep aid. I can give you the whole cycle. I love teenage years. Now you got to take a sleep aid. But then the sleep aid lasts 8 hours, but you only could get 5. Now you got to take a stimulant, right? So you wake up, coffee, Red Bull, and once you make that your every day, you get into this cycle where you have to stimulate your body with unnatural things to either wake it up or get it to sleep. Right? You should naturally sleep, but that's all on your diet. You should naturally be able to wake up. That's on your diet also. So your diet controls a lot of different things. Read on.
But the pain of watching and choler.
Choler is your pancreas overproducing that bile to break down food. Yeah. So, children when they come out when they're born, they say they got choler because they're overproducing, and what that does when you look up choler, when your body is constantly working, it makes you angry. It says choler is anger. Think about something always working. That doesn't need to always work. It starts to make you aggravated. Your body is trying to break down all the steaks and all the pizza and all the food, and it aggravates after a while. You know, that bloating feeling, that constipation feeling. Yeah, you get aggravated. Think about babies when they got a birth. What do? They cry. They're aggravated. Go ahead.
And pangs of the belly are with an insatiable man.
Right, a person that can't be satisfied. Go ahead.
Verse 21.
That's it on that. Let's jump back. Right. It took me almost 3 years to become a full vegan. They also feed children organic fruits, vegetables, and their lunch schools in Europe. They do a lot, man, listen, Europe, they do a lot of things that America is just now trying to catch on to. Oh, they got a Supersize Me Part 2.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, oatmeal with some crushed almonds. You know what almonds do? They suppress the appetite.
Oh, they do?
4 almonds will suppress your appetite, yeah. Yeah, so you eat the oatmeal, it fills you up. It sustains the energy, and then the almonds help. If you try to like be on some weight loss or
Get the little packets, no green packets. It's like 100 calories.
Of what?
Almonds.
Yeah.
Those work out just fine.
They're saying you don't want to eat too many almonds because of the fat content.
Suppress mean?
Suppress means to hold down so that you don't feel. So to suppress the appetite, if you eat something, it's holding back your appetite, so you don't get the hunger feeling. Yeah, to suppress means to hold back. Let's jump back.
I like that what you just said. I tested myself on some things.
Yeah, you got to test it out to see what's up. Know what's good to yourself and give it up to it.
Yeah, I tested, if I can say this right quick, I tested myself with vegetation. I didn't know sugars, just maybe a drumstick or maybe a breast, chicken breast.
Yeah.
And I took myself off of, because I'm type 2 diabetic, I was taking insulin. So I did the vegetables. You know what? I'm not going to touch the insulin. I'm just going to see what happens. Broccoli, half a chicken breast. Tested the sugars, 88. Yeah, 88. She take for about a whole week. 88, 91, 101, 102. No insulin.
Yeah, because you don't need it. Your
Yeah,
body will
right.
regulate itself with what we put in.
Then I went out for that. Ate me a bowl of honey nut Cheerios.
Woo! pancreas killer.
220.
Oh,
Yes. Sugar in the blood. Because all it's doing, it measures the sugar in the blood, and if it's too high, your pancreas is supposed to hit the insulin and bring it down.
Yeah.
Once we get like pancreatitis and all these things,
Yeah.
because your body, that pancreas is always working.
Right.
So,
So I couldn't just ignore it. I had to take the pen, shoot insulin back into the body. I had to, because it would have started destroying the kidneys,
to attack.
the heart. No, the kidneys and the heart would have got attacked from the sugars. Well,
No,
yeah.
the pancreas, no. What do they get removed? So they say you don't need. Appendix. Definitely ain't your pancreas, we all die.
There's some,
Sugar.
You
There's
need
some-
the pancreas.
Shadak actually sent me thing was I don't forget the lady's name. The herbs. It's called No Stroke, and I actually got it. Man, this stuff works. And it talks about lowering the sugar and all that stuff. I think you should try that out. It's actually
Oh, it's working for you.
yeah, I got it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Intermediate fasting. Intermediate fasting will take away, like Tahawun had diabetes, he ain't got it anymore.
Right.
Oh, bro.
And that's what I was saying.
It's the intermediate fasting.
Right, that's what I was saying. I done figured it out. Because I tested myself. I see what got my sugar sky high. I see what takes the sugar back where it belongs. And I said, just put away those foods. She knows.
Yeah.
She knows what to bring me now. She bring me broccoli, you know. And I eat it. Like I said, I got a measuring cup. I measure that. I do measure now. And now the sugar stays in the 80s and the 90s.
I can tell you, I was
Without insulin.
Yeah, moderation. Moderation and eating the right things, that's it.
And I feel good too.
Oh, yeah. Right on your feet, right on your
Praises.
mind. Yeah. Go ahead, let's read on, let's get back.
We get Exodus chapter 17, and I'm on verse 4. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, what should I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And the Lord said unto Moses, go on before the people, and take the teeth of the elders of Israel, and thy rod, wherein thou smotest the river, take it in thine hand and go. Hold, I will stand before thee there upon the rock in Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that the people may drink. And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of this place Messiah and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children, and because they tempted the Lord, saying, is the Lord among us or not? Wow. Verse 8, then came Amalek and fought with Israel in Rephidim. And Moses said unto Joshua, choose us out men and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand. So Joshua said to Moses, had said to him, and fought with Amalek and Moses. Aaron and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, Moses held up his hand, that Israel prevailed. And when he laid down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands, and one on one side, and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Joshua discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And the Most High said to Moses, write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua. For I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven.
Praise this question.
Come on, man.
I have a question.
What's that?
Is the Amaleks, given their Edomites, are they the one of the branch of Edomites that are going to be killed off? Is that what that means right there?
Yeah. Wait, where we at?
I think you're talking
I'm gonna
about.
say yeah without even reading the. Remember, who's Amalek? Who's Amalek?
It's Esau.
Well, that's a grandson of Esau.
Who is he? Who is he? Right. So remember, when you read in Isaiah, it starts naming off all the descendants of Esau. Yeah, all of them. Amalek, all of them.
Right.
All of them. Go ahead. Yeah. Yep.
Verse 15.
The gallbladder. Somebody said the gallbladder was the one they take out. No, it's not. It's the appendix.
It's appendix.
You need the gallbladder because that creates bile. You need bile to help digest food. That's what it talks about, cholera and all that stuff. That's the bile that, before you eat, your gallbladder does this. It expands like a pear. Then when you eat, it lets out all the bile into your organs, into your small intestines. It deflates. You need that. They say you don't need it, but you need it.
Now they take it out too.
They take
them
it
out
out.
when they're infected and they're for stones and stuff like that. Too,
Right.
When it's not working.
But it's not working. But the one they take out, we're like, oh, you don't need it, is the appendix.
Right.
They say that it has no use.
After
Right? Which, what does the appendix do?
After a certain time in your life, it helps you fight. It helps you fight infection in a way, but then after a while, as you get older, it decreases. So your body, you don't use it as
I
much.
bet you the appendix helps you
Like
fight
your thymus
coronavirus.
gland.
I look at it, the Most High not gonna put something in there that I'm not use.
That's right.
Right. That's what I'm saying. All the people that get hit with corona and they ain't got no appendix. Hey, you never know. There was a big thing at one time to take out the appendix.
It was.
Yep.
I'll get my appendix removed. Like, that's routine surgery.
Yep.
But it has a use.
It does.
If it's there, it has a use.
Come on, man.
So, they'll tell you that your toes, your big toe ain't got no use, or your pinky. Let them take it off.
Well, it's just
Say
at
I ain't got no
certain times in your life, like when you're younger, like your thymus gland and things like that. As you get older, they turn into another part of you. So like it'll take on a fat content, but like your thymus gland, most children, you have it as a baby, but then as you get older, it starts to shrink. So it just turns into like,
Nothing.
yeah, basically.
Like a plant.
But it's useful at a time.
So, I mean, but even that,
Right.
but think about it. They take out a lot of people's appendixes when they're young.
Yeah, it was taking
Like,
on GB.
kids, we have like stomach pains, and like, oh, that's his appendix, let's just remove that. Right? I mean, I just believe that if the Most High put it there,
Come on, man.
it had a use. It was something that it was supposed to do that you start removing it, then, certain things start happening. I don't know. I mean, or you could have said, look, here goes an extra organ for nothing. I don't know. Yeah, but it's the appendix that they say is not useful. You definitely want your gallbladder. They say it's not necessary to have, but then they go tell you your gallbladder ain't necessary, right? Because you get gallstones, but you get kidney stones too, and I'm pretty sure you need those. No, because Esau said you can live with one.
Yeah.
But you gotta live, you can't drink alcohol, you can't drink certain foods, you can't eat certain foods. So really, you're not supposed to live without one if you're restricted in your diet, if you only have one. See how that works?
Wow.
Right. Just saying. Your body is not gonna be complete to be able to fight the way it needs to fight. Yeah. Where we at?
Exodus chapter 17, verse 15. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi. For he said, because the Lord has sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek generation to generation.
Praise the Lord.
Now we're going on to Judges chapter 4, verse 4.
basically, what have we read about Israel's faith, right? Being faithless or having faith in the Most High. We're gonna go into Judges. Pardon me, I had to eat something. I was getting busy about that. I don't know what's going on. But Judges, we're gonna go into faith also. Faith and belief. The Most High said to do something, go ahead and do it. Don't rely on somebody else. So here we are.
Oh, we had Judges chapter 4, verse 4. And Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidot, she judged Israel at that time. And she dwelt under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in Mount Ephraim. And the children of Israel came up to her for judgment. And she sent and called Barak, the son of Absalom, out of Naphtali, and said,
Kadesh Naphtali.
Kadesh Naphtali.
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 Like the tribe?
Kadesh Naphtali.
Right.
And said unto him, had not the Lord God of Israel commanded, saying, go and draw toward Mount Tabor, and take with thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Zebulun, and I will draw unto thee to the river Pishon, Sisera, the captain of Jabin's army, with his chariots and his multitude. I will deliver him into thy hand. And Barak said to her, thou wilt go with me, then I will go. But if thou wilt not go with me, then I will not go.
Right, so you see, he was kind of, what's that?
Why did he have to take out the captain?
Why what?
Why did he have to take out the captain?
Oh, you talking about?
Sisera is the captain of the army of King Jabin.
You gotta do some reading.
Kind
You gotta do some reading.
I know, I read it. Last
Right.
night, but
Well, that's what the Most High commanded.
kind.
That's what the Most High commanded. I mean, it doesn't really, unless I'm missing something, it doesn't really go into the backstory of it. That's what the Most High commanded. Right?
Kind.
So, unless I'm missing something, it doesn't really go into it. That's what the Most High wanted. Because you don't even read where the Most High came to Barak and was like, go do this. Deborah came in. So, the Most High wanted.
Kind.
But you understand who they are. Canaanites.
Kind.
What the Most High wanted to do. From the very beginning was wipe out Canaan. Right. Go ahead.
Judges chapter 4, verse 9. And she said, I will surely go with thee, notwithstanding the journey that thou takest shall not be without honor. For the Lord shall sell Sisera unto the hand of a woman. And Deborah arose and went with Barak to Kadesh. And Barak called Zebulun and Naphtali to Kadesh, and he went up with 10,000 men at his feet, and Deborah went up with him. Now Heber and Kenite, which was of the children of Olab, the father-in-law of Moses, had severed himself from the Canaanites, and pitched his tent unto the plain of Zaanannim, which is by Kadesh. And they showed Sisera that Barak, the son of Abinoam, was gone up to Mount Tabor. and Sisera gathered together with his chariots, even 900 chariots of iron. Wow. And all the people that were with him from Harosheth of the Gentiles unto the river of Kishon. Verse 14. And Deborah said unto Barak, Up, for this is the day in which the Lord, the Most High, hath delivered Sisera unto thine hand. This is not the Most High gone out before thee. No, I'm sorry. If this is not the Most High gone out before thee, so Barak went down from Mount Tabor, and 10,000 men after him. Verse 15, and the Most High discomfited Sisera and all his chariots.
Right. So, and just to your question, what you got to do is, you literally got to start in the book of Joshua and read from Joshua, because there was something that was supposed to happen in the time of Joshua, before Joshua. They were supposed to wipe out the Canaanites, right? The Canaanites found a way to manipulate Joshua, Caleb and Joshua, into becoming servants.
Right.
Right?
They pretended
that they were some far off men coming to trade. You gotta read it. That's the thing, it's a lot. You gotta read it and you'll see like, oh, okay, these dudes manipulated their way out of being slaughtered. And now they are pitched next to Israel. We don't get the land, and they become this snare. So all these instances, like when you start in Judges 1, it tells you, Most High delivered them into our hand. We slew like 10,000 of them, but not all of them. The commandment was to wipe them out. What's that?
So, is that why? Okay, so in Exodus chapter 17, verse 14, where it says, and the Lord said unto Moses, write this for a memorial in a book after he destroys, goes to war with Amalek, holding Moses' hands up. Write this for a memorial in a book and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua.
Right. So that's
For I will utterly put up. So it's like
Joshua was being trained from this time.
So if he would have just followed the instructions from the jump, as he did right here, even having this being rehearsed to him, like, yo, you went and smashed and you did good and oh, you did your job, and you got bamboozled by
the Africans. They bamboozled their way out of slaughter and said, we'll be your servants.
Yep.
They said, we'll be drawers of water and hewers of wood. And Joshua was cool with that. Joshua and Caleb, but that wasn't what was supposed to happen.
Right.
So you got to read more than just Judges. You got to actually start in Joshua and read when we got over to Jordan, and you read that history. But even Joshua, to get to Joshua, you got to read what we're reading now.
Yep.
Exodus, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, to understand what was supposed to happen. What did the Most High command? Well, when you get to the land, destroy the inhabitants. Don't make covenant, don't marry them, none of that stuff. So we kept breaking it. He kept giving us a chance to follow up what he wanted, but he did it. So now we're at this point.
Yes.
Where he's like, listen, Deborah's like, listen, didn't the Most High tell you to go grab a certain number of men and go destroy this man? Now, since you want to be kind of lazy, because he's like, well, I'll go do it if you come with me. What's Deborah got to do with anything? She was a judge. She was scary. He had 10,000 men of 2 tribes. He says, okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put him in the hand of a woman. She's going to deliver him. So what was he showing about Israel at this time? That they were female dependent. They had become effeminate. They had become effeminate in this time. They weren't living up to the manly duties of war. Think about it. What woman is supposed to be killing a man in war?
True that.
I mean, I'm gonna give it away, but a woman killed him. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, man. God, real easy. Oh, come into my tent, me Lord. Give him that milk. Get him real nice and get his stomach real nice and full. All that blood go to his stomach to digest that milk. Right? Right? Sound like Bert and Ernie when you sleep.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, Lord. Right?
Put that nail on his head.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gone through water.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
boy. Judges, somebody asked a question? Oh, Judges chapter 4, I'm gonna read 15 over. And the Most High discomfited Sisera and all his chariots and all his hosts with the edge of the sword before Barak, so that Sisera lighted down off his chariot and fled away on his feet. And Barak pursued after the chariots and after the hosts unto Harosheth of the Gentiles. And all the hosts of Sisera fell upon the edge of the sword, and there was not a man left. Howbeit Sisera fled away on his feet to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber, the Kenite. For there was peace between Jabin, king of Hazor, and the house of Heber, the Kenite. And Jael went out to meet Sisera and said unto him, Turn in, my lord, turn in to me.
Come on in, big baby.
Not.
Come on in.
And when he had turned in into her into the tent, she covered him with a mantle.
You thought he was about to, you thought he hit a jackpot. You thought he was gonna hit and run. Right? Hit and run just for fun. Love on the run, baby. Right?
Right.
He thought he got him some spoils of war. And what happened?
Verse 19. And he said unto her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. And she opened a bottle of milk and gave him drink and covered him.
That was 19.
That's what he ends?
Yes, sir.
Damn, I wish he could read all of it. He got that narrator's voice.
You gotta read 19 too.
I did.
You did?
I'm not gonna do it justice.
He got that narrator's voice.
I'm not gonna do it justice unless I shot my olive.
You put that emotion in it. I need you for my Bible app.
Yeah, I would love to have
I would
you
go, definitely.
in my ear with the Bible.
Con. Magana War, Shabbat Shal, Yehuda, Ban Yasharallah.
Magana War, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yashala. Middle Israel, I'm Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
Huh? Because I feel the face. Yeah, I still like it. You heard that ring on one low. It sounded powerful. Where we at?
We're at Judges,
Oh man.
chapter 4, verse 20. Again he said unto her, Stand in the door of the tent, and it shall be, when any man doth come and inquire of thee, and say, Is there any man here? that thou shalt say no. Then Jael's wife took a nail of the tent, and took a hammer in her hand, and went softly unto him, and smote the nail into his temples, and fastened it into the ground. For he was fast asleep and weary, so he died. And behold, as Barak pursued Sisera, Jael came out to meet him, and said unto him, Come, I will show thee the man whom thou seekest. And when he came into her tent, behold, Sisera lay dead, and the nail was in his temples. So God subdued on that day Jabin the king of Canaan before the children of Israel. And the hand of the children of Israel prospered, and prevailed against Jabin the king of Canaan, until they had destroyed Jabin king of Canaan. This is chapter 5, verse 1.
Right, so you see that. It was about the Canaanites. Go ahead.
Then sang Deborah and Barak the son of Abinoam on that day, saying, Praise ye the Lord for the avenging of Israel, when the people willingly offered themselves. Hear, O ye kings, give ear, O ye princes. I, even I, will sing unto the Lord. I will sing praise to the Lord God of Israel. Lord, when thou wentest out of Seir, when thou marchest out of the field of Edom, the earth trembled, and the heavens dropped. The clouds also dropped water. The mountains melted from before the Lord, even that Sinai from before the Lord God of Israel.
Right, so now chapter 5 is going to go through, I love these type of chapters. They go through like a history.
Yeah.
It goes through like a history of like the Most High taking us from Egypt, then Sinai up until that certain point. Like how Stephen did it in Acts 7.
Yeah.
He went through Israel's whole history up until that point. David did it in a few of the Psalms we read. He would go through Israel's history up until that point. So as a reminder to the people, this is what was going on. This is what the Most High delivered us from. This is what he brought us from. Never forget. Just how they tell you never forget 9/11, never forget World Trade Center. But that's 9/11. I already forgot. Never forget
World War II.
World War II, never forget
Vietnam
Pearl
War.
Those are the same, right?
Vietnam.
The Alamo.
The what? The Alamo, yeah, don't forget the Alamo.
Yeah, the Alamo. That's
The
all.
war for the Alamo. Come on now.
Yep.
A building? Right? Never forget these things, but Romans 15 verse 4, the things that are written aforetime are written for our learning. Jeremiah 16, follow the old path. Follow the old ways. Ask your father and he will show thee. You see that? We're supposed to be looking at our old ways and our history and being on top of that. American history, poop. Poop. It's only history because we're a part of it. Right? But now they're trying to erase that. You think they take down like the statues of Christopher Columbus and all the little white war generals for you? To appease black people? They're trying to erase history. They're trying to say that they never put us in slavery. You see that? So they do it not for us. They do it for themselves. To make themselves look. Why do you think the whole apocrypha being removed from the Bible? How do we make ourselves look good? Because this thing making us look bad.
Yep.
This apocrypha is making the Romans look terrible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Antiochus wasn't a good guy.
That's right.
Right? Alexander the Great wasn't a good guy.
That's right.
They all in here. You see that? So let's remove it, paint ourselves in a different light. Sir.
I have a question. Did Abraham Lincoln actually take us away from slavery?
No, he didn't. He wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, but it did not technically free slaves. It's the wording that they use, where it didn't technically free us. It let us. How do I say it?
It removed one slavery to another slavery.
Basically, because as soon as you left the slave master getting beat and working for free, you went up north and worked for the slave master up north, getting paid like 5 cents an hour. So it didn't free us from slavery because we're still slaves today. You see that? So no, he didn't free us from slavery. He signed a document saying that you couldn't have slaves.
He also didn't care.
That was only for the South though, but the South wasn't listening to the North anyway, so it really didn't matter.
It didn't matter, right? And even then, the whole South, listen, the whole South wasn't even on board. They was having slaves all the way into the early 1900s.
Yes, they did.
Right.
All in the South, in the North, in the West, in the East, in other countries, it didn't matter. Because even if he signed slavery here in America, or signed it out of existence, which he didn't, what happened in these other countries where we were slaves? You see that? So to answer your question, yes and no. But really no. It was a deception.
He also didn't care. He said if he could continue his campaign without freeing slaves,
Yeah, he would do
he
it.
would do it.
Yeah.
So he didn't care about slaves. He was like a political move.
Yeah. It was more about him fighting against the North, right? Because Abraham Lincoln was the Republic, right? They were the Republic. Were they the Republic?
Come on.
They were the
Confederate rebels?
they were the Confederates, right? Am I wrong or am I right?
No, the North, the South was a Confederate.
Right. The South was Confederate. The
Right.
North was what?
Union.
The Union. Right. See, well, American history is better than it.
It's trash.
It's trash. I used to be good at American history, but not no more, you know. But yeah, so it was about really him fighting against America and doing what he did, and we were like a byproduct of it, but it wasn't really to free us. He didn't want to. They wanted to keep us as slaves. Right?
He had to do what he did because he had to weaken the South by taking the slaves away. In order to weaken the South by taking the slaves away, he can combine all the United States together, and that's what he did. So it was a tactic.
Yeah,
was a war
revolutionary
tactic.
war tactics.
Right. War
Get
tactic.
the slaves, because if they start putting us on the team,
Right.
come on.
Because remember, the first slaves were actually on the Union side.
Yeah. Then they went and got,
That's what the movie Glory is about.
yeah, glory. Yeah,
Right.
Denzel?
Yeah, that's because they were on the Union side.
He basically tried to do the same thing the British did when the British came here and ransacked America.
Yeah,
Like, y'all join the team, we'll give you freedom.
yeah, basically.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, you understand that, Jeremiah? Good question.
Yeah, fantastic.
Go ahead. I gotta get my American history up. Go ahead.
Verse 6. In the days of Shemgar, the son of Aneth, in the days of Jael, the highways were unoccupied, and the travelers walked through byways. The inhabitants of the villages ceased. They ceased in Israel, until that I, Deborah, arose. That I arose a mother in Israel. They chose new gods. Then was war in the gates.
They did what?
They chose new gods.
They did what?
Chose new gods.
Right. Israel was going off. Deborah had to be put up as a judge, but Israel was going off. You see that? That's why this is the book of Judges, because we didn't have, there was no king at the time. Like the scriptures tell you Moses was a king in Israel. It tells you that. But after Moses, there was judges all the way through until Saul was the first appointed king that man begged the Most High for. So he's like, you want one? Ah, I'll give you this greedy Benjamite over here. Right? I'll give you this Benjamin. I'll give you him.
The worst.
I'll give you this ruthless Benjamite that ain't gonna care for y'all. Ain't gonna do what I said. Ain't gonna take care of the people. He's gonna be a murderer. He's gonna be ruthless, covetous, greedy. Saul was all that. But that's what we wanted. But he gave us the representation of us. Go ahead.
They chose new gods.
Right?
Then was war in the gates.
See that? Now most I gotta go to war. You wanna have gods other than me? We gonna go to war, baby. See?
Was there a shield or spear seen among 40,000 in Yasharallah? My heart is toward the governors of Yasharallah, that offer themselves willingly among the people. Bless ye the Most High.
Verse 10.
Yes, thank you.
Speak, ye that ride on white asses, ye that sit in judgment and walk by the way. They that are delivered from the noises of archers.
Right?
Those that are delivered from the noise of archers and the places of drawing water.
Right. Go ahead.
There shall they rehearse the righteous acts of the Lord.
Right, so the ark, what does the drawing waters represent?
Wow, man.
What does drawing water represent? You gotta know, we pull this scripture all the time. What is the drawing waters? What does it mean? No, not wisdom.
Man, you got me. Okay, you.
Okay, what does the archers represent? What is that talking about?
Archers of the arrows.
We pull this scripture all the time. I gotta know.
The archers are the arrows
Right?
that are coming, that are and the police. The waters are actually the people or the nations, or
Think about it. What do we deal with day in and day out in this country? Death and slavery. Death and slavery. Drawing of the water means that you're a slave. Hewers of wood and drawers of water.
Okay.
So there, watch, because people say what? Well, we're in slavery. We don't have to do the feast days, right?
right? That's what they say.
Well, guess what? This right here is telling you that. You're supposed to be in slavery doing the feast days. This right here is telling you that. Well, we're in captivity, so we can't do the Passover. Psych. Judges 5:11 says, in the place of drawing waters, where you're going to be a slave at, you're supposed to do the righteous acts. Where it's going to kill you at,
Wow, man.
you're supposed to do the righteous acts. You see that?
Wow.
Right. There's a scripture in Joshua. Oh, it's the same thing we talked about. Where the Canaanites said we would be hewers of wood and drawers of water. They basically were saying we would
Be your slaves.
we will be your slaves. Right. It's Joshua. Here it is, Joshua. Joshua 9:21.
Joshua chapter 9, verse 21.
Right.
And the princes said unto them,
Right.
let them live,
Speaking of the Canaanites. Go ahead.
but let them be hewers of wood,
Let them be what?
hewers of wood,
Go ahead.
and drawers of water,
Right, go ahead.
unto all the congregation,
Right.
as the princes had promised
Read
them.
on.
And Joshua called for them, and he spake unto them, saying, wherefore have ye beguiled us, saying, we are very far from you,
Right.
when ye dwell among us?
Right. See, the Canaanites, they you gotta just read the story, but they made it seem like they were some men from a far off land, that they were traveling for days and they wanted to like trade and become part of the city. But then when they looked, they were like, hold up. You got on like brand new clothes. You don't got on like a day's journey type of clothing.
Traveling clothes.
You know, your shoes ain't worn down and all that stuff. So they found out like, oh, they was trying to preserve their lives. Because the Canaanites knew what the prophecy was. That when we got into the land, they were supposed to die. They went to Joshua and acted like, oh no, we're just some merchants and this and that and that and blah, 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 blah. But then even when he found out, he was supposed to kill him. What did he do? He let them trick him into becoming their servants, which is not what the Most High wanted. If he wanted us to make them servants, then he would have said so. Go ahead. But the point is, the hewers of wood, the drawers of water, those drawing waters, slavery, servitude. He said, even there you would rehearse the righteous acts. Go ahead.
Verse 23.
Uh-huh.
Now therefore ye are cursed, and shall none of you be freed from being bondmen,
Right?
and hewers of wood, and drawers of water for the house of my God.
Right. You see that? Right. I mean, I said on that. Y'all get that, right? Yes.
Wow.
All right. Jump back.
Judges chapter 5, verse 11. They that are delivered from the noises of archers in the places of drawing water, there shall they rehearse the righteous acts of the Lord.
Think about it. Delivered from the noises of archers and the places of drawing water? War and slavery, man. Death and slavery. Go ahead.
Even the righteous acts towards the inhabitants of his villages in Yasharallah. Then shall the people of the Lord go down to the gates.
right?
Awake, awake, Deborah. Awake, awake. Utter a song. Arise, Barak, and lead thy captivity captive, thou son of Abino. Then he made him that remaineth have dominion over the nobles among the people. The Lord made me have dominion over the mighty. Out of Ephraim was there a root of them against Amalek.
Mm-hmm.
After thee,
Go ahead.
Benjamin, among thy people. Out of Machir came down governors, and out of Zebulun they that handle the pen of the writer. And the princes of Issachar were with Deborah.
Right, so they're going into the history of what Israel was going through in the wilderness. When it talks about Ephraim and Benjamin and Zebulun, they fought against Amalek. That's in Numbers. Go ahead.
Even Issachar and also Barak, he was sent on foot into the valley. For the divisions of Reuben, there were great thoughts of heart. Why abodest thou among the sheepfolds, to hear the bleatings of the flocks? For the divisions of Reuben, there were great searchings of heart. Gilead abode beyond Jordan. And why did Dan remain in ships? Asher continued on the seashore and abode in his breaches. Zebulun and Naphtali were a people that
jeopardized.
Right.
Go ahead.
Jeoparded their lives unto the death in the high places of the field.
Right, because they were the ones that were chosen to go out and fight against Sisera. Right? It was Naphtali and Zebulun. It said 10,000 men. Go ahead.
The kings came and fought. Then fought the kings of Canaan and Tanakh by the waters of Megiddo. They took no gain of money. They fought from heaven. The stars in their courses fought against Sisera. The river Gishon swept them away. That ancient river, the river Gishon, O my soul, thou hast trodden down strength. Then were the horse hooves broken by the means of the prancings of their mighty ones. Curse ye, Morose, said the angel of the Lord. Curse ye bitterly the inhabitants thereof, because they came not to the help of the Lord, to the help of the Lord against the mighty. Blessed above women shall Jael, the wife of Heber, the Kenite be. Blessed shall she be above women in the tent. He asked water, and she gave him milk. She brought forth butter.
I'm all comfortable. Like, I'm going to do you one better, me Lord. Take all this milk. Get you nice and cozy.
Warm
You
milk.
know what warm milk does to you? You get all sleepy. You start forgetting who you are. You get that to the children. Remember we used to get warm milk and honey back in the day? Whew, that puts you right out. Right?
Yeah. Sounds nice.
Go ahead.
She brought forth butter in a lordly dish.
A lordly dish. She was, come on, man. She was serving this man. She was putting on a show for this guy.
Buttering him up. Literally.
Literally buttering him up. Go ahead. Listen, I ain't gonna front. It show. I'm gonna regret saying that's out my hand.
No, you're not.
I'm not gonna regret saying it. It shows you the power that y'all women have. If you use it the right way. If you wield your sword of persuasion the right way.
Righteousness.
Yeah, you wield it for righteousness. It said, watch. She seduced this man.
Straight up.
Right? And the Most High said, blessed above women shall Jael, the wife of Habor, the Canaanite, be. Blessed above women? I mean, damn. She used her powers for good. Yep. Just like Judith. You know, I was reading something about Judith, and they were saying, like, you know, Judith couldn't be a real Bible. It couldn't be a real book in the Bible. It's too provocative. She was too beautiful. she was too seductive. She was, you know, it just couldn't be true. The Lord couldn't. But when you look at Judith, in all her beauty and all that stuff, what did she do?
What do you mean?
She used that beauty and
Oh.
took out Halifax. She used it for the right reason.
Right.
She didn't use it to get cars, bags, her hair did, child support. There was one chick on, who said it to me, because I said the world store out. The chick like,
Oh, yeah.
she was like, yeah, well, you know, your income is $2,000 a month, but see, I got 6 baby daddies from 6 kids from 6 different dudes.
Yeah.
They're paying me $800 a piece or $300 a piece. That's $1,400 or however she added up. 3, 6, 9, 12.
Yeah, it was like
14
you can have 6 kids by one person and get 360
per month.
per month, or you can have
6
one kid by one person and get like 180 per
Something like
guy.
That's nasty.
With 6, so she had 6 baby daddies. So she was like, "How come you don't have 6 baby daddies?" I was like, "You
Gross.
wicked individual, right?" I ain't gonna tell you what I really think. But the point is, these women use their beauty and their booty.
She wasn't even beautiful though.
She wasn't.
No way.
Her mask is all
Corona
torn around.
mask, virus mask, her mask like it had the virus. Like somebody ate the whole bottom half of the mask was gone. I'm like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Why are you wearing the mask?
Right.
But the point is, the women have been taught, because you women have a lot of power, a lot of power. But you've been taught that the power, you've been taught to use your powers the wrong way.
Right.
You use your powers for evil and not for good, where your powers, let's go there real quick. This always comes to mind when it comes to a woman using her powers the right way. This always just resonates with me. It's Ecclesiastes. It's one of my favorite. Who knows where it's at? It's Ecclesiastes 26 and verse 16.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 26
Right?
and verse 16.
Right?
As the sun when it arises in the high heaven,
Right?
so is the beauty of a good wife
Right?
in the ordering of her house.
Right. Whenever I read that, I'm like, man, that's the power that's been given to a woman to order her house, right? To set things and align things the way they need to be done. Go ahead.
As the clear light is upon the holy candlestick,
Go ahead.
so is the beauty of the face in ripe age.
Right. Go ahead. Verse 18.
As the golden pillars are upon the sockets of silver,
Go ahead.
so are the fair feet with a constant heart.
Wait, with a what?
Constant
All
heart.
right, go to Proverbs real quick. Proverbs 31. This right here, check this out. Because you're like, oh, well, I'm just in charge of the house. It's just the house. Well, check this out. I'm going to show y'all something. If you move the right way, where's it at? Right. Verse 11, 31 and 11. B. I love this.
Proverbs chapter 31, verse 11.
Right?
The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her.
You see that? The heart of the husband. You've given the power. You've been given the power over the mind of your husband. Not in the way of like controlling him and like, nigga, you don't tell me what to do. And manipulating him and I'm gonna, nah. But literally, you got the power to put his mind at ease. You got the power to, baby, it's gonna be okay. And he'll believe it. You're like, damn. Look at the way she said it. Damn, you really believe it. Because guess what? When you're like, baby, I love you. Right? And you say it to a total stranger that you just met. Right? You met him on Instagram a week ago and you're like, oh, you know I love you. And he starts thinking like, damn, the way she said it, it sounded like an angel spoke to me. Right? It sounded like an angel. So she must mean it. And next thing you know, he's cash apping all his life savings, earnings.
Wow.
Paying her rent.
Paying rent, car note, right?
Yeah.
Her real main nigga is in the house spending the money. But the point is, what I'm saying is this. I want y'all to really understand what I'm saying. Y'all got a lot of power. Y'all got a lot of power. But it's how you use the power. The power is for your husband's mind to be safe in safety. Knowing what? That when he leaves, you ain't off dipping off somewhere else, dipping around with somebody else. You gotta hold the things down when he's not around. Like Adam, he had a safety in Eve until he was no longer trusting her ass. Right? He was trusting in her until he no longer could. Because there was an equality there. She was a helper. You see that? So he trusted in her, like, look, she gonna handle this, she gonna make this happen, she gonna do these things, she gonna do that. Watch, read on.
So that he shall have no need of spoil.
I mean, wow. It's as simple as that. He's not thinking about, wow, this woman is gonna spoil me. She's going to destroy me. Right? She's gonna suck me dry for all I have and then leave me on the curb. And then laugh at me like, ha ha, you ain't got nothing, nigga. Well, you took everything. Right? Ain't that what they teach them? Get with a man that got good credit, got a good job, girl.
Yep.
First thing they ask, girl, what's he do?
Yep.
Man, I found me a new boo. What's he do? They're like, doctor, like, oh, you got you a good one. Because he's a doctor? Hell, what if he's, you know what I'm saying? What if he's like a killer doctor? One that knows how to kill you and bring you back to life and kill you again?
Oh.
What if he's that? Oh, what does he do? Oh, he's a lawyer. Damn. Okay, so he's a good one because he's a lawyer? See how they base things off the wrong things? And you think like, well, I got me a catch. But then, if you don't know how to deal with that, what happens? Well, now you become in it for the money, in it for the vehicles, in it for the material things. Take what you can, and then you leave. Right? Ain't that what they teach? Ain't that what they teaching out there? Get the bag, right? Whoever got the bag, I'm trying to be next to. Sis.
That is so true, priest. But what happens is that's how a lot of men get hurt, and they don't trust women because they could be actually with the one they should be with, obviously, because they're not with the one that did the wrong. And so now they're at the point to where their heart doesn't trust as easily. So it definitely does work both ways, but that power of the woman is definitely strong. So that is true.
Listen,
So true.
y'all have the power to reverse even that man's thinking on that level, where you can show him a whole different opposite of what he's been through, and he'll forget. Right? It says in the day of prosperity, there's a forgetfulness of affliction. Right? So a woman has the power to either but that's why it goes back and said there's no wickedness above the wickedness of a woman, because you do have that power. You do have that power. It's crazy. It says men will go out of their wits for a woman.
Yep.
It says he'll go and slay a lion. Like, think about it. Lazy nigga won't go do nothing. There's a lion in the way. There's a tiger out there. There's a bear. There's cops. There's this. But let his boo say, hey, I want that new Louis bag or I'm leaving. He'll go out there, he'll slaughter a lion, he'll kill his mama, he'll kill his family, he'll kill his daddy, he'll bury his kids, he'll kill himself to bring back that Louis bag. Right? And be like, here, boo. Here, boo, I slaughtered the world for you.
I did this for you.
I killed everything in the way. Not one excuse. Why? Because y'all have that power. But the power wasn't given for you to abuse it and use it. It was given for you to make things be at peace. A lot of men need peace in their lives because, yes, they came from very bad situations with past exes and past women where it may not be, it don't gotta be super bad. It gotta be like some super bad situation, but imagine like a man being with a woman for X amount of years and then she just abruptly just ups and leaves. What's that gonna do to that man?
Yep.
So, did the Most High give you to that man for you to repeat the cycle? Or for you to be the comfort, the pillar, the tower against death?
That's true.
He's giving you all these, like, how are you you're the tower against death for your husband? That's cold. Your life, excuse me, his life is in your hands. Whether he eat good, change his drawers, all that stuff. sometimes be like, y'all don't get it.
Yeah.
But some men, listen, some men really can just care less how they eat. And changing clothes and doing all that stuff. And the woman is there to say, nah, babe, here, look, eat that. And as long as it's in front of him, he'll just eat it, right? Right? Some men are like that.
Yeah.
Woman here irons their own clothes. Man. See? Now, let me ask you a question. Do you care about your clothes being ironed?
Not necessarily.
Thank you. But you do it, right?
I do it.
But if you didn't iron them, you'd be like, whatever.
I just roll with it.
That's my point. So that woman is there. Because some men don't care. But she's looking like, hold up, man, you like you just roll around on the floor and, you know, like the tinfoil was crushed up. You looking like that. You know, like that.
They're looking home.
Yeah, take the shirt off, just iron them up, right?
Oh, you know, you're right, because every time I go watch, she goes, you know, you earn a good living and you wear clothes like that? I was like, man, come on.
But that's my point. You like, listen, as long as they fit, as long as they don't stink,
Yeah, that's what I
and
was
as long as they're clean, I'm good.
Yeah,
Right? But some men don't care about that, so the woman is there to do the extra little amenities like iron a shirt, so when he throws it on, he won't even notice it's iron. But he throws it on, he look good. You know, but think about it. When she don't care and he don't care, nobody cares.
I see that.
You see my point? Where she got the safety of that man, the well-being of that man is in your palm. Now, let's be real. The man will be taken care of if you ain't there. He'll be taken care of. He'll be taken care of most I make sure. You know, an iron shirt ain't gonna kill nobody, or a not iron shirt won't kill nobody. You know, a couple of frozen meals, ain't nobody gonna die from that. Right? Most High will make sure that man is taken care of, but what are you there for? That's the question. What are you there for? What's that?
I was just gonna say, in that situation, a lot of times, well, myself, I have to speak for me.
Right?
I do it to appease her. Cause I know she don't want to be going nowhere with me looking raggedy, but
Right.
I can care less.
See, and me, I care. I'm like, I don't like looking raggedy. I just don't. I care about my own appearance. Right? So I iron my clothes, do my laundry. Like, I care. Like, me, I'm like, I don't like a crushed shirt. Listen, the shirt I got under my hoodie, I ironed it. You'll never see it.
I came to his house. We were going to the mall.
Oh, yeah. I put brothers on blast.
And
What the hell are you doing?
I came to his house, and he was like, he goes, do you iron your shirt?
It did not look ironed.
And I was like, yeah. And he was like, your rib usually don't normally iron your clothes, huh? And I was like, no. And he was like, yeah. He was like, take it off. And I'm like,
I had to iron the shirt for him. He might have ironed it, but it didn't. He might have not used no steam.
Use the steam on it.
You know what I'm saying? You know when you iron dry and stay wrinkled?
I ironed it on the bed. That's what it was.
That's
what it was.
I ironed the bed.
Yeah, even the steam will still work through that.
No, steam will knock it out.
But you had told me the other day, you was like, okay, yeah, what you do is put a towel down and fold it, and then iron on top of the towel.
Yeah.
And then, you know, my EO shirts were crispy from then forward.
Right. But y'all see my point, right? It ain't about iron, it ain't about this, it ain't about that, but it's about the Most High gave y'all power. He gave y'all a power. But it wasn't to be abused like, oh, well, I'm going to use my good looks to abuse men. Because that's what they do. That's why you have the gold digging term. Listen, they got videos online about gold digging prank number 1,000.
Right.
The dudes will sit there and try to talk to a woman, and she's like, nigga, you busted. And she'll walk off, and he'll walk to a brand new Lamborghini, and she's like, hold up. Is that your car? After she just told him she had a boyfriend,
Right.
she had given out her number. And she'll see the car like, oh, my God, I can drive around in that. She'll walk over to the car, and next thing you know, she wants to be his boo. Because she thinks that she got the power. But then he shuts her down like, hold up, I thought you had a boyfriend. Well, you know, I can have friends. I can talk to people. And then what happens? That's when the adulterous situations and all these things happen. Because the woman now is wielding her power the wrong way. You see that? So y'all have the power, you just gotta use it right. In this situation, old boy thought, you know what he thought? Oh, she invited me into the tent. Ooh.
10, huh?
I'm going to 10, cuz, right? He did the smile like, right?
Everybody, oh, you better get that tit action.
Right? Damn, she gave me a glass of milk in a royal cup. She didn't give me a paper plate. She gave me a real plate. That's how you know you got it when you get a real plate, not a paper plate. That's how you know you're a grown ass man, right? Damn, they gave me a real plate with my name on it, etched inside of it. Yeah. She feeling me, yo. What's that?
He's running and then he sees her. He's like,
yeah, basically,
no tape.
Basically, you know what I'm saying? I thought it was about to be something, but she used what the Most High gave her, but it was for a righteous purpose.
Yeah.
Where, you know, listen, the Most High gave y'all, all of us, different attributes. Not to be abused and not to be neglected and not to be misused either. So, again, you know, you women, y'all gotta listen. The sad part is he gave y'all beautiful looks, but you can't get into the kingdom with those. But you can use them, using the world but not abusing it. You can use the things that are pleasing to the eye. You can use your soft, angelic, almost harp-like tone. You know what I'm saying? That sounds like, right? You can use that as a way to subside anger.
Yeah.
To tame the beast. Okay, big fella. The sun's going down. Right? What did old girl used to do to the Hulk?
King Kong and all that.
Right. She went down there and said, okay, big fella. She put her little soft hand out in his big old beastly rough hand. And she laid down real soft and gentle. He go, oh, what's that? Whoa. Hulk smash? No, you can't smash that. It's soft. It's soft, right? And he'd be like, whoa. And she started talking to him. Okay, big fella. Sun's going down, right? Take the cows out to walk, whatever she says to him. I don't know what she says.
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I know the sun's going down. That's it.
And what would he do? He'd go out from Hulk mode to regular, normal human being mode. So, but even in the movies, it's showing that you have the women, the beauty, the tone, your soft touch. All of these things have, they have a way to
subdue you.
No, I don't want to use that word because it's like I'm about to subdue this nigga, right? I got him. No, I don't want it to make it seem like it's a manipulative thing because it's not. But you have a way to subside and deflect certain energies that come towards you. You do. You have a way to do it. You have a way to do it. I mean, think about it. It's I mean, who could be? Listen, when you read this back in 26, now y'all about to start manipulating y'all husbands, aren't you? God damn. Nah, y'all. He said, where is that? Cause a clear light is one candle, so the beauty of the face in the right age. Right. Right. What is that one? But it says a beautiful woman cheereth the countenance of a man. Right? Now, it tells a man not to look just on the beauty of a woman, but I mean, come on. You made y'all beautiful for a man to look at. And find some joy in that. That's a beautiful wife. You know, who could be angry too long at that?
36:22.
Read it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 36, verse 22.
Right.
The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance.
And there it is.
And a man.
So you gotta find the balance between me staring her down and me finding joy in just having a beautiful wife. But beauty's in the eye of the beholder. What's beautiful to you might not be beautiful to me. So beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So, but a beautiful woman cheereth the countenance. But the beauty is not to be abused like this nigga thinks I'm dope. So guess what? Now I get to take advantage of him because he ain't gonna check me. You gonna get checked. You could be a dime piece, a quarter piece. You could be a nickel piece. You could be a penny. You gonna get checked. It don't matter because it's about the spirit.
That's right.
What's that? What's up? You look at that. You got something to say. Go ahead, read.
And a man loveth nothing better.
Right, a man nothing better. Right? So even, you know, the beauty of a woman, man might be having a bad day or a depressing day or whatever. He can look over at his wife and say, damn, at least It's the Most High laced me with a beautiful wife. Then you can't just be all looks and no brain.
Con.
You can't be a beautiful dragon. Like, you beautiful as hell, but you a beast. You can't be Beauty and the Beast, Jekyll and Hyde. You gotta be one or the other. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, you gotta see, man, that it ain't bad to have good looks and to use them for a good purpose.
Right.
They can be. Abigail said she was beautiful, but she always also was a woman of understanding.
Yeah.
Now, I'm pretty sure when David was talking to her, he was looking like, dang, oh, right? I mean, he went back and married her.
As soon as old boy died.
Yeah, he went back and was like, I need to get that.
Yeah.
Because she had beauty and brains.
Mm-hmm.
You can't avoid the way she looked. I'm pretty sure she was dope. Pretty sure.
Or even just the fact that she was so the humble, the submissiveness, the brains behind it just made her just look so much more better.
Yeah, it like elevated her stock.
Yeah, just like
She was like, dang, this chick is, her beautiful, her humility is beautiful.
kind of like I've met people and they're like, they may not look the greatest, but then being around them is like
Their spirit.
their spirit's like, dang, this person is really dope.
Yeah, yeah.
I say this person talking about a woman. I said person before and somebody thought I was saying something else.
Oh, that's cold, man.
I'm talking about a
Oh,
woman.
that's
You
good,
know you gotta
man.
be clear for the internet world. But
Yeah.
talk words and add things, but yeah.
I say person because I don't have a name attached to that woman.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, I've been there where you met people and, like just regular average people, their spirit, you're like, damn, this person is really, it's a dope person. Woman, I see what you say when you gotta say a woman, but like, a man too?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's jump.
Yeah. So
Oh, y'all are funny. Y'all are having too much fun. Yep, y'all are having too much fun today. Go ahead, read back. Where we at? Judges?
Judges chapter 5, verse 26. She put her hand to the nail and her right hand to the workman's hammer. And with the hammer she smote Sisera, she smote him off his head. When she had pierced and stricken through his temples.
Hey.
At her feet he bowed, he fell, he lay down. At her feet he bowed, he fell, where he bowed. There he fell down dead. The mother of Sisera looked out at a window and cried through the lattice, why is his chariot so long in coming? Why tarry the wheels of his chariots?
Right, his mama was like, man, where is he at? Well, he's dead in some tent.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Right?
Never looked at her.
Go ahead.
verse 29. Her wise ladies answered her, yea, she returned answer to herself. Have they not sped? Have they not divided the prey? To every man a damsel or two?
Yeah, she was thinking like, yeah, they went in this war. They got damsels, they taking spoils. No, sir. We're at Judges 5 and 30. Go ahead.
To Sisera, a prey of diverse colors, of needlework, of diverse colors of needlework on both sides, meat for the necks of them that take the spoil, so that all thine enemies perish, O Yahweh. But let them that love him be as the sun that goeth forth from his might. And the land had rest 40 years. So now we're going to go over to Matthew chapter 14, verse 22.
No. You're almost done.
Matthew chapter 14.
Wait, y'all taking them outside for the beating? Are they going outside for the beating?
No,
For the beating?
But
Are they going outside for the beating? Oh, that's later? Okay. She's taking the kids outside for kids class. I wanted to joke with them a little bit.
Right.
Go outside for the beat. Oh, you gonna line them up?
The whipping?
The whipping? Right. Stop looking around like, what? Go ahead.
And them surprised. It was like,
Right.
oh no, they said this stuff. Like Deborah.
Right?
Alright, so Matthew chapter 14 and verse 22. And straightway Yahushua constrained his disciples to get into a ship and to go before him unto the other side, while he sent the multitude away.
Now, let me say this here. This is not Yahushua walking over people and didn't.
Crowd
Look at
surfing.
Derek's face. Told y'all about that video. Right? This ain't Yahushua about to crowd surf. Right? He's not in a rave and they just passing him through the water. Read what's going on here. He told his disciples to do what?
And Yahushua, and straightway Yahushua constrained his disciples to get into a ship.
So he told his disciples, you go inside that ship over there. So there's an actual boat that's involved here, an actual ship. Go ahead.
And to go before him unto the other side.
Right, go ahead.
While he sent the multitude away.
So I'll deal with the people, y'all hop in the ship, get ready to sail to the other side. Go ahead.
And when he had sent the multitudes away, he went up into a mountain apart to pray.
Mm-hmm.
And when the evening was come, he was there alone.
Wait, he had a multitude of people?
And when the evening was come, he was there alone.
He was about to crowd surf through him?
He was there
So
alone.
he was there by himself. There was no people. He sent them away. Go ahead.
But the ship was now in the midst of the sea.
Right, so now the ship was in the midst of the actual water. It wasn't a ship on top of people. Remember, the reason why they say he didn't walk on water, because they say the sea is code or symbolic of people. This was an actual ship in actual water that you could drink and bathe in. Go ahead.
Liquid H2O.
Right, actual H2O. Go ahead.
Tossed with waves.
Mm-hmm.
For the wind was contrary. And in the fourth watch of the night, Yahushua went unto them, walking on the sea.
Yeah, he wasn't walking on people.
Wow.
Okay, he didn't walk on frozen water. They try to say that, oh, he walked on ice. That's how he did that. It said there was waves, so there's no waves in ice.
Sure ain't.
I'm sorry, but he didn't walk on frozen water. Go ahead.
How did Peter sink?
Huh?
How did Peter sink?
That's my point. That's the point. Yahushua walked on an ice block, and Peter, he walked on a patch that some, whatever they say, man. But you know, they come up with all these little theories of, oh, he walked on glaciers, the ice was, the river was frozen over, and he walked on people. Why would he walk on people?
Right.
What's the point of that? What's that gonna show? Read on.
Verse 26. And when the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled,
Yeah,
saying,
like I wouldn't trip if I seen a cat walking on ice. I'm like, okay, just make sure you find, make sure you don't walk in the soft spot.
yeah.
I wouldn't trip. If I seen a person being carried by people, what's there to be troubled about? Now I'm gonna definitely be a little concerned if I see a man walking on actual H with two O's, right? Like he's walking on water. Like I would be like,
This.
what kind of guy is he? Wait, who have we been amongst? This dude walks on water? Go ahead.
They were troubled, saying, it is a spirit.
They couldn't believe it. Why would they think that it was a spirit? Remember, spirits don't have any physical, spirits are celestial, right? Celestial, right? We're terrestrial. So why would they think it was a spirit? Because they didn't believe that anything physical could walk on water. They never seen it, never happened. So they thought, oh, this is a spirit floating on by. Go ahead.
And they cried out for fear. Verse 27. But straightway Yahushua spake unto them, saying, be of good cheer. It is I. Be not afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Then Peter answered him and said, Lord, if it be thou, bid me to come unto thee, bid me come unto thee on the water.
Hey, if it's you, show me, but here go. Like if it's you, show me a sign.
Is it really
I
you?
want to walk on water too. Now, let's be real. Did Peter ever already walked on water?
Yes.
Well, he didn't need Yahweh shot. He just needed faith. He just needed to say, let me try. The thought never entered into his head to walk on water. It never entered into his head till he seen it. But he could have did it. He could have did it. Just not have the faith. He just got to at least come up with, conceptualize the thought. But see, a lot of times, you know why we don't get things done? We don't even think about doing it. We don't even think about, man, I can do this. And if somebody comes with an idea, you're like, man, I can do that. But if you would have thought about it, you would have been able to do it. You gotta first think about it. Think about doing it. Think about doing the good. Go ahead.
Verse 29.
Think about it. Why do they have people that sit around in groups for any type of addiction? What's the whole point of that? What's the whole point of that? Usually the person that's leading it has battled what?
Addiction.
And they beat addiction, right? So they're the testament that when you put your mind to it and surround yourself with the right people, you can beat it. Right? They're the example. But before that, when you're deep into whatever addiction, you're not thinking like, I can beat this. You're just into the addiction.
Right.
But then when you see someone else like, oh, so you were, yeah, he was addicted to porn too. And you got over it. I ain't gonna say you beat it. But you got over it? Yeah, I got over it. Right? I'm corny. Right? Gotta wag you. But oh, you got over it also? You beat the addiction? Yeah, look, this is what I did. Wow, I never thought that I could do that. What's that?
Your manifestation starts from within you to bring it out of you. Your creativity starts from within you to bring it out of you. People don't think like that. They just think on thinking. But whatever you think of, you can also bring it out of you. You know.
Well, as a man thinketh,
so is he.
Yes. But sometimes, but my point is, some of us don't even think. You don't think until you see something. Where we should always be trying to think, how do I better my situation? It doesn't have to always take someone else doing it for me to believe that I can do it.
So true.
Sister Mary.
You have to demonstrate that you demonstrate that once you have focus on the outside.
Right. Well, sometimes things have to be demonstrated to us. Yeah.
I got everything you're flying right here.
I know you do. I know you do. Where we at?
Matthew chapter 14, verse 29.
Right.
And he said, come. And when Peter was come down out of the ship, he walked on the water to go to Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai said, come, and he walked. I mean, what was so powerful about? What about? Oh, come on, let's do it. What did that have anything to do with anything? Because he allowed him to? Because him saying come allowed Peter to do something? No, it was already in him to do it. He had to just think about it and then do it. And not overthink it, because we see what that's going to do, read on.
Verse 30. But when he saw the wind boisterous.
So it got a little bit, his surroundings got a little bit unsavory. He started to get uncomfortable. He started to get a little bit nervous. What's that, Elijah?
Haven't we read this chapter and verse?
Not today. You saying today?
No, have we read it in one of the classes?
Yeah. No.
I'm pretty sure we went through this in a class one time.
Oh, in a class? Yeah, probably. Yeah. But it's just part of the reading. Right. Go ahead.
He was afraid.
He was what?
Afraid.
But why? Why get afraid? Because things around you are going awry. What do the things around you have to do with you? See, the only time things around you affect you is when you act on the things around you. Right? Think about it. Because, like, if they started rioting right now this second at the Walgreens, are we just gonna all get up and run over there? Like, man, I need to get me some tampons. I need to get me some lip gloss. I need to give you another bag of trail mix, right? I need a pack of diapers. Maybe for the diapers.
They got a lot of prescriptions over there.
Right? Oh, yeah. Right? That's some lots of selling. But my point is, we ain't gonna run over here and start rioting because we see other people doing it. We're not gonna let our surroundings drag us into the negative, right? If they start marching right now down Bissonnette, Black Lives Matter, march. We go, oh snap, well we got black on. Let's go. We're black. Are we going to start all of a sudden running to what they're doing? No. So the things around you really have nothing to do with you until you let them. Remember, how does Satan get in? Well, he got to ask permission.
That's true.
Right? So guess what his asking permission is? You're walking on water, I'm going to let a wave kick up. And as soon as you get scared, it was like, thanks for asking. Right? And he's in there. He's in there. He asked. Your reaction to whatever is going on is the consent. So I'm gonna ask you if you want me to come dwell with you by kicking up some waves and letting people get rowdy around you. And as soon as you turn into one of them, well, there it is. I guess I can come hang out. But you don't have to. The point is, okay, was not the water boisterous and crazy where Yahweh Shai was? Right. It was, but he didn't allow that to sway him, persuade him, change his mind, move him off course. He just said, well, the water is going to do what the water is going to do. Right? So how do we move? Well, people are going to do what wicked is going to do what wicked does. Right? Negative people are going to do what negative people does. But the scriptures say, be not overcome with evil, but overcome evil with good. So my thoughts, my mind, having myself set on a goal. Peter started to do this. Oh snap, there's water around me. But you're walking on it. You're walking on it. Of course it's around you. Of course it's around you. But he started to look, and he took, where there's no vision, the people perish, right? He stopped looking at Yahweh Shai and started looking at the things around him. There's a fish, right? There's a few waves, getting a little bit crazy. I mean, ain't that usually how we fall? We stop looking at the vision. We stop looking at Christ. That's why it says, looking unto Christ in Hebrews, the author and finisher of our faith, for the joy, we despise the shame, right? We got to keep the focus on him.
Oh, nice.
We keep the focus on him so that way we don't fall to the waves and the things that are trying to pull us in. Y'all get that? Read on. Let's just finish this chapter. I'll let you come in. Read on.
And beginning to sink, he cried, saying, Lord, save me.
Well, you was already saving yourself. You were floating at one time. Your doubt caused you to sink. It made you heavy. He that doubted is damned. Go ahead.
Verse 31. And immediately Yahweh Shai stretched forth his hand and caught him and said unto him, O thou little faith, wherefore didst thou doubt?
Like, why did you doubt? You was doing it, Peter. You was walking, Peter. Why did you start all of a sudden doubting? Go ahead.
And when they were come into the ship, the wind ceased. See that?
As soon as he got in the ship, everything was done. It was like, see, it was just all a fake out. It was all to psych you out to see where you were at. That fire will get turned up, and you feel like you in the. Remember one thing, you always in the oven. That's true. We're always in the oven. We're always in the refiner's pot. The fire never ceases. It just turns up a level or turns down. That's how you got to look at life. You're always in the fire. And the fire turns up. That don't mean you start dancing around and hop and move differently. You got to just always be in the mind that the fire is there. It never stops. It just gets turned down and turned up, turned down, turned up. Go ahead.
Then they that were in the ship came and worshipped him, saying, Of a truth, thou art the Son of the Most High.
The wildest thing about it is Yahweh Shai had nothing to do with it. That's the craziest thing. When you read this whole thing, what do Yahweh Shai have to do with Peter? All he did was just catch him when he was going to fall. So they say, come. But he had nothing to do with Peter walking, really. Peter had to have his own faith and his own belief, man.
So why did Peter asked the question, verse 28 and 29, he said, yo, ask me to come out there with you. If I could come out there with you.
Right.
Why would he even do that in faith that he was gonna ask that question already? He decided on his own to ask that question, then to just like, oh, you know what, let me just back off the question I asked. Let me just then start being doubtful and faithless.
Well, no, he asked him and he went. He was walking.
Okay.
He got doubtful and faithless because it looked like it was about to get hard.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like it was about to, like the waves were about, it says it, the water got boisterous.
Okay.
Right? The water started to kick up around his feet. And then he started to get afraid to get down. So even him asking permission to do something that he should have been just doing. Remember, sometimes the things that we know are in us to do, you don't have to ask permission to do it. Just walk in faith. Don't ask permission, just do it. Let your faith uphold you. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Where we at?
Ezra's.
All right.
And just brings it back because this is the technical end before we started adding the apocrypha. Think back to when we crossed the Red Sea. We walked through water this time, and here in the New Testament, Matthew, they're walking on the water. But it's still an act of faith. The whole time, the Most High has been trying to build the faith. Even right here. Why didn't thou doubt in the wilderness? Why do you think that I brought you out here to starve? Why did you doubt that I'm actually doing this for your good? Why did you doubt that I'm actually leading you the best way possible for your mind's sake? See, the Most High, even the Most High condescended to our lower state. I'm not saying he literally jumped off the throne and got amongst us on that level like that, but he knew where our minds was at. So he worked with us according to where our mind was at. And we still didn't have the faith.
Even the story with Deborah and Barak.
Even the story with Deborah and Barak
was faith. He told them what was going to happen. Just go get your army, go fight. Deborah came and reminded him. And he was like, well, I'll only go if you go. Like, what? What do you mean? What does Deborah have to do with anything? But now when they came to get him the victory, who got the credit? To say blesses Barak? Some random woman in a tent got the credit, got the praise, got the glory. All you have to do is have faith and follow. What's that?
Was she a nation?
They were Kenites, so they were
it said Heber, the father-in-law of Moses.
Right, but they were from the tribe, they were Kenites. But yeah, Moses had what? The Ethiopian? And he had the Midianite. So yeah, if that was her father-in-law, if that was her father, they were nations.
So a nation got the credit?
He had two nation ribs.
A woman slash nation
got the credit, yeah. Got the kill. She got the points. She got the kill. Yep.
That's how all the spots tie in faith.
Faith, man.
Subject matters. Faith.
Yeah.
Matter of faith.
Faith. Just doing things in faith. Barak was at the move in faith. Yep.
So we're going to the Apocrypha, 2nd Ezra chapter 12.
Right, oh, so we gotta do the whole little breakdown on chapter 11 and chapter 12. Yeah, I'm gonna have to follow him when he's up to it. Do it again. We'll just read it as is, and then I don't have it. Yeah, I have to do a class on the 2nd Ezra. It's a breakdown. We gotta break it down. So, it ain't that short either. But yeah, I have him. If he's up to it, I have him go through 11 and 12. That way I have to break down. Go ahead.
2nd Ezra chapter 12 and verse 1. And it came to pass, while the lion spake these words unto the eagle, I saw, and behold, the head that remained, and the 4 wings appeared no more. And the 2 went unto it, and set themselves up to reign, and their kingdom was small and full of uproar. And I saw, and behold, they appeared no more, and the whole body of the eagle was burnt, so that the earth was in great fear. Then awaked I out of the trouble and trance of my mind, from great fear, and said unto my spirit, Lo, this hast thou done unto me, in that thou searchest out the ways of the highest. Lo, yet I am very weary in my mind, and very weak in my spirit, and little strength is there in me. For the great fear wherewith I was affrighted this night. Afflicted this night. Therefore will I now beseech the highest, that he will comfort me unto the end. And I said, Lord, thou bearest rule. If I have found favor, if I have found grace before thy sight, and if I am justified with thee before many others, and if my prayer indeed be come up before thy face, comfort me then, and show me thy servant the interpretation and plain difference of this fearful vision, that thou mayest perfectly comfort my soul. For thou hast judged me worthy to show me the last times. And he said unto me, This is the interpretation of the vision. The eagle whom thou sawest come up from the sea is the kingdom which was seen in the vision of thy brother Daniel.
Right, so,
Daniel 7:7.
right, Daniel 7. That's going into all the different empires, Greek, Roman, right, all the different empires that were on the earth. Go ahead.
But it was not expounded unto him. Therefore now I declare it unto thee. Behold, the days will come, that there shall rise up a kingdom upon the earth, and it shall be fearful above all the kingdoms that were before it.
Right, you living in it. Babylon, America. Go ahead. It's a mixture of, bro, this place is literally a mixture of every kingdom. Every custom from every kingdom is a part of this kingdom. Go ahead.
In the same shall 12 kings reign, one after another. Wherefore the second shall begin to reign, and shall have more time than any of the 12. And this do the 12 wings signify, which thou sawest. As for the voice which thou heardest speak, and that thou sawest not to go out from the head, but from the midst of the body thereof, this is the interpretation. That after the time of that kingdom there shall arise great strivings, and it shall stand in peril of falling. Nevertheless, it shall not then fall, but shall be restored again to his beginning.
Verse 19. And whereas thou sawest the 8 small under feathers sticking to her wings, this is the interpretation. That in him there shall arise 8 kings, whose time shall be but small, and their years swift, and 2 of them shall perish, the middle time approaching. 4 shall be kept until their end began to approach, but 2 shall be kept unto the end. And whereas thou sawest 3 heads resting, this is the interpretation. In the last days shall the Most High raise up 3 kingdoms, and renew many things therein, and they shall have the dominion of the earth. And of those that dwell therein, with much oppression above all those that were before him, therefore are they called the heads of the eagle. For these are they that shall accomplish his wickedness, and that shall finish his last end. And whereas thou sawest that the great head appear no more, it signifieth that one of them shall die upon his bed, and yet with pain. For the two that remain shall be slain with the sword, for the sword of the one shall devour the other, but at the last shall he fall through the sword himself. And whereas thou sawest two feathers under the wings, passing over the head that is on the right side, it signifieth that these are they whom the highest hath kept unto the end. This is the small kingdom and full of trouble, as thou sawest. And a lion, whom thou sawest raising up out of the wood, a roaring and speaking to the evil, and rebuking her for her unrighteousness with all words which thou hast heard. This is the anointing which the highest hath kept for them and for their wickedness to the end. He shall reprove them and shall upbraid them with their cruelty. For he shall set them before him alive in judgment, and shall rebuke them and correct them. See that? He shall set them before him alive in judgment.
Mm-hmm.
For the rest of my people shall he deliver with mercy. This is talking about Yahushua. Those that have been preserved upon my borders, and he shall make them joyful until the coming of the day of judgment. Wherefore I have spoken unto thee from the beginning. This is the dream that thou sawest, and these are the interpretations. Thou only hast been meet to know the secret of the highest. Therefore write all these things that thou hast seen in a book, and hide them. Teach them to the wise of the people, whose hearts thou knowest may comprehend and keep these secrets. But wait thou here thyself yet 7 days more, that it may be showed thee whatsoever it pleaseth the highest to declare unto thee. And with that he went his way. And it came to pass, when all the people saw the 7 days were passed, and I not came again unto the city, they gathered them all together, from the least unto the greatest, and came unto me, and said, What have we offended? What have we offended thee? And what evil have we done against thee, that thou forsakest us, and sittest here in this place? For all of the prophets thou only are left. For all of the prophets thou art.
42.
For all the prophets thou only art left us, as a cluster of the vintage, and as a candle in a dark place, and as a haven or a ship preserved from the tempest. Are not the evils which are come to us sufficient? If thou shalt forsake us, how much better had it been for us if we also had been burned in the midst of Zion? For we are not better than they that died there. And they wept with a loud voice. Then answered I them and said, Be of good comfort, O Israel, and be not heavy, O house of Yaakov. For the highest hath you in remembrance, and the mighty hath not forgotten you in temptation. As for me, I have not forsaken you, neither am I departed from you, but am come into this place to pray for the desolation of Zion, and that I might seek mercy for the low estate of your sanctuary. And now go your way home, every man, and after those days will I come unto you. So the people went their way into the city, like as I commanded them. But I remained still in the field 7 days, as the angel commanded me, and did eat only those days of the flowers of the field, and have my need of herbs.
Silence.
Dandelions. Any questions on reading?
Nah, just one.
Okay.
Ecclesiastes, going back to 37, it says, Therefore write all these things thou hast seen in a book, and hide them. This goes back to the book of Revelations, when he says, seal up the book, or is it Daniel's?
No, that's apocryphal.
It's apocryphal.
Yeah, who wrote Ezra?
Ezra.
Right. So he's talking right under the book. So you have Ezra. You have Ezra in the Bible. You have Ezra in the.
Okay. No, I'm just getting confused.
Yeah, there's things that There are things that we don't have.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
but he was talking to Ezra to write down things. Ezra had nothing to do with Revelations and Daniel.
Okay, got us that confused.
Right. Because even in Daniel it said, seal up, it said, declare some and make known some.
Right.
Moses, when you deal with Moses.
Yeah, all the mysteries.
It tells you, it told Moses to declare some and not to declare everything.
Yeah, because Moses got the whole, from beginning to the end.
Yeah, so, right. Right, 2 Ezra 14:6, these words shalt thou declare, and these shalt thou hide. So not everything that Moses, put it like this, Moses didn't drop everything that was told to him.
Right.
Same thing with Ezra, he didn't drop everything that was told him. He gave us some, but not all.
Okay.
So what is that telling us? That there's things out there that we don't know.
Right.
We know in part, we prophesy in part. What else?
You know, thinking about that, it made me think about, you know, like when you watch these time travel movies or shows, and it's like, if you knew this, then you might try to change this when you were in that instance, so it would throw off everything else to come. I don't know, it just hit my brain. Cause like, hey, I don't want all of it to come out because I don't want you to do contrary or you know what, I know that there's works out there that's trying to go contrary to the work that I got going on, and I'm keeping it hid from them, thus I'm keeping it hid from you as well.
Oh, God.
Right, and what verse was that?
I'm sorry. 37? Oh, 37, yeah.
Second, what is it, second Ezra?
Yes, that's Ezra.
The 12 and 37?
12. Right, you gotta read the next verse. Therefore, write all these things that thou hast seen in the book and hide them, semicolon, and teach them to the wise of the people, whose hearts thou knowest may comprehend and keep the secrets.
Yeah, keep the secrets.
So how are they hidden? Well, if you read chapter 11 and then didn't read 12, you wouldn't get the interpretation of what he was seeing.
Okay.
You see that? And then to now break down like the, break down the feathers, break down the 3 heads, break down the lion, all that stuff, you got to go into history.
Right.
You see that? So it
I
wasn't
know
they
the
were hidden
feathers are
from no,
the Roman Empire.
well, it was
The
more than
4.
one feather.
Yeah, well, the four, there were 5 of them that came out. 3 of them attacked 1, that made them 4.
But that's what I'm saying, there was more than one feather.
Right.
You got the 8 little feathers. So, like I said, I'd have to go through and get it to give y'all the whole super breakdown, but we can just do the 2 classes on it to knock it out. Hold on, Elijah.
What does it mean by when you, I don't know what scripture it is, but where it says, if you have faith as a mustard seed, you can move a mountain. What does it mean by that?
Go there real quick. So we've been talking about faith this whole class, so do you know how big a mustard seed is?
A mustard seed?
Yeah,
It's a little seed.
it's very little. It's probably one of the smallest seeds on the earth. Like one mustard seed, I think, is probably the smallest seed.
Wow.
Yeah, it's tiny. It's
It
tiny.
is, it
Tiny,
is.
tiny, 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 tiny. So what it's saying is that even if you have the smallest belief in the Most High, you can move a mountain.
Like an actual mountain?
Yeah. Now how? Does it mean that you're gonna go and lift the whole mountain up? And no, but think about a dirt hill. Right? How would you move a dirt hill?
With a shovel.
You can use a shovel, you can use a bobcat, but what it's saying is if you believe you can do it, where there's a will, there's a way. So if you believe that you can, and that the Most High is with you, with a little bit of belief, the smallest little, that's your faith, the size of my fingertip. Some people have faith the size of a fingertip. Some people have faith the size of a finger. But with the faith the size of a fingertip, you can move a mountain from one side to the other. You see that? It's just it's talking about your belief. You got it?
Matthew 17:20.
Read it.
The book of Matthew, chapter 17,
So you can highlight it and write it down where it's at. Go ahead.
verse 20.
Uh-huh.
And Yahushua said unto them, because of your unbelief, for verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed.
Yeah, one grain. Like, I mean, a mustard seed. Listen, if I'm not mistaken, that is the smallest seed on earth. One grain of mustard seed. Small or seemingly insufficient thing. Yeah, it says it's a small or insufficient thing. Let's see here. What is the size of a mustard seed? About 1 to 2 millimeters. Right? So you can see it. It's not microscopic, but it's so small it's almost insignificant. Like if I put a mustard seed down here, I'd lose that as soon as I left my eyes off of it. Right? Like this right here is a mustard seed. See, I can't see. A mustard seed right here. See, look, one mustard seed, right? A little booger. Right?
It wasn't a booger
Oh,
though.
well.
Yeah.
Say, man, you know what?
Internet. Yeah, for the internet. It wasn't a booger, but my point is, it's something so small. That's a mustard seed. You can't even see that on my nail.
Oh, yeah, look.
But look, it's super small. So he's saying if your belief is that small, you can do anything you want in your house.
Like a small peppercorn. Maybe.
Yeah. 1 to 2 millimeters? I mean, significantly small.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Ye shall say unto this mountain,
Right?
remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove.
Yeah, I mean, but you can talk to the rocks all day. They're not going to just start walking. What it's saying is if you believe you can move the mountain, guess what? Brick by brick, stone by stone, pebble by pebble, you get that mountain moved.
Yep.
But you got to have faith. The faith is going to keep you doing it. You see that? A little bit of faith is going to keep you moving mountains. It's going to keep you shoveling. One shovel at a time. Dump the wheelbarrow. Part the mountains move.
Till you done moved it.
Yep.
And next thing you know, all this is from here to there. But it's about your faith. He's saying small faith works miracles. You can do a lot with small faith. You get that?
The water.
You were going to say something.
No, I was gonna say that on these breakdowns right here, all these, I know you got that one, but they're doing them right now on the Kawakab class.
Oh, they're going through second Ezra?
They're going through all the second
Oh,
Ezra.
we don't have to do it then, because they're going through it. We don't want to repeat it.
On the Friday nights, y'all just check them out.
I know
And
they've been doing Daniels. I know they were doing second
yeah,
Ezra.
he's going to second Ezra. He
Really?
comes in. Yeah, he comes in second Ezra, Daniel's, Revelations. He's doing the whole shebang.
Okay,
So,
well then,
the
there it
Bible-
is. So if y'all want to get the breakdown, instead of us, because we're not going to repeat classes that San Antonio's doing. We try hard not to repeat the classes. That's why we text each other what we're doing for the week. So yeah, if he's already doing them, then hey, that's the man. That's the guy. He's the source.
Yeah, he blow your mind.
Yeah. Very, Kawakab is nasty with them breakdowns and
Yeah, I
Daniels.
love listening to them.
Yeah. Kawakab is that historian. He'll go through Daniels, he'll go through Revelation. He's good with it.
Yeah,
He's
he mix it all up.
Well, yeah, because they have similar prophecies, and Ezra talks about stuff that's happening in Revelations. Daniel's talks about stuff happening in Ezra's. They refer to each other, different things like that. So you do have to go sometimes to each book when you're dealing with certain breakdowns. Yeah, so I didn't know Kawakab. I know he was going to do Daniel's. I didn't know he was doing the Ezra's.
Yeah, they're doing Revelation right now. He's on Revelation 13, and he's breaking down 13, and he jumps into right into
Nice.
this right here.
Okay, there it is. So all you gotta do is tune in to San Antonio's class Friday night. That's their Sabbath class. That's when Kawakab does class. So yeah, there it is. So that way, yeah, we're not gonna repeat it. If he's already doing it, there's no point in us redoing it when you can go right there. It's fresh. Let me do it like that. What else? Anything online? Can we get, what's that?
Online, Aggie student. He writes Matthew 14:33, Matthew 28:9, and Luke 24:51-52 speaks on Yahweh being worshipped.
Oh, Aggie student, right? Go ahead.
I've heard brothers say that we worship the Father, but not the Son himself.
Right.
But in these pages, in these passages, it sounds like it.
So go to them. Let's go to them real quick.
Matthew chapter 14, verse 33. Then they that were in the ship came and worshipped him,
Right.
saying, of a truth, thou art the Son of the Most High.
Right. Where we at?
Matthew chapter 14, verse 33.
Right. So basically, do we worship Yahweh? And basically, the brother is saying that these verses seem to denote that we do. So we're at Matthew what?
14, verse 33.
Right, read. Matthew 14:33. Go ahead.
Then they that were in the ship came and worshipped him, saying, of a truth thou art the Son of the Most High.
Right.
Peter's walking on the water.
Right. Okay, so you're looking at the word worship and thinking that they literally bowed to Yahweh. Well, no, they acknowledged his power and who he was from, because what did they say? They said they worshiped him as what? As a god or as a son of God, as what was prophesied. Now, mind you, there were some that were in the mind of, let's worship him, let's worship Mary. But what did he always do? He put him in check, right? So if they literally were worshiping him here, what would he have done? He either checked that spirit and said, no, don't worship me, worship the Father. There's proof of that. So what it was less of a, it was less of a worship, like bowing down, oh, hail Yahweh, and more of an acknowledgement, like, oh, okay, this dude is the Son of the Most High. This dude's walking on water. He is who he says he is. So it was more of an acknowledgement. Less of a work, they didn't start, think about it. Did the apostles after this time set up a graven image to Yahweh? Nah. Because he was teaching them on what? What was he teaching them the whole time? I come not to do my will. This ain't me. I come to do the will of the Father. Right? So you have Matthew 12. We just read this, right?
Matthew chapter 14, verse 33.
Right. Okay.
We just read it.
Yeah, we just read it. Okay. Right. And then, watch, read on.
Verse 34. And when they were gone over, they came.
That's it on that. So they didn't worship him in the sense of deifying him, like he's a deity. They acknowledged him and worshipped him in the fact of, okay, he is the spoken Messiah, that he's the Messiah that the scriptures that was prophesied about all the way in Moses' time. Right? So let's go to the other one real quick. Because think about it, wasn't Yahweh going to check them? If they start worshiping him? Yeah.
Matthew chapter 28, verse 9.
Right.
And as they went to tell his disciples, behold, Yahushua met them, saying, all hail.
Right.
And they came and held him by the feet and worshiped him.
Right. Okay, so you're looking at that word worship. Right. Every time, men were worshipped by other men, but it doesn't mean that they literally worship them.
Oh, that's what you just said. Didn't work for rank of superiority.
Right. Like King David was worshipped by Uriah the Hittite. He worshipped him. But it was a reverence, it was a respect. It was he's the king, gonna reverence this man. But he didn't worship David as God. You see that?
Right.
Yahushua David worshiped Yahushua the Most High, but remember he said the Lord said to my Lord, right? So he understood there was an order. So he didn't put Yahushua above the Most High. It was we look to Yahushua, but we know the Most High is the supreme. You see that? Where is this? What is this?
Oh, that's
Matthew chapter
No,
20.
hold on real quick. Is this the word worship?
yeah, in
Right, okay. Yeah, a token of reverence. A token of reverence. So this is in the Blue Letter Bible, G4352, worship. I can't pronounce that in Greek. Among the Orientals, the Persians, to fall upon the knees, bow the knee, right? So think about it. Men bow the knee to other men out of just straight respect. So that's what it was. To touch the ground with the forehead. We did that. Remember when we did that with the angels? John, he bowed to the angel said, "Nah, don't worship me, worship God."
God.
You see that? But it was endearing of respect. That's all it was. So they didn't worship Yahweh Shai as the Most High. Go real quick. Go to Luke. Go to Luke 11:27.
Luke. The book of Luke, chapter 11, verse 27.
They were just recognizing Yahweh Shai for who he was, and what the Scripture said he was through prophecy. I mean, think about that. Think about you read you read history. Your whole life as an Israelite, as a Hebrew child, your parents are hitting you with this history, right? The ones that kept tradition and history. And they're hitting you with this history, they're hitting you with this history, hitting you with this history. There's gonna be a Messiah that's gonna come. He's gonna walk on water, he's gonna tell me to go grab a colt, he's gonna tell me to prepare the Passover, they're gonna kill him. And you're like, man, that ain't never gonna happen in my lifetime. And then all of a sudden this man comes and he's like, yeah, I'm the Son of God. And you're like, okay, we'll roll with you. But then he starts to do these things and you're like, okay. And the more and more you see, like, he can turn water into wine. Oh my God, like, how do you, like, it's in your mind. You know, humans, the little bit of the inkling of doubt is there, like, I know he turned water into wine, but there gotta be some way there gotta be some explanation how he did that. Right? Then he's healing people, they're like, what the? But then he walks on water. They were sealed from there. It was sealed in their head. If it wasn't before, it was like, oh, okay. Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no way that this could be anything else but the Son of Man. And they reverenced him as such. But never do you read the apostles start to deify and call him God on earth. They never, not like how dumb Christians like, oh, Christ is the reincarnation of Jesus, of God. He's the walking God on earth. Like, only Christians come up with that. You never hear the apostles, oh yeah, he's God walking on earth.
Yes.
Ever do you hear that? So read that Luke.
Luke chapter 11, verse 27.
Right, remember the scripture said Yahweh Shai made himself of no reputation, taking on the form of a servant. So if any time there was somebody that was going to sit there and worship him, what was he going to do? He was going to put him in the check. Wait, no, don't worship me. Watch, read.
And it came to pass, as he spake these things,
right,
a certain woman of the company lifted up her voice,
right,
and said unto him, Blessed is the womb that bare thee.
Yeah, blessed is your mama. Bless Mary. Let's worship Mary, right? Yahweh Shai, you see, here's a cut to you Catholics. Stop worshiping Mary. Cut to the Catholics. He said, don't worship Mary. Go ahead.
And the paps which thou hast sucked.
Yeah, the pap blesses the womb and the breast that nurtured you. What's wrong with that, right? Well, what did Yahweh Shai say? Go ahead.
Verse 28. But he said, Yea, rather, blessed are they that hear the word of the Most High,
right,
and keep it.
Yeah, he said, blessed is they that do the Father's will.
Good.
Nobody else, not me, not no woman, not nobody, but that hear the word and do it. So you see how he immediately took the spotlight off of him for any type of worship?
Right.
For them to worship him, just reverence him, and basically gave him the credit of who he was. They acknowledged, oh yeah, this is the Christ. This is the Savior. This is the Messiah. That's all that was. Nothing more, Nothing less. Because again, you don't see anything going forward where they started erecting statues. Like after Yahushua died, where was his memorial?
It's true.
There wasn't one, right? Peter didn't all of a sudden like, man, we gotta go get this, this Lincoln Memorial, this Yahushua Memorial. Like, what's the one they do over there in Washington with Martin Luther King? Martin Luther King Memorial. You gotta go get a statue carved. You gotta get the best engravers.
Right.
You gotta get the best wood engravers to engrave Yahushua into a rock. They didn't do that. They understood his purpose, who he was, who he wasn't, and they went off of that. Yes, sir.
In the book of John, chapter 4, verse 23, Yahushua says, "But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth."
Right.
So he's not saying like the hour is gonna he's not saying that there's a time that's gonna come where you gotta worship me.
Right.
You gotta bow down to me, but you're gonna worship the Father in spirit and in truth.
Now remember, we know that Bahasham Yahushua, the Father in the name of Yahushua, right? So we know what? No man, he said, Yahushua said, I am the door. No man gets to the Father unless he go through me. So we know we gotta deal with Yahushua's fire. We gotta deal with his baptism. We gotta deal with the Holy Spirit and with the fire, right? That's the way to get to the Father. But there's no other way. So he's the gatekeeper, he's the doorway, he is the access, he's the mediator, like it says, between God and man. But do we worship Yahushua? No. It's funny, I was just thinking about this the other day for some reason. I don't know why it popped in my head. It's like, maybe even last night. But no, it's, in the name of Yahushua. Scriptures tell us, all things, to get to the Father, you gotta go through the Son. You see that? He said, all power is given into the hands of the Son. You see that? All things were created by the Son, for the Son. But he said, all power is given of me from the Father. You see that? The judgment. We went through it in the class the other night about when we were in the valley of decision, in the wilderness. Who's going to judge us? Is it going to be the Most High down, standing in front of you? No. He said, all judgment is given of me from the Father. Yahushua is going to stand with you, plead with you face to face, with a sword and with fire, right? In that Isaiah 66, he said, I will plead with you with a sword and with fire. It's going to be Yahushua that's going to judge us, not the Most High. So the power, the control has been handed over. Remember, Daniel's Daniel 7, he said, I see the Ancient of Days. And he said he gave dominion to the Son. He basically handed him the kingdom.
Right.
You see that? So he's the access.
And what you're saying, John chapter 5, verse 27 says, and hath given him authority to execute judgment also.
Right. Yeah, he gave, no, read up.
Verse 25.
Right.
For as the Father hath life in himself,
Go ahead.
so hath he given to the Son to have life in himself.
So he gave Yahushua certain powers in life and duties. Go ahead.
Verse 27.
Right.
And hath given him authority.
He gave him what?
Authority.
Yahushua has been given the authority. Go ahead.
To execute judgment also.
Right. So Yahushua didn't take it. He was given the authority. Again, do we worship Christ or not? We understand that he's the mediator, he's the access. What else we got? Yeah, and David got some good ones in here. 1 Kings 1 and 3, that Bathsheba bowed with her face to the earth and did reverence to the king and said, my Lord, King David, live forever. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And this was, I believe she had walked in. This one, Abishai, the Shulamite, was tending to David. And Bathsheba walked in and bowed to David. Not disgruntledly, not why the hell she here, none of that. And paid reverence, respect to the king. With another woman there tending to her husband.
Right.
Just want to put that out there. So, First Chronicles 21:21. And as David came to Oman, Oman looked and saw David and went out of the threshing floor and bowed himself to David with his face to the ground. So he worshiped David. But he didn't deify David. That's good. Right, so what else we got? They're getting restless. They're getting restless. Yeah. Now we are. We need you, baby. Now we are. That's all I'm gonna say. That's it.
Silly, man.
What's that?
Ecclesiasticus 22:23.
Leverage.
Okay.
Can I get more like explanation?
No, you can't. No, I'm joking. Ecclesiastes 22. That's my
Ecclesiastes chapter 22, verse 23. Be faithful to thy neighbor in his poverty,
right,
and thou mayest rejoice in his prosperity.
right,
Abide steadfast unto him in the time of his trouble.
right. So be faithful to your neighbor in his prosperity. You know, if you see a man in need, you give them you give them what they need. Help them get back on their feet. So think about it. We talked. You asked the question the other day about giving to the godly, right? So this is a good one because it says, "Be faithful to thy neighbor in his poverty, that thou may rejoice in his prosperity." So what does that mean? That when he prospers, he's going to include you in that. Either him or the Most High, right? But that's to the godly. But a wicked person, if you help, they're not going to include you in their prosperity. And their type of prosperity is different. Right. Get you caught up. So it's showing you too, because this goes right along with Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 1 down. So you want to note that in your scriptures. But be faithful to thy neighbor. When thou doest good, knowest who to do it unto. Right? In his poverty. Abide steadfast unto him in the time of his trouble. Now thou, read on.
That thou mayest be heir with him in his heritage.
Right, because a righteous man is going to remember who helped him. Right? The wicked is like, nobody helped me. I did it on myself, right? All these damn rappers be singing about, I got here on my own and did it by myself. Self-made, I had no help.
I got it out the mud.
Yeah, I basically made a diamond out of I pulled a diamond out my butt crack, and it was a diamond. Yeah, like, so you mean to tell me nobody mentored you, no one talked to you, no one gave you a lick of wisdom. You just, all of a sudden, you just came up with the idea. You didn't see no example. Nah, you're a liar. You're a liar. So, the wicked, they don't give no credit to nobody. They don't give nobody no reverence. Me, myself, and I. Didn't Dre got the song? What's the song? Oh, you got a song?
Starting from the bottom.
Started from the bottom, now we here.
Yep.
Started from the bottom, now my whole team. Started from the bottom, now we here. But if you listen to the lyrics, until you start from the bottom, he pulled himself up.
Yep.
Like, nobody gave him a record deal. Oh, okay. Nobody put him on the grass. Oh, okay. Nobody told him to be a dude in a wheelchair being crippled to get the sympathy of all you little young ladies. Okay. So nobody gave him a start. He created Degrassi, he created his character, he made his own record label. He didn't do any of that. Somebody gave him an opportunity. But see, the righteous, they gonna pay respect where it's due. They gonna real recognize real, right? Man, I remember when I was down, you put me on, look, here's a little finder's fee, here's a little something, something. Here's just even the recognition that, yo, good looking. Some people don't even want to give that. And then also, if that don't happen, then the Most High will definitely, right? He'll definitely fix you up. Ecclesiastes 12 and verse 1. When thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest. So shalt thou be thanked for thy benefits. Do good to the godly man, and thou shalt find a recompense. And if not from him, yet from the Most High.
Come.
Right? So you gotta know who to do good to, but just know that if you take care of people, the righteous, the ones that have a conscience, the ones that are looking at things the right way, they'll acknowledge what you did for them. You know, when people that are like underhanded, like, oh, I don't want nobody to know that I got some help. I'm embarrassed. I got this. I got that. No, nobody's worried about that. Jump back to Ecclesiastes
22.
Yep.
For a mean estate is not always to be contemned,
Yeah.
Right.
contemned, nor the rich that is foolish to be had in admiration.
Right. A mean estate, meaning that like, oh, he's poor, so he's gotta be whacked. Or he's rich, so he's gotta be the man. A man might just be living in some a mean, like when it says a mean estate or a mean cottage, this means poor. It means not so savory. He don't have all the amenities. Some people might like to live in the bare minimum. They call them minimalists. Some people like to not have all the amenities, right? They don't need 8 living rooms, 105 bedrooms, 30 bathrooms. Some people's good with a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath, and no front yard. Some people's good with that. That doesn't mean like, oh, he's garbage because that's all he got.
Right.
And the ones that got the 100,000 million acres don't mean that they're great or need to be admired either. So it's putting things in perspective that the way we look at things, we'll sometimes talk down on the poor or the things that are not so illustrious.
Right.
And then we'll put it in admiration. Watch, gay clothing. It just popped in my head. Gay clothing. Gay clothing. Watch. Yahushua. Gay clothing?
Yeah, gay clothing.
So it is. Watch, James 2 and verse 3. Just on these precepts.
James chapter 2 and verse 3.
Start at verse 2.
James chapter 2 verse 2.
Right.
For if there come into your assembly a man with a golden ring, in godly apparel,
right,
and there come in also a poor man in vile raiment,
right,
and ye have respect to him that weareth a gay clothing.
Right, gay, not gay like homosexual rainbow clothing, but gay, happy. You know, the word gay meant happy at one time, or good. He had that good apparel, like, man, that dude's fringes is on point, he's always clean, he got a nice garment, it's put together well. That's what it meant by gay clothing. Not homosexual gay. Gotta say that. Go ahead.
And say unto him, sit thou here in a good place.
Right? So you see the dude with the good apparel, you're like, oh, listen, man, you're gonna get the best seat in the house. Ain't that how they do it?
Come.
That's how they do it, man. The cat that walks into the restaurant, he ain't got no reservations. He got the 3-piece suit on. They'll make a table right there in the restaurant. They'll get carpenters to make the table for him.
He look like he's somebody.
But let me walk in a restaurant in a full garment. They're gonna be like, oh, we don't.
Like he's somebody.
The musical convention is down the hall, right?
The music?
Yeah. Who you a dancer? You here to perform? Oh, the stage is right there. Man, I can't leave too. Talk about the stage, right? That's how they treat us.
Wow.
That's how they treat us. So it's putting things in perspective. Go ahead.
And say to the poor, stand thou here.
Right.
Or sit here under my footstool.
Yeah, you're gonna be a footstool. You're gonna be as nothing. Go ahead.
Are ye not then partial in yourselves?
Right. See that? He's showing us not to be partial, not to have partiality. One towards a person's outward appearance. That's why it says abhor a man not for his outward appearance. But it also says look on a man for his beauty. So going back to this Ecclesiastes, for a mean estate is not always to be condemned or hated or looked down upon. A mean estate. Some people like a mean estate. Remember, it says it's better to dwell in the house of the mourning than the house of mirth. So sometimes people need that to keep them grounded. Like, man, I gotta live, bare minimum. A mean vehicle. I got a mean whip. I like the hoopty. It gets where I gotta go. It handles the business and it's affordable.
Yeah.
Don't look down on that person because that's what they drive. And then hold in admiration the person because they drive a Bentley. Who knows if they're going to get that Bentley?
Sure.
Who knows if they can even afford that Bentley? Niggas out. You see that? So, putting things in perspective. Go ahead.
They're renting it. And are become judges of evil thoughts.
Read.
Hearken, my beloved brethren.
Right. That's it on, watch, read on.
Hath not the Most High chosen the poor for this world rich in faith?
Right.
And heirs of the kingdom.
Wait, they're what?
Heirs of the kingdom.
Yeah, the poor are the heirs of the kingdom, but the rich in faith. Go ahead.
Which he hath promised to them that love him.
Right. So go back. Right. So you get that, right? Time. What else? Yes, ma'am.
Read Habakkuk 2, chapter 2, and read verse 4.
Somebody read Habakkuk 2 and 4 for Sister Mary. That would good. You got something, you know. Habakkuk 2 verse 4. That's
Habakkuk chapter 2,
uh-huh.
verse 4.
Right.
Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him.
Right.
But the just shall live by his faith.
Right. Just shall live. Right. It's not always about.
So who proud people believe in themselves and their road is crooked.
Right.
That's what it is.
That's exactly what it's saying. And a lot of the time, it's not about the gay apparel, the goodly house. It's about faith. The just shall live by his faith. The scripture. Rosa?
Ecclesiasticus 23 verse 10. What does it mean when he says the blue mark?
Ecclesiastes 23 and verse 10.
Ecclesiastes chapter 23 and verse 10. I'll read it.
Go ahead.
For as a servant that is continually beaten shall not be without a blue mark.
All right. Read the next verse up.
Verse 9. Accustom not thy mouth to swearing.
Okay.
Neither use thyself to the naming of the Holy One.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
For as a servant that is continually beaten shall not be without a blue mark.
Right. Let's see what it says in the item table. Blue mark.
Isn't that like when they say, I'm gonna beat you black and blue? Like it's like it's bruised.
It's bruised up.
Could be. Let's see. You know, I'm gonna check before I speak. Absolutely. 23, right?
Yes, sir. 2:10.
Oh. 22. For the servant who is constantly under scrutiny will not lack bruises. Right. So it's talking about bruises. So here it says the blue mark is talking about bruises. Bruises. It's talking about bruises. Yeah. Yeah, just wanted to make sure. For as the servant that is continually beaten shall not be without bruises, or the blue mark. So he that sweareth in the name of the Most High continually shall not be faultless. So you get that, right? Right. The blue mark is talking about the black and blues. I'll beat you, like he said it. I'll beat you black and blue. Yeah.
Beat you perfect.
You saw it get black and blue.
I think it's purple.
Get all kinds of
Red.
red.
Bruised up.
Yeah. Hey, just as God said, then they call us colored.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was a good scripture. Like, wait, Esau don't get blue.
You get them good enough, they get some yellow in there.
They get some yellow in there, and that's all. Yeah.
They got yellow, when they wake up, they're pink. They go outside, they're red.
They get beat up, they get every shade. Every shade from violet all the way up to green, to yellow.
Boy, y'all a lot of line up there, boy.
Right. Nah, I was just. Right. What else we got? Is that it?
I have a-
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus 23:17.
Okay, so somebody's reading something. Oh, 23:17. Okay.
You know how it says all bread is sweet?
Right? Right? What you
So, the bread, is it like the actual bread, or like, you know how they say, like, let's go get this bread like this money?
Oh, they ain't talking about that.
Okay, so what are they?
Remember, it's a whoremonger. So what's the bread to a whoremonger? The women's goods.
Yeah, you know what a whoremonger is?
You know what a whoremonger is? You know what a whoremonger is, right? A man that sleeps around with lots of women, right? With no commitment. He just sleeps with women. He's a whoremonger, so he's making whores and gathering up women. So it says all bread is sweet to a whoremonger, meaning what? He doesn't discriminate on what type of women he's going to be with. He's gonna hit everything. If it breeds and has a hole, that's him. Yeah. And it might not breathe. It might not breathe. Hey.
Yeah.
Yes, he's like that. But that's what it's saying. The bread is representative of, what you eat. So, for a whoremonger, his bread is the women. For a person that's greedy of money, their bread is the money. For a person that is greedy of food, their bread will be food. You see that? So the bread just is representing of whatever greed. But in a whoremonger's case, you beat them hoes.
I have one more.
Yep.
Ecclesiastes 28:19.
20 and 19?
No, 28 and 19.
28 and 19. Ecclesiastes 28. Right?
And a little bit more of understanding.
Somebody read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 28, verse 19.
You gotta start at verse 15.
Verse 15.
You gotta start at you gotta be here all night with this one. Go to start at verse 15.
Ecclesiastes chapter 28, verse 15. A backbiting tongue.
A what?
Backbiting tongue.
Right.
Hath cast out virtuous women.
Yeah. So who can find a virtuous woman? Her price is well above rubies. Remember in Proverbs 31 where it said she opened up her mouth with kindness and in her lips is the law. She opened up her mouth and in her lips is the law of kindness. I didn't write that. That's what it says. So it's showing you here a virtuous woman. She can do all the virtuous things like make garments, cook, clean. She can spoon feed you. She can put your clothes on for you. Right? She can stop bullets. She can block swords. But if she had a backbiting tongue, it says she'd be cast out. Because all the good that she's done will be overlooked. Go ahead.
And deprive them of their labors.
Go ahead.
Whoso hearkeneth unto it shall never find rest.
Right, so obviously what is this talking about? It's talking about speaking, the way we talk, right? And really, this starts up from, this actually starts from verse, really this starts from verse 7. This starts from verse 7 and it's going through the different things of speech. How to blow, spit on a spark, quench the fire, contention, blow the spark, it shall burn, if thou spit up on it, it shall be quenched, curses the whisperer and double tongue. So for this little portion, it really starts at 13, whisper and double tongue. And it goes into the backbiting tongue. So we're at verse
16.
Right, go ahead.
Whoso hearkeneth unto it shall never find rest.
Yeah, whoever hearkens to a double tongue or a backbiting tongue, you're not gonna find rest. It says a woman that's full of words is like an aged man climbing up a sandy way. You ever look at imagine an old man trying to climb up sand dunes with them weak knees, he'll never make it. That's like it's saying that's like a woman full of words. Like it just overtakes. situations. Go ahead.
And never dwell quietly.
Right? There's no peace. There's no quiet. It's all talking and arguing and murmuring and complaining. Read.
The stroke of the whip maketh marks in the flesh.
Right. So you ever see somebody get whipped? And as soon as you get hit with that whip, that flesh busts right open. Right? Go ahead.
But the stroke of the tongue,
right,
breaketh the bones.
Yeah, but it's telling you the way we speak, that cuts deeper. You can break somebody's bones. Remember they say sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me? They lied. It says life and death are in the power of the tongue. And whatsoever he liketh shall be given. Oh, read it.
Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 21.
I just butchered the whole scripture.
Death and life are in the power of the tongue.
Right, we always say life and death first, but it's death and life. Go ahead.
And they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof.
Whatsoever you love, that's what you're going to reap. You like death, you don't speak death into people. You like life, you don't speak life. But then again, see, you women, that's what I'm telling you, they got the power. You can speak life into your not just your husband. Because if you can tame the beast, then imagine how many other things you can speak life into. Not just a man, you can speak life into your children. You can tame a grown-ass man that's ready to fly off the handle like the Incredible Hulk. Come on, man, he's wanting to smash all the time. And if she could just, I'm saying, right, big fella, the sun's going down, right? If she could speak life into him to bring him back from that chaotic situation. But what are you speaking? What are you speaking? Well, she opened up her lips, and then she opened up her mouth, and in her lips is the law of kindness. So you're not breathing hot dragon breath on this dude or on anybody and backbiting, murmuring, complaining, contention. No, you're not doing that. You're doing calm, cool words, collected. You're not doing like you're not doing the what's the word where you're not content, not condescending. Yeah, you're being condescending. You know how some of us are good at that, being real condescending. You're not doing that either, or mocking. You're not doing that, but it's real. It's genuine. Read on.
Verse 18.
Yep.
Many have fallen by the edge of the sword.
Many like it's equating the tongue to a whip and to a sword. That a whip and a sword, come on, they cause destruction, man. But it's telling you the tongue is more destructive. Go ahead.
But not so many as have fallen by the tongue.
Yeah, you know, Eminem had the song. He said, "My words are weapons. I use them to crush my opponents." These words are weapons, and words are weapons. Words have power. He said, when Yahweh Shai spoke, you said what?
Hebrews 4:12.
Pull it. Pull it. Right. The word of the Most High is sharper than any two-edged sword. Read it.
Hebrews 4:12. For the word of God is quick and powerful,
right,
and sharper than any two-edged sword.
So think about this though. The words of the Most High are highly calculated, highly thought out words. Right? So think about words that have no bounds, that have no thought behind them. Think about what they do. If the word of the Most High is quick and powerful and sharper than any double-edged sword. Go ahead.
Piercing even to divide asunder soul and spirit.
So this will divide your soul from the spirits. You got something in your soul, the word is going to divide that spirit up out of your soul. You got lust in your soul, but here's the word to cut that spirit out your soul. Go ahead.
And of joints and marrow.
It's going to pierce your bones, right? So if the word of the Most High, which is calculated and well thought out, can do that, and it's timing and it's, you know, certain scriptures and certain precepts. Imagine a person that's just full of words, or that they direct their words in hate. How you can really rip a person down. You see that? So words are powerful. Go ahead, finish that, and then jump there, and then everybody else. Sound on it.
And it's a discerner of thoughts
Right.
and intents of the heart.
Right. They discern the thoughts and the intents of the heart. Where do you want to go?
James chapter 3, verse 3.
Right.
Behold, we put bits in the horse's mouth.
Right. We were going to go there next.
Oh, okay.
But no, go ahead.
We put bits in the horse's mouth
Right.
that they may obey us.
Right. So you know a bit and bridle, a little bar you put in the horse's mouth. It goes right here in the back of his mouth. Go ahead.
And we turn about their whole body.
Right. Because where the head goes, that's where the body is going to go. You see that? So you jerk it one way, and he goes that way. You tug it left, he goes left. You pull up, whoa, and he pulls up. Right? A little old bit. Go look at it. Bit and bridle. It's that big.
Right.
Put it in their mouth, and you pull a 1,000-pound horse wherever you want him to go. Or an ox, or a mule, or a donkey, whatever. Go ahead.
Behold, also the ships, which though they be so great,
Right.
are driven of fierce winds.
Right.
Yet are they turned about with a very small helm.
Yeah. You ever see a boat?
Yeah.
You spin the little helm?
Right.
Like that big? Maybe that big. But a ship, come on, a helm, you can have a helm this big and a ship bigger than this building.
Yep.
And it just, right? It turns the whole ship. Little things control big things. Go ahead.
Whatsoever the governor listed.
Right.
Verse 5. Even so, the tongue is a little member.
Right.
And boasts great things.
What does the tongue weigh? A few ounces? That tongue will talk a big one. You'll talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Your body will be wear down. Your tongue is still going.
None.
Right. Read.
Behold.
I'm talking about myself now.
Behold, how great a member, behold how great a matter,
right,
a little fire kindleth.
Uh-huh.
And the tongue is a fire.
The tongue is a what?
A fire.
Right, so it's going into your tongue, being a fire, being this uncontrollable member of your body. Read.
A world of iniquity.
It's what?
A world of iniquity.
Because death and life are in the power of the tongue. Because the tongue can break bones. Read.
So is the tongue among our members.
Go ahead.
That it defileth the whole body.
You see that? One little thing that you say can defile you in the eyes of everyone. Oh, I didn't mean to say that, but you said it.
Came out.
Oh, I didn't mean that. Right? Right from the tongue. Oh. But remember, it all starts here. What's that?
And it says just like a bow from an arrow, once it go out there, you can't.
Ain't no reason taking that back.
Can't pull it back in.
But it does say, there is a scripture that says that there's one that's slipping with the tongue.
Yeah.
And not from the heart. So everything that is said is not always. What it's saying is that sometimes we'll speak and not even think before we speak, or we'll say things and we don't really mean what we're saying, but it's being said.
Right.
And you do have to. Oh my bad, I didn't mean it like that, or I didn't even mean to really say that. I just spoke in haste and rash. Spoke hastily.
Yeah.
Or I spoke out of anger. That's why it says not to do these things. Be angry, sin not. So if I'm angry, I may not want to have a full-blown conversation with you right then on the spot. But I'm angry. I might need a chance to calculate my mind, recalibrate my brain, so I don't say hasty or hurtful things. Go ahead.
And set it on fire the course of nature.
It does what?
Set it on fire the course of
Bro,
nature.
you burn down somebody's whole house with just putting the wrong things in the air. Yeah, I seen your husband down the street with like 4 or 5 women. He was just all hugged up with them. You see my husband doing that? Well, not my husband, but somebody throws that in the air of another woman.
That is so true.
And then now it's paint the picture that, oh, this man's out here just philandering.
Damn.
He's a philanderer. But then guess what? The whole time he was at work. It was someone that looked like your husband, her husband. See how the tongue gets you caught up. Speaking things in haste, speaking things with no witness. That's why it says in the word, in the eyes of 2 or 3 witnesses, let every word be established. Because now there has to be an agreement on what we're gonna say. There has to be witnesses to agree that, yeah, this is what happened.
Right.
Go ahead.
it is set on fire of hell.
So, in a good fire. Read.
For every kind of beast, and of birds, and of serpents, and of things in the sea, is tamed, and have been tamed of mankind.
Yeah, man has managed to tame scorpions and dragons, right? You run around, got tarantulas on your hand, you making pet hyenas. Read.
But the tongue can no man tame.
Yeah, because the way it's used in certain instances, man, you'll talk drunk, right? You'll talk when you're drunk. What's gonna happen when you do that? Lowered inhibition. You're gonna say what's on your mind for real for us. You talk when you're angry. You talk when you're mad. You talk when you're sad, and things don't always come out the right way, and then people's perception of what's being said is not always the right perception. Things are not received the same way by everyone. Someone's gonna be offended by something. Someone's offended today by all the things we said.
God.
Someone's offended by simple class, simple things that we do and say in class. People are offended. Why do they say nigga a lot? Why do they say this? Why do they say that? Why do they do this? Hey, I'll say niggard then, if that's the case. That's in there. Right? But somebody will still be offended. But that word just has so much negative on it. God, it's a word. It's a word. Go ahead.
It is an unruly evil.
It's a what?
Unruly evil.
Right. Life, death and life are in the power of the tongue. It's an unruly evil. You can rule it. You gotta just practice. Gotta practice. Knowing when to speak, knowing when not to speak. How much? Go ahead.
Full of deadly poison.
Right? No. That's it. Jump back to Sirach. Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes chapter 28 and verse 17.
Right, so go ahead.
The stroke of the whip maketh marks in the flesh.
Right.
But the stroke of the tongue breaketh the bones.
18.
Many have fallen by the edge of the sword,
right,
but not so many as fallen by the tongue.
Right.
Well is he that is defended from it.
Well is he that is defended from the power of the tongue, the negative. How do you defend from the power of the tongue? Well, you don't give credit, you don't give ear. It says, answer not a fool, answer a fool according to his folly, answer not a fool according to their folly. So some things just don't need an answer. I'm just gonna act like I didn't even hear that. Huh? Hey, I didn't hear that. That don't even matter to me. I'm gonna breeze that over like that wasn't even said. Some of y'all give too much. You give too much power to negative connotation and to people's negative comments about you and to people's perception of you. And you kind of got to act like that don't even matter because it doesn't. Well is he that is well defended from the destruction of the tongue. Go ahead.
Verse 19. And have not passed through the venom thereof.
Right.
Who have not drawn the yoke thereof.
Right.
Nor have been bound in her bands.
Right. Go ahead.
For the yoke thereof is a yoke of iron.
Yeah, how do you get drawn into that yoke? Well, a contentious person, they seek contention. A person that's argumentative, they want to argue. So I'm not going to be drawn in to your argument. I'm not going to be drawn into your contention. I'm not going to be drawn into your strife. I'm not going to be drawn into the back and forth. Now I'm a slave to your position. Go ahead.
And the bands thereof are bands of brass.
Right.
The death thereof is an evil death.
Yeah, it's an evil death because you're going to be smeared. You ever hear of like a smear campaign? Think about it. People will talk other people down and talk them into the grave, man. Yep. Talk them into death. Go ahead.
The grave were better than it.
Right. Right. Watch 22.
It shall not have rule over them that fear the Most High.
Right. We should be worried about what the Most High got to say. Read on.
Neither shall they be burned with the flame thereof.
Right. Go ahead.
such as forsake the Most High.
Right, answer a fool according to his folly. Right? Spit on the fire, spit on the spark, blow, what is it? This verse, blow the spark and it shall burn. If thou spit upon the spark, it shall be quenched. Trust in the Lord, follow the wisdom. Read.
They shall not have rule over them that fear the Most High, neither shall they be burned with the flame thereof. Such as forsake the Most High shall fall into it,
right,
and it shall burn in them, and not be quenched. It shall be set upon them as a lion.
As a what?
Lion.
Go ahead.
And devour them as a leopard.
Yeah, you know, leopards climb trees. You can't run from a leopard. They'll climb a tree. You try to go to a high spot, they'll climb up that tree. They'll climb up rocks. Go ahead.
Verse 24.
So the tongue, if you give heed to hateful words and just people's negatives, those things will chase you down and haunt you, is what it's saying. Read on.
Look that thou hedge thy possession about with thorns, and bind up thy silver and gold.
He said, do what?
Look that thou hedge thy possession about with thorns,
right,
and bind up thy silver and gold.
Right, defend yourself. Read.
And weigh thy words in a balance.
Right, so this is talking about the ones that have the ill tongue. Wait, there's a bro I always say, man, you got to be careful what you say, but think in advance what the things you say, what they're going to have, what bearing they'll have on the person you're saying them to. You always got to do that. Like, who am I talking to? And if I say this, what is this going to do now? 5 minutes from now, a week from now, a year from now, 10 years from now, 30 years from now when she brings it up, 50 years from now when she brings it up, 100 years from now when we're both dead in the grave and she brings it up. What is it going to do? You got to think like that, because that's what people do. They hold on to certain things. They don't hold on to the, oh, you're doing such a good job, keep going. But they hold on to the other stuff.
Yep.
They hold on to the other stuff and use that. So it's saying, weigh thy words in the balance. Go ahead.
And make a door and bar for thy mouth.
Right. Make a door and a bar for thy mouth. Sometimes you got to shut it up. Sometimes you got to shut it. But this doesn't mean now use this as an excuse to not speak. Or, you know what? I don't weigh my words in the balance, so I'll get back to you next week. Nah, you don't balance out these words. Sometimes you got to, you know, after a while, you got to start getting to the point where speak, young man, if there be need of thee. And scarcely if thou art asked twice. But you gotta, when there's need of answer, hey, I need an answer. I got time to sit around and wait for you to weigh your words and think about what you're gonna say for a millennia. Go ahead.
Beware, thou slide not by it,
right,
lest thou fall before him that lieth in wait.
Right, so what is going into, as you know, it's talking about the tongue, the speech, the things you say, how it's said, and how you can get caught up with your own words. You get caught up by the things we say. What's that?
Matthew chapter 12, verse 36 and 37.
Read it.
Yahweh Shai says, but I say unto you, that every idle word that men shall speak,
right,
they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment.
Right. Say not thou before the angel. What does it say? Say not thou before the angel? Yes, right. Say not thou before the angel. I'm missing the second part of the scripture. Say not thou before the angel.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
It's Ecclesiastes 5. But it's complete my sentence. Say not thou before the angel. It was an error. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin. Neither say thou before the angel that it was an error.
Yeah.
Right. Wherefore should the Most High be angry at thy voice, destroy the works of thy hand. So you know, this covers a lot of different bases though. Just in talking, you know, thou and a thou, how you talk to people, how you deal with people, how you respond to people, how you respond to situations. In a roundabout, long way. Just reminding you the damage the tongue can cause. Think about it. Rumors have destroyed people.
Yep.
Rumors.
Con.
Right? Rumors have destroyed great men. Just rumors. Things that, look at Emmett Till. right? The woman said he whistled at her and he didn't whistle at her, and they killed him.
Yep.
I mean, there's many people that have said, oh yeah, he did it. They didn't do it. All the men that's in jail getting off, like, oh, we found out that you didn't do it. Somebody said they did it. Somebody had to have said they did it for them to be locked up.
Absolutely.
You see that? So the tongue got a lot of power in it. You just gotta be careful how you wield it.
Yeah.
What else? I feel like them. Oh, I was on a bad headache. It's weird. Is that it? Read? No.
He said that y'all don't want to be it.
Yeah. No, y'all put a good one. Ecclesiastes 23:7. Hear, O ye children, the discipline of the mouth. He that keepeth shall never be taken in his lips. Your words won't be used against you.
Very good.
Yeah. He that keep discipline of the mouth, they won't be able to, they won't be able to come back and say, well, you said this and you said that.
What scripture was this?
Ecclesiastes 27. So, 23 verse 7. Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes.
Yeah.
Come on,
I was gonna say, man, that's a good one. Ecclesiastes 23. That's what he's talking about.
I'm losing it up here.
Yeah,
Ecclesiastes 23 verse 7.
Oh, you sure love that right there. You tell how.
Catching
You
in your
love
words.
to tell
Yeah,
that.
you have the right to remain silent. What you say
I
you
do.
do will be used against you in a court of law.
Oh, we love that one.
But yeah, you get a little racket though. They say, oh, your credibility is messed up. You know, your word ain't.
Yeah, we can't mess with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't make your credibility. Yeah, if you're a character witness, if you're an expert witness, they attack your credibility with the things that you said. Didn't you say 5 years ago in this article that DNA evidence can't be used and such? You don't believe in it? Well, but no further questions, Your Honor. They use your own words against you.
I'd like to ask him, when the hell is somebody gonna lock you up? Because you're a thief, you're a crook, you're a thief, you're a robber, you're a rapist. I mean, when the hell is somebody gonna sentence you?
The scriptures say, whose possessors slay them count themselves not guilty. So,
They're judges.
they're the judge,
They
they're
don't
the
do
jury,
themselves like that.
they're the executioner.
Thank you.
They're the law, they're God, they're Christ, they're the angels. Not really.
To them, what they say, the Savior and
the judge, jury, and execution.
I just laugh at me. I laugh and say, wow, a rapist locking up a rapist. Wow. Where did they do that at?
All right. Emmanuel Mupanya, Rosh Hashanah. Peace. Let's get it. Oh my gosh. Take it easy. Right, everything. I actually feel good. I feel great. The leg workout. Got me feeling strong. I'm feeling K strong. I'm feeling strong with a K behind me.
We never another step that's on other classes. Regular classes. But this is other classes. Yeah, well, it's what you put it on my time.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahushua. Please listen to us right now.
Okay, good. Follow that.
Send Michael. And the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong the people of Israel. Also say unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual powers. And forgive all of our sins. Yahushua come quickly. For in thee is our hope. hope.
For in thee is our hope.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latananaw.
Latananaw.
Hatawara.
Hatawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latananaw.
Latananaw.
A war.
A war.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latananaw.
Latananaw.
Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Korah.
La Kora'ah.
La Korah.
Ha'ain.
Ha'ain. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Latananaw.
Latananaw.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayah.
Zayah.
Lamashah.
Lamashah.
Yasha'Allah.
Yasha'Allah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if you want to be anointed, we'll do that after the ceremony. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
But thou, O Yahweh.
But thou, O Yahweh.
For thou, O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
has made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither does a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou,
O
Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh,
For
lo thy enemies shall perish.
For lo thy enemies shall perish.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn, shalt thou exalt.
Shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oils.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire my enemies.
My desire my enemies.
My ears shall hear.
My ears shall hear.
My desire the wicked that rise up against me.
My desire the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
He shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
He shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
This is Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawat.
Hamalawat.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawab.
Matawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Hakim.
Hakim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Al.
Al.
Harash.
Harash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Al.
Al.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Alpanyad.
Alpanyad.
Madawakwa.
Madawakwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karawan.
Karawan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al.
Al.
Haraya.
Haraya.
Tazaya 1.
Tazaya 1.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Ai. Wa'ayalam.
Wa'ayalam.
Aman.
Amen. This is Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Damyad.
Damyad.
Aman.
Aman.
Now, make the circle, come on. Make a circle. Get up. Make a circle. Go ahead. Okay, y'all gotta make sure that y'all do it the right way. You ain't gotta rush to get it. Alright? Alright. Y'all have the top, turn, and face the sisters. Cause y'all gonna mess it up, y'all ain't gonna do it. Shabbat, call.
Salute out the daughter of Zion, men of Israel. I'm Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
At the top, dismiss. Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
We'll see y'all here on Monday.
I